New Introductory Lessons to Psychoanalysis. Sigmund Freud. New Introductory Lessons to Psychoanalysis. Introduction. The lectures grouped under the title of Introductory Lessons to Psychoanalysis were developed by me during the courses of 1915 to 1916 and 1916 to 1917 in a classroom of the Vienna Psychiatric Clinic, and before an audience made up of individuals from all faculties. Those that make up the first series, all of them improvised, I wrote them down shortly after they were pronounced. Those of the second I wrote during the intervening summer holidays, which I spent in Salzburg, and then pronounced them verbatim, since at that time I still possessed the gift of a phonographic memory. Instead, this new series of lectures has never been delivered. In the meantime, my age has relieved me of the obligation to prove my belonging, even if only peripheral, to the university through lecture courses, and a surgical operation that has rendered me useless for public speaking. Thus, if in the series of works that follow I transpose myself back to the classroom and before an audience, it is only an imaginative fiction that in any case will help me not to forget to facilitate the reader's understanding by delving into the proposed topics. These new conferences are not intended in any way to replace the previous ones. They are not, in general, anything independent that can count on a private circle of readers. They are continuations and complements, which, based on their relationship with the preceding ones, can be divided into three groups. To the first group belong the reviews of those topics that we dealt with already 15 years ago, but that as a result of the deepening of our knowledge and the change in our conceptions today demands a different exposition. It is, therefore, critical reviews. The other two groups comprise the extensions themselves, inasmuch as they deal with things that either did not yet exist in psychoanalysis at the time of the first lectures or were only aimed at then, without their nascent and imprecise status justifying dedicating a separate chapter to them. It is not possible to avoid, and there is no reason to regret it, that some of the new conferences unite in themselves characters from the three groups. The dependence of these new lectures on those that constituted the introductory lectures on psychoanalysis is also expressed in their numbering, which continues with those. Thus, the one that begins the section carries the number XXIX. Like the first ones, they do not offer the specialized analyst great novelties and are directed to that legion of educated people, to whom we dare to attribute a benevolent interest, although restrained by the singularity and conquests of our young science. In this case, too, I have been guided by the purpose of not sacrificing anything to give my work the appearance of something simple, complete, and finished, not hiding problems or denying insecurities. In no other sector of scientific work would it be lawful to boast of such purposes of sobriety and rigor, since in all of them it is a natural thing, and the public expects nothing else. No reader of an astronomy paper will feel disappointed and superior to science if they are shown the limits at which our knowledge of the universe fades into the nebulous. Only in psychology something different happens. In this sector the constitutional incapacity of man for scientific research is fully manifested. It seems as if no advances in knowledge were expected from psychology, but only other satisfactions. For all unresolved problems and all confessed insecurity, they are reproached. But he who loves the science of psychic life will also have to accept such imperfections. Freud. Review of the Theory of Dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, if after a break of more than 15 years I have summoned you again to discuss with you the novelties and perhaps also the advances that the interval has brought to psychoanalysis, it is fair and natural from more than one point of view, that we dedicate first of all our attention to the state of the theory of dreams. This theory occupies a special place in the history of psychoanalysis, designating a turn in it. With it the analysis has completed the passage from a therapeutic procedure to an abyssal psychology. The theory of dreams is also, since then, the most characteristic and singular aspect of our young science, something odd in the general heritage of our knowledge, a new domain conquered to popular beliefs and mysticism. The singularity of the affirmations that he had to establish has entrusted him with the role of a scaboleth, whose employment decides who can become a follower of psychoanalysis and who must remain forever elusive. For myself it was a sure footing in those difficult times when the unknown facts of the neuroses used to confuse my still inexperienced judgment. Whenever I began to doubt the accuracy of my wavering knowledge, each time I managed to report a dream, absurd and confused in its subject, my confidence was renewed that I was on the right track. It is therefore of special interest for us to pursue precisely in the case of dreams what transformations psychoanalysis has undergone in this interval, and furthermore what progress it has made during it in the understanding and appreciation of others. I will tell you, of course, that in both senses you will be disappointed. Browse with me the collection of the International Journal of Medical Psychoanalysis, Internationale Zeitschrift für Artliche Psychoanalyse, which contains, since 1913, the main works on our science. In the first volume you will find a permanent section dedicated to the interpretation of dreams, with numerous contributions to the different problems of dream theory. But as you progress in your search, you will see that such contributions become less and less frequent, until the corresponding section completely disappears. Analysts behave as if they had nothing to say about dreams, as if their theory were already finished. But if you ask me what it is that people outside our circle have accepted from the theory of dreams, the many psychiatrists and psychotherapists who put their sardines close to our embers without certainly showing themselves very grateful to our hospitality the people called intellectuals, that the most impressive results of science are used to being appropriated by the literati and the general public. If you ask, I repeat, what is it that all these people have assimilated from the theory of dreams, the answer is very unsatisfactory. Some formulas have become generally known, and among them, some that have never been ours, such as the thesis that all dreams are of a sexual nature, but precisely things as important as the fundamental distinction between the manifest content of the dream and its latent ideas, the discovery that anxiety dreams do not contradict the wish-fulfilling function of the dream, the impossibility of interpreting the dream without the help of the associations corresponding to the subject, and, above all, the discovery that the most essential part of the dream is the process of dream-making. All this seems to be still as distant as 30 years ago to the general consciousness. I can say so because in the interval I have received a multitude of letters from people who recounted their dreams to me, asking for their interpretation, or demanded explanations about the nature of dreams, claiming to have read my interpretation of dreams, when each of the phrases in his letters betray his misunderstanding of our dream theory. This should not prevent us, however, from recapitulating again what we know about dreams. You will surely remember that in our previous exposition of the matter we devoted a whole series of lectures to showing how such a psychic phenomenon, hitherto inexplicable, had been understood. Thus, when someone, for example, a patient undergoing analytic therapy, tells us one of his dreams, we realize that with this he has made us one of the communications that he had to commit himself to when he underwent treatment. Although, of course, a communication with inappropriate means, since the dream is not in itself a social expression or a means of communication. Thus, we do not understand what the subject wants to tell us, and, for his part, he does not know it at a fixed point either. We are then faced with a dilemma that we have to resolve quickly. Either sleep is, as the non-analyst doctors assure us, a sign that the subject has slept badly, that not all parts of his brain have quieted down for good. The same, and that certain parts of it, under the influence of unknown stimuli, have wanted to continue working and have only been able to do so in a very imperfect way, and then we will do well not to concern ourselves with the product, devoid of any psychic value, of the nocturnal disturbance, since its investigation can provide us with nothing useful for our purposes. But we warn that we have previously ruled in another sense. In fact, we have assumed, arbitrarily of course, we admit it, that such an incomprehensible dream also had to be a psychic act. Fully valid, significant, and valuable, capable of being used in the analysis as any other communication from the patient. Whether or not we are right, only the result of our attempts can show it. If we succeed in transforming the dream into such a valuable manifestation, we can hope to find out something new, to obtain communications such as have hitherto been inaccessible to us. but at this point the difficulties of our labor and the enigmas of our subject stand before us. How do we go about transforming the dream into such a normal communication, and how can we explain that a part of the patient's manifestations have taken this incomprehensible form for him as well as for us? As you will see, this time I am not following the path of a genetic expression, but that of a dogmatic exposition. Our first step will consist of establishing our new attitude towards the problem of dreams with the introduction of two new concepts or names. What has hitherto been called the dream we call the dream text or manifest dream, and what we look for and, so to speak, presume behind the dream we designate as latent ideas of the dream. Having done so, we can express our two tasks in the following way. We have to transform the manifest dream into the latent dream and indicate how the latter has become the former in the subject's psychic life. The first part is a practical work that concerns the oniric and precise interpretation of a technique. The second is a theoretical work that has to explain the supposed process of the elaboration of the dream, and only one theory can be. Both the technique of dream interpretation and the theory of dream elaboration have to be created anew. Which of them should we start with? In my opinion, by the technique of dream interpretation. Its greater plasticity will make a more vivid impression on you. We have, then, that the patient has told us a dream that we have to interpret. We have passively listened to his story without reflecting on it. What do we do first? We decided to worry as little as possible about what we have heard, that is, about the manifest dream. Naturally, this manifest dream shows various characters that are not entirely indifferent to us. It can be coherent, correctly composed like a poem, or incomprehensibly muddled, almost like a delusion, may contain absurd or humorous elements and seemingly clever conclusions. It can be clear and precise to the subject or cloudy and faded. Its images can show the full sensory intensity of perceptions or be imprecise as vague shadows, and the same dream can bring together the most diverse characters distributed in different places. Finally, the dream can show an indifferent affective tone or be accompanied by very intense joyful or painful excitations. You must not think that we ignore this infinite variety in the manifest dream. Later on we will return to the matter and we will find useful elements for analysis, but for now we will do without them and start the main path of dream interpretation. That is, we invite the subject to also free himself from the impression of the manifest dream, to divert his attention from the totality of it to concentrate on each one of the parts of the dream content and successively communicate to us the associations that link each one of said parts. Isn't this a special technique and not the usual way of treating a communication or a manifestation? And surely you also guess that behind this procedure hides premises not yet exposed. But let's continue. In what order do we have the patient go through the pieces of his dream? Several paths are offered to us here. We can simply follow the chronological order as established in the dream account. This is, so to speak, the most rigorous and classical method. Or we can have the patient first look for and review the remains of the day in his dream, since experience has taught us that in almost every dream anemic residue of one or several of the events of the immediately previous day or an allusion to them has been introduced. And following such links we have often found, at once, the transition from the world of dreams, apparently very far away, to the real life of the patient. Or, finally, we have you start with those elements of the dream content that have most impressed you with their singular precision and sensitive intensity. We know, in fact, that to such elements he will link associations more easily than to others. We can indistinctly use any of these means to approach the desired associations. And then we get such associations, which bring us the most diverse things, memories of the day immediately before the dream and of very past times, reflections, discussions with the pros and cons, confessions and consultations. Some of them spring easily from the patient's lips, others arise with more effort and after a certain hesitation. For the most part they show a clear relationship with an element of the dream, which is not surprising, since it starts from said elements, but it also happens that the patient begins them with the following words: "This does not seem to me to have anything to do with the dream," I say this only so as not to silence anything that occurs to me. If in the interpretation of dreams we depend in general and in the first line on the associations of the subject, however, we conduct ourselves with complete independence as regards certain elements of the dream content, since in this respect the associations usually fail. Associations. We have observed very early that the contents in which this happens are always the same, they are not very numerous, and accumulated experience has taught us that they must be considered and interpreted as symbols of something else. Compared with the other elements of the dream, a fixed meaning can be ascribed to them, which, however, does not necessarily have to be unequivocal, and whose amplitude is determined by special and singular rules. Since we know how to translate these symbols and the subject does not, despite being the one who has used them, it may be the case that the meaning of a dream is immediately evident to us, even before any work of interpretation, in the act of hearing ourselves recount the text of the dream, while the subject is still faced with an enigma. But we have already said so much about symbolism, our knowledge of it, and the problems it poses for us in our previous lectures that we need not repeat ourselves today. This is, then, our method of interpreting dreams. The first question that will arise to us will be the following: can all dreams be interpreted with it? And the answer will be, no, not all, but there are so many that the utility and justification of the procedure are assured. But why not all? The answer to this new question teaches us something very important that already leads us into the conditions psychics of dream formation. Such an answer is, because the work of interpretation is developed against a resistance that varies, from barely perceptible magnitudes, to the insurmountable at least for our current means of action. The manifestations of this resistance cannot be neglected in the course of the work of interpretation. In some places, the associations arise without hesitation, and already the first or second occurrence brings with it the solution. In others, the patient gets stuck and hesitates before coming up with an association, and then we often have to listen to a whole long chain of ideas before we get anything useful for understanding the dream. The longer and more digressive the chain of associations, the more intense we accurately judge the resistance. Also in the oblivion of dreams we notice the same influence. It happens very often that the patient, no matter how hard he tries, cannot remember one of his dreams. But when a piece of our analytic work succeeds in overcoming a difficulty that had disturbed the patient's relationship with the analysis, the forgotten dream is suddenly recalled. Two other observations are linked to this point. It often happens that at first a piece of the dream is silenced, which is later related as an appendix to it. This must be considered as an attempt to forget said piece. Experience shows that precisely such a fragment is the most important and significant. We suppose, therefore, that his communication was opposed by a greater resistance than to that of the rest of the dream. In addition, we frequently see that the subject prevents forgetting his dreams by writing them down as soon as he wakes up. We can tell you that such a precaution is totally useless, since the resistance to which the retention of the text of the dream has stolen then displaces on the association and makes the dream inaccessible to interpretation. In these circumstances we should not be surprised that a new increase in resistance completely subdues the associations and thereby causes the interpretation to fail. From all this we conclude that the resistance that we notice in the interpretation of dreams must also participate in their genesis. We can even distinguish dreams that have been formed under the pressure of intense resistance from those in which it has been little. But such pressure also varies within the same dream from one piece to another. To her are due the gaps, obscurities, and confusions that can interrupt the coherence of the most beautiful dreams. But what is the work of the resistance and with what does it work? For us, resistance is an unequivocal sign of a conflict. There must be a force here that wants to express something and another that refuses to consent to such an expression. What is then constituted as a manifest dream can synthesize all the decisions in which the struggle of both tendencies has been condensed. In one place, one of these forces may have succeeded in imposing what it wanted to say, and, on the other hand, in others, the opposite instance has managed to completely extinguish the proposed communication or replace it with something that does not reveal any trace of it. Predominant and most characteristic of the formation of dreams are those cases in which the conflict is resolved in a transaction, so that the communicative instance was able to say what it wanted, but not as he wanted, but in a softened, distorted, and unrecognizable form. Thus, the dream does not faithfully reproduce the dream ideas, and if an interpretation work is necessary to bridge the abyss between one and the others, it is due to the success of the resistant, inhibitory, and restrictive instance, which we deduce from the perception of the dream. Resistance in dream interpretation. While we study the dream as an isolated phenomenon, independent of the psychic products related to it, we gave this instance the name of dream censor. You already know that the censorship is not a device exclusive to oniric life. That the conflict between two psychic instances, which we will designate, imprecisely, as the repressed unconscious and the conscious, generally governs our psychic life, and that resistance against the interpretation of dreams, the sign of dream censorship, is nothing more than the resistance of the repression that opposes these two instances. You also know that from the conflict between them arise, under certain conditions, other psychic products that, like dreams, are the result of transactions, and you will not ask me to repeat to you now everything contained in my introduction to the theory of neuroses to expose to you what we know of the conditions of such constitution of transactions. You have understood that the dream is a pathological product, the first element of the series that includes the hysterical symptom, the obsessive representation and the delusional idea, but differentiated from the others by its ephemeral condition and its genesis in circumstances belonging to normal life. Well, let's keep it in mind, the dream life is, as Aristotle already said, the way in which our soul works while we sleep. Sleep establishes a detachment from the real world, which is the condition for the development of a psychosis. The most careful study of severe psychoses will not discover any more characteristic feature of this pathological state. But in psychoses the withdrawal from reality is provoked in two different ways. Either the repressed unconscious takes over and subjugates the conscious dependent on reality, or reality has become so unbearably painful that the threatened ego, rebelling desperately, he throws himself into the arms of the instinctive unconscious. The innocent dream psychosis is the consequence of a consciously voluntary and only temporary withdrawal from the outside world and disappears with the renewal of relations with it. During the sleeper's isolation, a modification is also established in the distribution of his psychic energy, a part of the effort of repression, used until then in the subjugation of the unconscious, can be saved, because although the unconscious takes advantage of its relative liberation to act, it still finds the path to mortality closed and only open the innocuous one that leads to death. Hallucinatory satisfaction. So then a dream can be formed, but the fact of the dream censorship shows that even during sleep a sufficient magnitude of the repressive resistance has been preserved. Here the way is opened for us to answer the question of whether dreams also have a useful function. The rest free of stimuli that sleep would like to establish is threatened on three sides, in a casual way, by external stimuli that occur during sleep and by daytime interests that do not allow themselves to be interrupted, inevitably, due to the repressed, unsatisfied instinctual impulses that wait for the opportunity to express themselves. As a result of the nocturnal weakening of the repressions, there would be the danger that the tranquility of sleep would be disturbed every time the internal or external stimulus achieved a connection with one of the sources of unconscious instincts. The dream process leads the product of such a joint action into a harmless hallucinatory event and thus ensures the continuation of sleep. This function is not contradicted by the fact that the dream sometimes awakens the subject in anguish, a fact that is a sign that the watchman considers the situation too dangerous and no longer believes he can control it. We often notice, still asleep, the reassuring remark that tries to avoid waking up, but, it's only a dream. So far, ladies and gentlemen, what I wanted to tell you about dream interpretation, whose job is to lead us from the magnificent dream to the latent ideas of the dream. Once this is achieved, the dream almost always loses its interest in terms of practical analysis. We added the communication obtained in the form of a dream to the others provided by the subject, and we continued the analysis. But, from another point of view, the dream continues to interest us. We are, in fact, interested in studying the process that has transformed latent dream ideas into manifest dreams, a process to which we give the name dream elaboration. Having described it in detail in my previous lectures, I will limit myself today to summarizing it. The process of elaboration of the dream is, therefore, something totally new, unique, and without precedent. It has given us a first glimpse of the processes that take place in the unconscious system and has shown us that they are very different from those we know from our conscious thought, and that for the latter they must be unusual and defective. The importance of these findings has then been intensified by the discovery that the same mechanisms, we dare not say mental processes, are at work in the formation of neurotic symptoms that have transformed latent dream ideas into manifest dreaming. In what follows it will be impossible for me to avoid a schematic expression. Suppose that in a given case we have a joint vision of all the latent ideas more or less charged with affect that have replaced the manifest dream, once its interpretation has been completed. Then we notice a difference between them, and this difference will take us far. Almost all of these ideas are known or recognized by the subject. He concedes that he has thought so on this occasion or on a previous occasion, or that he could have thought so. Only against the acceptance of one of them does he resist. Such an idea is alien to him, and perhaps even repulsive. It is possible that he rejects it from himself with passionate excitement. It then becomes clear to us that the other ideas are fragments of his conscious thought. They could very well have been thought during wakefulness, and probably have been formed during daytime life. But the idea, or better still, the rejected impulse, is the son of the night. It belongs to the unconscious of the subject, and is thus denied and rejected by him. He had to wait for the nocturnal relaxation of the repression to achieve any expression. In any case, such an expression is a mitigated, distorted, and disguised expression. Without the work of interpretation we would not have found it. To the connection with the other unanswered ideas of the dream, this unconscious impulse owes the opportunity to slip, with a disguise that makes it unrecognizable through the barriers of censorship. On the other hand, the preconscious ideas of sleep owe to this same connection the power to occupy the mental life even during sleep. For we have no doubt that such an unconscious impulse is the true creator of the dream, awakens the psychic energy necessary for its formation. Like any other instinctive impulse, it can only aspire to its own satisfaction, and our experience in dream interpretation also shows us that such is the meaning of everything. Dream. In every dream an instinctive desire must be represented as fulfilled. The nocturnal withdrawal from the reality of all dream life and the regression to primitive mechanisms of such conditional withdrawal make it possible for said hallucinatory satisfaction of an instinct to be experienced as present. As a result of the same regression, the representations in visual images become the dream, thus dramatizing and illustrating the latent ideas of the dream. This fragment of the oniric elaboration informs us about some of the most peculiar and singular characters of the dream. I will repeat the dream-making process. Its introduction is the desire to sleep, the intentional withdrawal from the outside world. From which result two consequences for the dream apparatus. First, the possibility that older and more primitive methods of work arise in it, that is, the regression. And second, the reduction of the repressive resistance that weighs on the unconscious. As a consequence of this last factor is the possibility of the formation of the dream, a possibility that is taken advantage of by occasional motives, that is, by the internal and external stimuli entered into activity. The dream that is born in this way is already the product of a transaction and has a double function, being on the one hand egosyntonic, insofar as with the impression of the disturbing stimuli of rest it serves the desire to sleep, and, on the other, it allows a repressed instinctual impulse satisfaction in such circumstances, possible in the form of hallucinatory wish fulfillment. But the entire process consented to by the sleeping self is found under the condition of the censorship exercised by the rest of the subsisting repression. It is not possible for me to explain this process more simply, because in truth it is not simpler. but now I can continue the exposition of the oniric elaboration. Let us return again to the latent ideas of the dream. Its most vigorous element is the repressed instinctive impulse that has been procured in them, relying on stimuli casually given and transferring an expression to the remains of the day, even if it is mitigated and disguised. Like all instinctive impulses, this one also tends towards satisfaction through action, but the physiological devices of the resting state close his path to motility, and he is thus forced to content himself with hallucinatory satisfaction. Thus, the latent ideas of the dream are transformed into a series of sensory images and visual scenes. Along this path, what seems so new and strange to us happens with them. All the resources of the language by means of which the most subtle mental relations are expressed, the conjunctions and prepositions, the accidents of declension and conjugation, disappear for lack of the means of representation for them, as in a primitive language devoid of grammar, only the raw material of thought is expressed and the abstract is reduced to the concrete on which it is based. What remains thus can easily seem incoherent. The abundant use of exposing certain objects and processes by means of symbols that have become alien to conscious thought corresponds both to the archaic regression in the mental apparatus and to the demands of censorship. But other mutations to which the elements of dream ideas are subject go much further. All those that show some point of contact are condensed into new ideas. In the transformation of thoughts into images, those that allow such condensation are unequivocally preferred, as if a force were acting that subjected the material to compression. As a result of condensation, then an element of sleep can manifest to correspond to numerous elements of the latent ideas of the dream, or conversely, an element of the dream ideas can also be represented in the dream by several images. Even more singular is the other process of displacement, or transference of the accent, which in conscious thought is known only as mental error or joke medium. The different representations of the ideas of the dream are not equivalent, they are loaded with different magnitudes of affect and correlatively they are estimated by the judgment as more or less important and worthy of interest. In dream working these representations are separated from the affects attached to them, and the affects themselves may be suppressed, displaced onto something else, retained, transformed, or not appear in the dream at all. The importance of the representation stripped of affect returns in the dream as sensory intensity of the dream images, but we observe that this emphasis has passed from important elements to other indifferent ones, so that in the dream what in the latent ideas played only a secondary role appears placed in the first place as the main thing, and conversely the essential of such ideas only finds in the dream a fleeting and imprecise representation. No other fragment of dream-making contributes so much to making the dream strange and incomprehensible to the dreamer. Displacement is the main means of dream distortion, to which latent ideas have to submit under the influence of censorship. After this action on the ideas of the dream remains almost complete. A somewhat unconscious factor is added, the so-called secondary elaboration, which develops once the dream has appeared as an object of perception before consciousness. We then treat it as in general we are accustomed to treat the contents of perception, that is, we try to fill gaps and establish chains, frequently exposing ourselves to serious mistakes. But this activity of a rationalizing nature, which in the best case provides the dream with an irreproachable facade to the eye, but which cannot match its true content, can also be omitted or manifest itself only to a very modest extent, in which case the dream it openly shows all its cracks and crevices. On the other hand, it must not be forgotten that the dream-making does not always proceed with the same energy, very often it is limited to certain fragments of the latent ideas, and other of them may appear invariable in the dream. It then gives the impression that the most subtle intellectual operations have been carried out in the dream, having speculated, made jokes, adopted resolutions and solved problems. While all this is the result of our normal mental activity, it can have happened, both on the day before the dream and during the night, and it has nothing to do with dream elaboration nor does it manifest anything characteristic of the dream. It is also not superfluous to highlight again the contradiction existing within the same latent ideas between the unconscious instinctive impulse and the remnants of the day. while the latter show all the variety of our psychic acts. The former, which is the true engine of dream production, regularly culminates in the fulfillment of a wish. I could have told you all this 15 years ago, and I even believe that I actually told you. Now I will expose you jointly how many discoveries and modifications have arisen in the interval. I have already expressed to you my fear that such novelties may seem trivial to you, and you may wonder why I have set you the task of listening to the same things twice and myself the task of repeating them. But 15 years have passed since then, and I thought it would be the best way to get back in touch with you. In addition, it deals with such elementary things and of such decisive importance for the understanding of psychoanalysis, that two voices can be heard with pleasure, apart from the fact that it is always worth knowing that such fundamental things have remained unchanged through 15 years. Naturally, in the psychoanalytic literature of this period there is a great deal of confirmation and detail, of which I propose to offer you only a few samples, which will also give me a pretext to direct your attention towards something that was already known before, and that refers, for the most part, to dream symbolism and the other explanatory means of dreams. Let's see it. Recently, the medical professors of a North American university have refused to recognize psychoanalysis as a science, on the grounds that it did not allow any experimental demonstration. The same objection could have been raised against astronomy, since it is particularly difficult to experiment with celestial bodies. Only observation is possible. In any case, precisely some Viennese researchers have begun to confirm our dream symbolism experimentally. As early as 1912, Dr. Schroeder found that when a deeply hypnotized person is ordered to dream of sexual processes, in the dream thus provoked the sexual material is replaced by the symbols we know. For example, a woman is ordered to dream about the sex trade with a friend. In the dream this friend appears carrying a suitcase that bears a label with the following inscription, "Only for ladies." Even more impressive are the experiments of Bittelheim and Hartmann, 1924, with subjects suffering from the so-called Korsakoff madness. They told them comic strips with frankly sexual content and attended to the distortions that arose when the patients reproduced them at their request. In such reproductions the symbols that are already familiar to us of the sexual organs and the sexual commerce arose again, among others, the symbol of the latter, which the authors rightly say would have been inaccessible to a consistent attempt at deformation. H. Silberer has shown in a very interesting series of experiments the possibility of catching the dream work red-handed in the act of transforming abstract ideas into visual images. When, being tired and drowsy, he tried to force himself to intellectual work, the idea often escaped him, and a vision arose in its place, which was manifestly a substitute for it. A simple example of this order, I think, says Silberer, that I should correct a faulty passage in an article. Vision, I see myself planing a piece of wood. In these experiments it often happened that what became the content of the vision was not the idea awaiting elaboration, but the subjective state itself, the state instead of the object, something to which Silberer gave the name of functional phenomenon. An example will show you immediately what it is about. The author tries to compare the opinions of two philosophers on a given problem. But in her drowsy state, one such opinions escape him again and again, and finally he has a vision of requesting a report from a surly secretary, who, hunched over his desk, ignores him at first, then gives him a disgusted look. Probably the very conditions of the experiment explain why the vision thus achieved is so frequently a result of self-observation. Let's continue with the symbols. There were some we thought we recognized, but of which we were uneasy, however, not being able to indicate how the symbol had come to acquire such significance. In such cases, the confirmation sought by other sectors, linguistics, folklore, mythology and ritual would be well found. An example of this order is the cape symbol. We said that in a woman's dream, the cape represents a man. I hope you will be impressed to hear what Th. Rake reported to us in 1920, in the ancient Bedouin wedding ceremonial, the groom covers the bride with a cloak, called an abba, while pronouncing the following ritual phrase, Henceforth no one else that I will cover you. Quoted, according to Robert Eisler, in Weltenmantel und Himmelszelt. We too have discovered several new symbols, of which I will cite at least two. According to Abraham, 1922, the spider in the dream is a symbol of the mother, but of the phallic mother, who is feared, so that the fear of the spider expresses the fear of incest with the mother and the horror of the female genitalia. Perhaps you know that the mythological product of Medusa's head must refer to the same motive of fear of castration. The other symbol I want to talk about is the bridge. Ferenczi has explained it in 1921 to 1922. Originally it means the masculine member, which unites the father with the mother in the sexual act, but it later develops other meanings, derived from the first. As for the male member, it is due to the fact that the human being can leave the waters of childbirth and come into the world. The bridge becomes the passage from the side there, not having been born yet, the maternal womb, to the side from here, life, and as man also represents death as a return to the maternal womb, to water, the bridge receives the meaning of a transport to death, and finally, further still from its initial meaning, it signifies, in general, a transition, a change of state. Consistent with this is the fact that the woman who has not yet overcome the desire to be a man so often dreams of bridges, too short to reach the other shore. Images and situations that recall familiar themes from legends and myths appear very frequently in the manifest content of dreams. The interpretation of such dreams then illuminates the original interests that created such themes, in which we must not forget, of course, the change of meaning that the corresponding material has undergone in the course of time. Our work of interpretation discovers, so to speak, the raw material, which is very often of a sexual nature, but which in a later elaboration has found the most diverse applications. Such references usually attract the anger of all non-analytically oriented researchers, as if we were trying to deny or belittle everything that has come to overlap in later developments. However, these opinions are very instructive and interesting. The same can be said of the derivation of certain themes of the plastic arts, when, for example, J. Eisler, 1919, analytically interprets, according to the initial part of his patient's dreams, the adolescent who plays with a child, represented in Hermes, by Praxiteles. Finally, I cannot help mentioning how often it is precisely mythological themes that find their clarification through the interpretation of dreams. So the legend of Labyrinth reveals to be the representation of an anal birth, the intricate pathways are the intestines, and Ariadne's thread, the umbilical cord. The expository forms of the elaboration of dreams, extremely interesting and hardly exhaustible matter, are becoming more and more familiar to us, thanks to a penetrating study. Let's see some examples. Sometimes, the dream exposes the relationship of frequency by means of the multiplication of the identical. Listen to me: the singular dream of a little girl. She enters a room, and finds in it a person, sitting in a chair and repeated 8 or more times, but always identical to her father. This is easy to understand when, through the accessory circumstances of the dream, we find out that the living room represents the maternal cloister. Then, the dream becomes equivalent to the well-known fantasy of the adolescent, who pretends to have already met the father in intrauterine life, when he himself visited the mother during her pregnancy. The fact that the dream shows something inverted, that is, that the father's entry appears displaced on the subject's own person, should not mislead us. It also has its particular significance. The multiplication of the person of the father can only mean that the corresponding process was carried out several times. Actually, we must also confess that the dream does not take too many liberties when it expresses frequency by means of accumulation. It only goes back to the original meaning of the word, which for us today means a repetition in time, but which is taken from a meeting in space. And it is that the dream elaboration converts temporal relations into spatial relations whenever possible, and exposes them as such. Thus, the subject sees, for example, in a dream a scene between people, who seem very small and far away, as seen with upside-down cufflinks. Smallness and spatial remoteness here mean the same thing. They allude to distance in time. It must be understood that it is a scene belonging to a distant past. In addition, you may remember that I already told you in my previous lectures and showed you with examples that we had learned to use purely formal features of the manifest dream for interpretation, that is, to convert them into the content of the latent dream ideas. Now, you already know that all one-night dreams belong to the same system. But it is not even indifferent that these dreams appear to the subject as a continuity or that he articulates them in several pieces and in how many. The number of these fragments frequently corresponds to as many centers, distinct from the production of ideas in latent ideas, or to as many currents, which struggle with each other in the subject's psychic life, each of which finds principal expression, although non-exclusive, in one of the fragments of the dream. A short foredream and a long main dream frequently meet one another in the relation of condition and execution, case of which you will find a clear example in my old lectures. A dream that the subject claims to have interpolated into another really corresponds to a secondary phrase in the ideas of the dream. In a study on pairs of dreams, Franz Alexander, 1925, has shown that two dreams of the same night share the execution of the dream work many times in such a way that together they give the fulfillment of a wish in two stages, compliance that none of them separately carries out. When the wish of the dream has for its content, for example, an illicit act, carried out with a specific person, this person appears unequivocally in the first dream, and, on the other hand, the act is only timidly indicated. The second dream works the other way around. The act is unequivocally designated, but the person appears irreconcilable or is replaced by another indifferent one. This really gives an impression of cunning. A second and analogous relationship between the two parts of a pair of dreams is that one of them represents the punishment, and the other, illicit satisfaction. As if to say, if the punishment is accepted, one can afford what is forbidden. I cannot detain you any longer with these small discoveries, nor with the discussions concerning the application of the interpretation of dreams in analytical work. I can assume that you are impatient to hear what modifications have arisen in the fundamental conceptions of the essence and significance of dreams. You are already prepared that precisely about it there is little to expose. The most controversial point of the whole theory has perhaps been the statement that all dreams are wish fulfillment. The inevitable and constant objection of the layman that there are so many dreams of anxiety has already been refuted in our previous lectures. By dividing into optional dreams, anxiety dreams, and punitive dreams, we have kept our theory upright. Punitive dreams are also wish fulfillments, but not from the desires of the instinctive impulses, but from the critical, censoring and punitive instance of the mental life. When we find ourselves before a pure punitive dream, a simple mental operation allows us to reconstruct the optional dream, of which the punitive one is the exact replica, substituted for the manifest dream by this rejection. You already know that the study of dreams is what first helped us to understand the neuroses. You will also find it understandable that our knowledge of neuroses could later influence our conception of dreams. As you will hear later, we have been forced to admit that in mental life there is a special instance, critical and prohibitive, which we call the superego. By also recognizing a function of this instance in dream censorship, we were led to consider more carefully the participation of the superego in the production of dreams. Against the theory according to which the dream is the fulfillment of a wish, there are only two difficulties of some kind, the discussion of which goes a long way, without, in any case, having yet culminated in a satisfactory solution. The first of these difficulties lies in the fact that people who have experienced serious psychological trauma, such a frequent case in the Great War, as the basis of a traumatic hysteria, are so regularly transported back to the traumatic situation by dreams. Which shouldn't happen, according to our hypothesis about the function of sleep. What optional impulse could be satisfied by this regression to the excruciating traumatic event? It's hard to guess. The second difficulty we encounter almost daily in analytic work, but it is not so powerful an objection as the first. You know that one of the tasks of psychoanalysis is to lift the veil of amnesia, which covers the first childhood years, and to bring to conscious memory the expressions of early childhood sexual life contained within them. Now then, these first sexual experiences of the child are linked to painful impressions of anguish, prohibition, disappointment, and punishment. It is understood that they have been repressed, but then it is not understood that they have such wide access to dream life, that they provide models for so many dream fantasies, and that dreams are full of reproductions of these childhood scenes and allusions to them. His obnoxious character seems to go badly with the wish-fulfilling tendency of the dream. But perhaps in this case we exaggerate the difficulty. To the same childhood experiences adhere, in fact, all the instinctive, imperishable, and unsatisfied desires, which supply throughout life, the energy for the production of dreams, wishes of which it is not risky to accept that in their powerful upward momentum can also push painfully felt material of events to the surface. And, on the other hand, in the way in which this material is reproduced, the effort of the oniric elaboration to deny displeasure through distortion and transform disappointment into fulfillment is evident. Something else happens in traumatic neuroses. In them dreams regularly culminate in the development of anxiety. In my opinion, we should not shy away from admitting that in this case the function of sleep fails. I do not want to invoke the thesis that the exception proves the rule. His wisdom seems to me more than doubtful. But what does happen is that the exception does not invalidate the rule. When we isolate, in order to study it from its entire context, a single psychic function such as sleep, we make it possible to discover its peculiar normativities. When we reinsert it as a whole, we must be prepared to know that such results are obscured or modified by the clash with other powers. We say that the dream is a wish fulfillment. If for your part you want to take into account the last objections, you can say that the dream is the attempt of a wish fulfillment. But for anyone who knows how to infuse himself into psychic dynamics, then you will have said nothing different. In certain circumstances, the dream may only achieve its purpose only imperfectly, or may have to abandon it. Unconscious fixation to a trauma seems to be the main one of these impairments of sleep function. The subject dreams because the nocturnal relaxation of censorship allows the upward impulse of traumatic fixation to enter into activity, but the function of his dream elaboration, which would like to transform the memory traces of the traumatic event into a wish fulfillment, fails. In these circumstances insomnia arises. The subject gives up sleeping for fear of the failure of the dream function. Traumatic neurosis shows us here an extreme case, but we also have to recognize a traumatic nature to childhood experiences, and there is no reason to be surprised that less important disorders of sleep function also occur under other conditions. Dream and occultism. Ladies and gentlemen, touch us today to walk a narrow path, but one that can lead us to the vision of a vast panorama. The announcement that my lecture today is going to deal with the relationship between dreams and occultism will hardly come as a surprise, since the dream has very often been considered as the access to the world of mysticism, and it is still for many people a hidden phenomenon. Nor do we, who have made it the object of scientific investigation, deny that it has one or more threads of connection with those obscure domains. When we talk about mysticism and occultism, what do we designate with such terms? Do not expect from me any attempt to encompass these ill-defined domains with definitions. In a general and indeterminate way, we all know what it is about. It is a kind of beyond, of that luminous world, governed by implacable laws, that science has built for us. Occultism affirms the real existence of those things that exist between heaven and earth, and of which our philosophy suspects nothing. But for our part we do not want to persist in such narrow-mindedness. We are willing to believe what we find credible. We propose to proceed with these things as with all other scientific material, first establish whether such processes are truly observable, and then, but only later, when their effectiveness no longer leaves any room for doubt, try to find an explanation for them. But it cannot be denied that this decision is already difficult for us due to intellectual, psychological, and historical factors. The case is very different from other investigations. Let's look first at the intellectual difficulty. Allow me to use, for the sake of clarity, crudely concrete images. Let us suppose that it deals with the problem of the constitution of the interior of the Earth. We know nothing for sure about her. We suspect that it is made up of heavy metals in a state of incandescence. But suppose someone came out stating that the interior of the Earth is water saturated with carbonic acid, that is, a kind of soda. Surely we will say that such an affirmation is highly improbable, that it contradicts all our suppositions and that it does not take into account any of those points of support of our knowledge that have led us to choose the hypothesis of igniting metals. But still, this is not something absolutely inconceivable, and if someone shows us a way that leads to the verification of the soda hypothesis, we will follow without resistance. But then another researcher claims that the central core of the Earth would be jam. Faced with this assertion, we will conduct ourselves very differently. We will tell ourselves that jam does not exist in nature, that it is a product of human cooking, that the existence of such matter also presupposes that of fruit trees and their fruits, and that we do not know how we could transfer vegetation to the interior of the Earth. And the culinary art, the result of all these intellectual objections, will be a shift in our interest. Instead of undertaking the investigation of whether the central core of the Earth is really made of marmalade, we will ask ourselves what kind of man could it be that has had such a strange idea, and, at most, we will ask you what the case is. The unfortunate promoter of the jam theory will feel highly offended and will accuse us of denying him, motivated by a pretentiously scientific prejudice, the objective validity of his statement. But it won't do you any good. We feel that prejudices are not always rejected, but often justified and adequate to save us useless efforts. They are only conclusions by analogy, according to other well-founded judgments. Much of the occult claims work on us in the same way as the jam hypothesis, so we feel entitled to reject them out of hand without further examination. But the thing is not that easy. A comparison like the one chosen by me in this case does not prove anything, like, in general, all comparisons. Whether it is adequate is debatable, and it is already understood that the attitude of contemptuous rejection has determined its choice. Prejudices are sometimes adequate and justified, but also others, erroneous and harmful, and you never know exactly when they are the first and when the second. The history of science is full of events that can warn us against any condemnation that is too quick. For a long time, the hypothesis that the stones that today we call meteorites had fallen to Earth from the celestial spaces was also considered insane, as was the hypothesis that the rocks of the mountains that they enclose remains of shells that had once been seabeds. The same happened, moreover, to our psychoanalysis when it affirmed the possibility of deducing the unconscious. Thus, we analysts have special reasons to be prudent in the application of intellectual motives for the rejection of new affirmations, and we have to confess that it does not protect us against doubt and insecurity. The second factor we have said was psychological. By this we refer to the general inclination of men to credulity and miraculousness. From the moment life imposes its severe discipline on us, a resistance rises in us against the rigor and monotony of the laws of thought and against the demands of reality testing. Reason becomes an enemy that deprives us of so many possibilities of pleasure. We discover how much pleasure he seeks to escape her at least temporarily and to give himself up to the seductions of the foolish. The schoolboy amuses himself by playing puns, the specialist jokes about his activities after a scientific congress, and even the most serious man relishes the joke. A more serious hostility against reason and science, the best strength of man, awaits its propitious hour, hastens to give the healer preference over the studying doctor, welcomes the claims of occultism while its alleged proven facts they are held to be violations of the law and the norm. It numbs criticism, falsifies perceptions, and presents unjustifiable confirmations and adherences. Taking into account this inclination of men, there is plenty of grounds to devalue many of the occult claims. The third of the factors that we have been reviewing is the historical one. By adding it, I wanted to draw attention to the fact that in the world of occultism nothing new really happens, but all those signs, miracles, prophecies, and appearances of spirits that are related to us from ancient times and in old days appear again. Books, and of which we thought we had got rid of, a long time ago, as the offspring of a wild fantasy or a tendentious lie, as products of an era in which the ignorance of men was still very great and in which the scientific spirit was only taking its first steps. If we assume true what, according to the reports of occultists, still happens today, we will also have to give credit to those reports of antiquity. And now we remember that the traditions and sacred books of peoples are full of such miraculous stories and that religions base their claim to credibility precisely on such extraordinary and marvelous events and find in them proofs of superhuman powers at work. Then it is difficult for us to avoid the suspicion that the occult interest is really a religious interest and that among the secret motives of occultism is to render aid to religion, which is threatened by the progress of scientific thought. And with the discovery of such a motive our confidence inevitably grows and our reluctance to delve into the investigation of supposed occult phenomena grows. But such revulsion has to be mastered. It is, after all, a question of facts, that of whether what the occultists say is true or not. And this question has to be decided by observation. Deep down we must be grateful to the occultists. The stories of miracles that occurred in other times escape our verification. If we believe that they are unprovable, we must also recognize that they are not rigorously refutable. But about what happens in the present and it is possible for us. Witness if we can form a safe judgment. If we come to the conviction that such miracles do not occur today, we will no longer fear the objection that, despite everything, they could have happened in other times. There are then other more plausible explanations. We will, therefore, dispense with our reservations and we will prepare ourselves to participate in the observation of occult phenomena. Unfortunately, we then stumbled upon circumstances very unfavorable for our honest purpose. The observations on which our judgment must depend are made under conditions that make our sensory perceptions uncertain and dull our attention, in the dark or in dim red light and after long periods of vain waiting. We are told that our incredulous attitude, and therefore critical, can prevent the formation of the expected phenomena. The situation thus engendered is a true caricature of the circumstances in which we generally carry out scientific investigations. The observations are made on the so-called mediums, people to whom very special sensitive faculties are attributed, but who are not distinguished in any way by their outstanding qualities of ingenuity or character, nor are they moved by a great idea or by a serious intention such as the ancient miracle workers. Quite the contrary, even those who believe in their secret forces consider them unreliable. Most of them have already been convicted of deceit, which leads one to think that the rest will suffer the same fate sooner or later. His performances give the impression of children's games or conjuring arts. Nothing useful has yet been accomplished in the séances held with these mediums, for example, access to a new energy source. It is true that neither the arts of the conjurer who pulls pigeons out of his top hat is expected to improve the breeding of such volatile ones. I can put myself in the case of a man who wants to satisfy the demand for objectivity and participates in occult sessions, but after a certain time, tired and repelled by the credulity that is demanded of him, he leaves and returns, without achieving any teaching, to his previous prejudices. To such a subject it can be argued that his conduct is not correct either, since it is not lawful to prescribe to the phenomena that one wants to study how they should be and under what conditions they should arise. Rather, one should persevere and use the precautionary and verification measures with which one tries today to prevent the bad faith of mediums. Unfortunately, this modern guarantee technique has put an end to the ease of access to occult observations. The study of occultism has become an arduous specialty, a professional activity incompatible with others. And until the researchers dedicated to it reach a decision, we will continue to be left to doubt and our personal assumptions. Of these suppositions, the most plausible is, perhaps, that in occultism we are dealing with a real knot of facts not yet discovered that has been wrapped by deception and fantasy in a difficult to penetrate tangle. But how to even approach such a nodule? Which side to attack the problem? At this point, in my opinion, dreams come to our aid, indicating that we choose telepathy as the point of attack. As you know, we call telepathy the supposed fact that an event that occurred at a certain time simultaneously reaches the knowledge of a person far from the place of the event, and this without the known media having intervened. An implicit condition is that the dream alludes to a person for whom the other, the one receiving the news, feels an intense emotional interest. Thus, for example, person A suffers an accident or death and person B, closely linked to her, mother, daughter, or loved one, has simultaneous news of the event through visual or auditory perception, in the latter case, therefore, as if it had been warned by telephone, which, however, has not happened, being a psychic counterpart to wireless telegraphy. I do not need to emphasize to you how implausible these processes are. It is also possible to reasonably reject most of these communications, but there are always some where it is not so easy. Allow me now, for the purposes of the communication that I intend to make to you, to dispense with the prudent qualification of assumed and continue as if you believed in the objective reality of the telepathic phenomenon. But do not forget that there is no such and that I have not come to any conviction. In all honesty, what I have to tell you is very little, an insignificant fact. And I still want to limit even more, from the beginning, your expectation, telling you that deep down the dream has very little to do with telepathy. Neither does telepathy shed new light on the essence of the dream, nor does the dream testify directly in favor of the reality of telepathy, nor is the telepathic phenomenon linked to the dream, since it can also occur during wakefulness. The only reason to investigate the relationship between sleep and telepathy is that sleep seems particularly appropriate for the reception of the telepathic message. We then obtain a telepathic dream, and its analysis shows us that the telepathic news has played the same role as any other remainder of the day, and has been, as such, modified by the dream elaboration and placed at the service of its tendency. Now then, in the analysis of said telepathic dream, what happens which, despite its insignificance, has seemed interesting enough to me to choose it as the starting point of this conference. When I published my first communication on this subject in 1922, I had only one observation at my disposal. Since then I have made other similar ones, but I will adduce here the first example because it is easier to expose. So I am going to introduce you directly in medias res. An obviously intelligent individual and, according to his explicit statement, not at all inclined to occultism, he writes to me about a dream that seems singular to him. As background, he states that his daughter, married and residing in a distant place, was expecting her first child in mid-December. The subject loves this daughter of his very much, and knows that she also professes a tender affection for him. Well then, on the night of November 16 to 17, he dreams that his wife has had 2 twins. Then follow details that I can do without here, and of which not all have been explained. The woman who in a dream had the twins is his second wife, the daughter's stepmother. The subject does not wish to have offspring from this woman, to whom he attributes few conditions to raise children, and at the time of the dream it had been a long time since he had stopped cohabiting with her. What prompted you to write to me was not a doubt about the accuracy of my theory of dreams, although in this case it is justified by the manifest dream content, for why did the dream make that woman have twins, against all odds? The wishes of the subject? Nor the fear of seeing the unwanted event come true. What has moved you to realize your dream has been the circumstance that in the early hours of the morning of November 18, you received the telegraphic news that your daughter had had 2 twins. The telegram had been sent the day before, and the delivery had taken place on the night of November 16 to 17, at approximately the same time that the subject dreamed that his wife had 2 twins. My caller asks me if I believe the coincidence between the dream and the event is purely coincidental. He does not dare to attribute a telepathic character to the dream, since the difference between the content of the dream and the event corresponds precisely to what he considered essential, the person of the woman in labor. But from one of his observations it turns out that he would not have been surprised to have a truly telepathic dream, since he believes that, in the throes of childbirth, his daughter must have thought very especially of him. I am sure that you already explain this dream to yourselves and that you also understand why I have related it to you. It is about a man who is unhappy with his second wife. He would rather have a wife who was like the daughter of his first marriage. The unconscious suppresses, of course, the how. In this circumstance, the telepathic message that the daughter has had two twins reaches him at night. The dream elaboration takes hold of this news, allows the unconscious desire to place the daughter in the place of the second wife to act on it, and in this way the strange manifest dream is formed that covers up the desire and distorts the message. We have to say that only the interpretation of the dream has shown us that it is a telepathic dream. Psychoanalysis has discovered a telepathic fact that we would not otherwise have recognized. But don't be misled. Despite this, the dream interpretation has said nothing about the objective truth of the telepathic fact. It can also be an appearance susceptible to a different explanation. It is possible that the subject's latent ideas were these: today is the day the delivery should occur if, as I believe, my daughter has been wrong by 1 month when calculating it. And her appearance, the last time I saw her, indicated the possibility of a double birth. And my late wife was very fond of children. How glad she would have been if she had had 2 twins. I place this last factor after other as yet unmentioned associations of the subject. In this case it would have been well-founded assumptions of the subject, and not a telepathic message, that stimulated the dream. The result would remain the same. As you will see, even this dream interpretation has in no way decided the question of whether or not we should attribute objective reality to telepathy. This issue could only be resolved after detailed information on all the circumstances of the event, something that is just as impossible, unfortunately, in this case as in the others I know of. We recognize that the hypothesis of telepathy provides, of course, the simplest explanation, but we will gain nothing with it. The simplest explanation is not always the exact one. Many times, the truth is not simple, and before deciding on a hypothesis that can take us so far, we want to take all the precautions. At this point we can already leave the subject of dreams and telepathy. I have nothing more to tell you about him. But notice that what seemed to enlighten us something about the telepathy was not the dream, but its interpretation, its psychoanalytic elaboration. Thus, in what follows, we can dispense with dreams at all, and we hope that the application of psychoanalysis may shed some light on other so-called occult facts. There is, for example, the phenomenon of the induction or transmission of thought, so close to telepathy that it can really be assimilated to it without much effort. It supposes that certain psychic processes developed in one person, representations, states of excitement and volitions, can be transferred to another through free space without using the known means of communication through words or signs. You will understand how singular it would be, and perhaps how important practically, if that were the case in fact. By the way, it is very singular that it is precisely this phenomenon that the old accounts of miraculous events talk about least. During the psychoanalytic treatment of my patients, I have experienced the impression that the performance of professional diviners conceals a very propitious occasion for making particularly unobjectionable observations on the transmission of thought. Such fortune tellers are, generally, insignificant people and even of inferior mentality, who with different handlings casting the cards, studying the writing or the lines of the hand or making astrological calculations predict the future to their visitors after having shown them that they know a part of their present or past destinies. Their clients are generally satisfied with their work in this last aspect and do not hold grudges later if their predictions do not come true. I have known several of these cases. I have been able to study them analytically, and I am now going to relate the most singular of them all. Unfortunately, the probative force of these communications is considerably diminished by the limitations that professional secrecy imposes on me, forcing me to silence numerous details. What I will not do is introduce any distortion. Listen, then, to the story of one of my patients, the protagonist of an event of this kind with a fortune teller. The subject was the eldest of a series of sisters and had always been particularly fond of her father, She had married young and had found complete satisfaction in marriage. Only one thing marred her happiness: she had not had children and therefore could not fully place her husband, whom she loved dearly, in her father's place. When, after long years of disappointment, she decided to undergo a gynecological operation, her husband confessed that he was solely to blame for the lack of progeny, since an illness prior to their marriage had rendered him incapacitated for procreation. The subject endured this new disappointment badly, contracted a neurosis and began to suffer from fear of temptations. To distract her, her husband took her to Paris. Finding herself one day in the hotel hall, the woman was surprised by the comings and goings of the servants. He asked what was going on and was told that Monsieur le Professeur had just arrived and was receiving consultations in his adjoining office. Then she expressed her desire to consult him as well. Her husband objected, but the subject took advantage of her absence shortly after and went to the fortune teller's office. Our heroine was then 27 years old, represented much less, and had removed her wedding ring. Monsieur le Professeur made her rest her hand on a tray full of ashes, studied the imprint carefully, told her at length of great struggles that awaited her, and concluded with the consoling affirmation that she would still marry and have 2 children when she was 32 years. When the subject told me her story, she was 43 years old, seriously ill, and could not entertain the slightest hope of having offspring. Thus, the prophecy had not been fulfilled, but the patient did not speak of her bitterly, but with an unmistakable expression of contentment, as if remembering a joyful event. It would be easy to see that he had not the slightest suspicion what the 2 figures contained in the prophecy could mean, or even that those 2 figures could mean anything. You will tell me that this is a silly and meaningless story, and you will ask me why I have told it to you. I would also share your opinion if the decisive circumstance did not occur that the analysis provides us with an interpretation of the soothsayer's prophecy which, precisely because it explains the details, seems irrefutable. In fact, the 2 figures that the prophecy contains had a very important significance in the life of our patient's mother. Said lady married very late, after 30, and the family had frequently commented on the haste that had been taken to make up for lost time, since her first 2 offspring, of which our patient was the first, were born with the shortest possible interval within the same calendar year, so that by the time he was 32 he actually had 2 children. What Monsieur le Professeur had to say to the subject was, then, the following: "Don't worry. You are still very young. You may still have the same fate as your mother, who took a long time to marry and have children, and to have 2 children at 32. But precisely to have the same fate as her mother, to put herself in her place, to take his place at her father's side, had been the most vehement wish of her youth, the wish whose non-compliance was beginning to make her ill. The prophecy promised him that it would yet come to pass. How could he not be pleased? But do you think it possible that Monsieur le Professeur knew the dates of his casual client's intimate family history? Of course not. Where, then, did the knowledge come from that enabled him to express the most vehement and secret desire of the patient, incorporating the 2-sided figures into his prophecy? I only see 2 possible explanations. Either things did not really happen as they were told to me, their development having been very different, or else the existence of thought transmission must be recognized as a real phenomenon. Of course, it is also possible to hypothesize that in the interval of the 16 years that elapsed between the visit to the soothsayer and the patient's account of her, she introduced the 2 reference figures into the prophecy, taking them from her unconscious. I have no support for this suspicion, but I cannot exclude it, and I imagine that you, on your part, will be more disposed to accept this explanation than to believe in the reality of thought transmission. But if you decide in the latter sense, do not forget that it was the analysis that created the hidden fact and discovered it, being, as it was, distorted beyond recognition. If this case was unique, we wouldn't dwell on it and go our way with a shrug. No one can think of basing a conviction that represents such a decisive turnaround on an isolated observation. But I can assure you that such uniqueness does not exist. In the course of my professional activities I have collected a whole series of such prophecies, and all of them have given me the impression that the diviner had done nothing more than express the thoughts of his clients and especially their secret wishes, thus being justified in analyzing such prophecies as if they were subjective products, fantasies or dreams of the interested parties. Naturally, not all cases carry the same probative force, nor is it possible to equally exclude more relational explanations in all, but, in the end, there remains a considerable excess of probability in favor of an effective transmission of thought. The importance of the subject would justify the communication of all the cases that I am aware of, but this is not possible, both due to the scope of the task and due to the duties of professional secrecy. To appease my conscience as far as possible, I will tell you some examples. One day I receive a visit from a very intelligent young man who, about to finish his degree, finds it impossible to take the doctoral exam, because, according to what he says, he has lost all interest in studying, all ability to concentrate and even the possibility to remember in order. The prehistory of a state like paralysis does not take long to come to light. The subject fell ill after an occasion in which he had to overcome himself with great effort. She has a sister to whom she has always professed, like she to him, a very intense, although well-retained affection. "Too bad we can't get married," they said to each other repeatedly. A worthy man fell in love with the sister, and she reciprocated his inclination, but the parents opposed the wedding. In this situation, the loving couple asked for help from the brother, who generously gave it. It facilitated the exchange of correspondence, and its influence finally wrested consent from the parents. But during the official courtship a chance event took place, the significance of which is not difficult to guess. The subject and his future brother-in-law undertook an excursion through the mountains. Without taking a guide, they got lost and were in danger of not returning safely. Shortly after the sister's wedding, the brother fell into a state of mental exhaustion that brought him to my office. Recovered, by the work of the analytical influence, his capacity for work, he abandoned the treatment to appear for exams, but once these were successfully completed, he returned, in the autumn of the same year, and already for a short time, to my office, then relating to me a singular event that had happened to him before the summer. In the city where the university where he had studied was located, there was a fortune teller who had a large clientele. Even the princes of the ruling house used to consult her before any important undertaking. His procedure was quite simple. The date of a person's birth was communicated, without demanding any other information about it, not even its name. He consulted astrology books, made long calculations and thus issued a prophecy of the destinies of the same. My patient decided to resort to his secret arts to find out the destinies of his brother-in-law. He went to visit her and gave her the required date of birth. The fortune teller made her calculations and formulated the following prophecy: this person would die in July or August of this year as a result of poisoning caused by eating oysters or crabs in bad conditions. My patient then ended his story with an exclamation, "That was magnificent." I had listened with disgust from the beginning. After the exclamation I allowed myself to ask him, "What is it that you find magnificent in the prophecy? We are at the end of autumn, and your brother-in-law has not died, you would have told me already. Therefore, the prediction has not come true." "Certainly not," argued the subject but the singular was the following: his brother-in-law was crazy about crabs and oysters, and the previous summer, that is, before consulting the fortune teller, he had been to death for having eaten oysters in bad condition. What could I say to that? One could only surprise with disgust that this highly cultivated man, who also had a fully successful analysis behind him, did not better understand the true state of affairs. For my part, before believing in the possibility of predicting an oyster or crab poisoning by means of astrological calculations, I prefer to assume that my patient had not yet mastered the hatred of his rival, a hatred that had been the direct cause of his illness, and that the fortune teller had done nothing more than express her own hope that her brother-in-law's gastronomic hobbies would one day lead to his death. I confess that I cannot find any other explanation for this case, except that the patient wanted to play a joke on me. But never, neither then, nor since, has he given me cause for such a suspicion, and he always seemed to speak with the utmost seriousness. Another case, a young man of distinguished position maintains intimate relations with a worldly one, in which a singular obsession imposes itself on him. From time to time she has to offend her lover with phrases of mockery and contempt, until she despairs. Having achieved this, he pacifies himself, reconciles with her, and gives her a nice gift. But now he would like to free himself from her. The obsession that dominates him begins to worry him, warns that those relationships tarnish his reputation. He wants to get married and start a family. And since she was unable to free herself from her lover by her own forces, she went to the analysis for help. Once the analysis has already begun, and after one of those scenes of insults and mockery, she makes her lover write a few lines on a card and submits them to a graphologist, who formulates the following opinion: the writing is that of a person that he has reached the limit of despair. Surely, he will commit suicide one of these days. It was not like that, and the interested party continued to live, but the analysis managed to loosen the ties with which she imprisoned our subject, who broke with her and devoted himself to a girl, whom he hoped would be a good wife for him. But shortly after he had a dream, which could only be interpreted as a beginning of doubt about the conditions of that girl. The subject then submitted a few lines of his writing to the same graphologist, and obtained an opinion that confirmed his concerns and made him abandon the idea of making her his wife. To better estimate the opinions of the graphologist, especially the first one, we have to know some details of the intimate history of our hero. In his teens he had fallen madly in love, as befitted his passionate nature, with a married woman, also young, but older than himself. Rejected by her, he carried out a suicide attempt, an attempt whose seriousness could not be doubted. He was close to death, and only by dint of time and care did he manage to recover. But that crazy action made a deep impression on the beloved woman, moving her to grant her favors. Their love affairs remained secret, and the subject observed in them the most surrendered and chivalrous conduct. After more than 20 years, both of them already mature, and naturally she more than him, the need to break away from those love affairs awoke in our hero, lived for himself and found a home and a family. And at the same time as this satiety, the long-repressed need to take revenge on his beloved arose in him. If once he had wanted to kill himself because she had despised him, now he wanted to be pleased that she would seek death for having abandoned her. But her love was still too intense for such a desire to be made conscious to her, and, on the other hand, she was not in a position to do her all the harm necessary to move her to seek death. In this state of mind, he entered into relations with another woman, with the mundane woman already mentioned, forming her in a certain way as a victim to satisfy his thirst for revenge in corpore vili, and he indulged with her all the tortures of which he could expect the result at the same time. That he wanted to reduce the woman he loved. That revenge was actually directed against the latter is revealed to us in the circumstance that he chose her as a confidant and adviser in his new love affairs, instead of hiding his betrayal from her. The poor woman, who had long since descended from being the part that gives everything to being the part that receives everything, probably suffered more from her confidences than the mundane under her brutality. The obsession that the subject claimed to suffer at the side of the surrogate person and that moved him to submit to the analysis had naturally been transferred to his new mistress from his old lover. From this last age he longed for and could not free himself. I am not a graphologist, and I do not believe greatly in the art of guessing the character in writing, much less in the possibility of predicting the future by this means. But whatever the opinion one may have regarding graphology, you will have seen that it is undoubtedly that the graphologist, when he ruled that the author of the lines examined would commit suicide shortly, did nothing more than bring to light an intense secret desire of the person who consulted him. Something similar also happened later in the second opinion, only that in this one what found clear expression through the mouth of the graphologist was not a secret desire, but the doubts and concerns that arose in his client. For the rest, my patient, with the help of the analysis, managed to make a loving choice outside the magic circle in which he had fallen prisoner. Ladies and gentlemen, you have already heard what the interpretation of dreams and psychoanalysis contribute to the elucidation of occultism. You have seen in the examples given how its application clarifies hidden facts that otherwise would have remained unknowable. The question that surely interests you the most, that of whether one can believe in the objective reality of these facts, cannot be resolved directly by psychoanalysis, but the material brought to light with its help produces, at least, an impression favorable to the affirmative. But your interest will not be satisfied only with this. You will want to know what conclusions justify that other material, much more abundant, in which psychoanalysis does not participate. But I cannot follow you on such ground, which is no longer in my domain. The only thing that I can still do would be to communicate to you observations that, at least, have the relation to the analysis of having been made during the analytic treatment, being, perhaps, also its influence that made them possible. I will give you an example of this kind, the one that made the most intense impression on me. I will be extensive and request your attention for a whole series of details, but, despite everything, I will have to silence many things that would have greatly increased the convincing force of the observation. It is an example in which the facts are clearly revealed, without the analysis having to intervene for the revelation. In his discussion, however, we will need analysis as an auxiliary element. But I must warn you in advance that this example of thought transmission in the analytic situation does not appear to be free from all suspicion, nor does it allow one to take an unconditional side in favor of the reality of the hidden phenomenon. Hear me then. One autumn morning in 1919, at about 10:45, when I was treating one of my patients, I was handed the card of Dr. David Forsyth, recently arrived from London. My distinguished colleague at London University will surely not take, regardless of my revealing in this way how he stayed by my side for several months, getting himself initiated by me in the arts of psychoanalytic technique. At the moment I can't do more than go out to say hello and give him time for later. His visit interested me greatly. He was the first foreigner to come to me after the blockade of the war years ended, a term that should have begun better times. Shortly after his visit, around 11 o'clock, one of my patients arrived, Mr. P, a very intelligent and kind man, between 40 and 50 years of age, who had come to my office seeking a cure for certain disorders of his personal relationship with the woman. His case did not promise any therapeutic success. Consequently, I had long ago suggested that he suspend the treatment, but he had wanted to continue it, probably because he felt comfortable in a temperate affective transference towards me, as a substitute for his father. Money played no role at that time, since nobody had it. The hours that I spent with him were also stimulus and rest for me, and in this way, infringing the rules of medical activity, we continued the analytical work up to a predetermined goal. That day P spoke to me again about his attempts to resume his erotic relationships with women, and mentioned again a very pretty, interesting and poor girl, with whom he would have achieved complete amorous success if the circumstance of her being a virgin had not allowed him to. Frightened, discouraging him from any serious claim. He had already spoken to me about her on other occasions, but that day he told me something that he had not mentioned until then, namely that the girl, who was naturally ignorant of the real reasons for her abstention, had nicknamed him Don Prudencio, Herr von Versicht. This communication intrigued me greatly. I still had Dr. Forsyth's card handy and I showed it to the patient. These are the facts. At first glance they will undoubtedly appear insignificant to you, but you are going to hear what is hidden behind them. P had spent several years of his youth in England, and since then had retained a genuine interest in English literature. He had a large English library, from which he used to lend me books, thus owing to him my acquaintance with authors such as Bennett and Galsworthy, of whom I had read only very little before. One day he lent me a Galsworthy novel entitled The Man of Property, which takes place within a family imagined by the author and named Forsyth. Galsworthy himself must have felt his interest in this creation of his, since he has made members of the same family characters from other stories of his and has later gathered all of them under the common name of the Forsyte Saga. A few days before the event reported here, P had brought me another volume of the series. The name Forsyte and everything typical that the author wanted to embody in it had also played a part in my conversations with P and had become a part of that secret language which so easily develops between people in constant acquaintance. Now then, the last name Forsyte that gives the title to the aforementioned series of novels is very similar to that of my visitor, Dr. Forsyth. A German will pronounce them almost identically, and another English word, full of meaning, to which we Germans would also give the same pronunciation, would be Foresight, which means foresight, Voraussicht, or prudence, Versicht. Thus, P had extracted from his relations the same name as at that time, and for a circumstance that he was completely unaware of occupied my thoughts. This seems like something else, right? But I think that we will get a stronger impression of the singular phenomenon and even something like a glimpse of the conditions of its genesis, if we analytically examine two other associations that P communicated on that same occasion. First, one day of the previous week, after having waited in vain for P at the usual time, I went out to pay a visit to Dr. Anton von Freud in the boarding house where he lived. I was surprised to find that Mr. P lived on another floor in the same house. Referring to this, I later told P that day, since he had not come to see me, I had gone, although without knowing it, to his house. But I am sure that I did not mention the name of the person whom I had really gone to visit in that house. And then, shortly after having mentioned the nickname of Don Prudencio, Herr von Versicht, that the girl in his story applied to him, he asked me the following question. Miss Freud Autorego, who teaches an English course at the popular university. Is she perhaps your daughter? And for the first time in our long relationship he made my name suffer that deformation to which I am already multitudinously accustomed, Freud instead of Freud. Second, at the end of the same session, he tells me of a dream from which he woke up in anguish, a real nightmare, according to him, adding that he had long since forgotten what the corresponding English word was, to the point of having said on one occasion that the English translation of a nightmare was a mare's nest. Which was, of course, nonsense, since a mare's nest meant an incredible tale, and the true translation for nightmare was nightmare. This occurrence seems to me to have only one common element with the previous one, the English language, but personally, it has to remind me of a small event that occurred about a month ago. P was with me in my office when another welcome visitor from London, Dr. Ernest Jones, entered unexpectedly, whom I had not seen for a long time. I directed Jones to move into an adjoining room until I finished with P. But he immediately identified him from a photograph of him he had seen in my waiting room and even expressed a desire to be introduced to him. Now, Jones is the author of a monograph on the nightmare, although I don't know if P knew her, because she avoided reading analytical books. I would like to investigate before you first what analytical understanding we can achieve of the relationship of P.'s occurrences and his motivation. P.'s inner attitude to the name Forsyte or Forsyth was similar to mine. Such a name meant the same thing to him as it did to me, and I should have come to know him. The singular fact was that P had spontaneously pronounced that name in the analysis only moments after a new event, the arrival of the London doctor, had made it significant for me in quite another sense. But perhaps no less interesting than the fact itself is the way in which the name arose during the analysis session. P did not perhaps say, "Now the name Forsyte from the novels you know comes to mind," without knowing how to interweave it with his own experiences and make it emerge from among them, without any conscious relationship with such a source, something that could have happened a long time ago and that didn't happen until then. But then he said, "I, too, am a Forsyte, the girl of whom we have spoken calls me that." It's hard not to notice the mix of zealous pretensions and melancholy self-abasement that goes into expression in this demonstration. We will not err by contemplating it as follows: I am disgusted that your thoughts are so intensely occupied with this recent arrival. Come back to me, I am also a Forsyth, although only a Herr von Versicht, Don Prudencio, as the girl calls me. And at this point his thought process, following the associative thread of the English element, goes back to two previous occasions, which could have provoked the same jealousy. A few days ago you were in the house where I live, but, unfortunately, not to see me, but a certain Herr von Freund. This idea leads him to transform the name Freud into Freund. Miss Freund Autorego, whose name appears on the list of Universidad Popular courses, intervenes, since, as an English teacher, she facilitates the manifest association. And then is added the memory of another visitor, who had arrived a few weeks earlier, of whom he had also certainly been jealous, but to which he could not be compared either, since Dr. Jones had known how to write a study on nightmares, while he had done nothing more than have such dreams. Also the mention of his mistake, as such a meaning of a mare's nest, belongs to the same context, means, I am not a true Englishman, any more than I am a true Forsyth. For my part, I cannot dismiss his impulses of jealousy as exaggerated or incomprehensible. I knew that his analysis, and with it our regular dealings, would cease as soon as foreign patients and students of mine began to arrive in Vienna, and in fact it did so shortly thereafter. But what we have done so far is a piece of analytic work, the explanation of three occurrences produced within the same hour, and fueled by the same reason, has little to do with the other question of whether such occurrences are derivable or not, without transmission of thought. The latter presents each of the three occurrences in this way, thus dividing itself into three different interrogations. Could P know that Dr. Forsyth had just paid me his first visit? Could he know the name of the person I had visited in his house? Did you know that Dr. Jones had written a study on the nightmare? Or was it just my knowledge of these facts that was at issue in your quips? Whether my observation allows a conclusion favorable to the transmission of thought will depend on the answers to these questions. Let's leave aside, for a moment, the first question, since the other two are easier to deal with. The case of the visit to the pension produces, at first sight, a particularly sure impression. I am sure that when I mentioned to him briefly, and jokingly, my visit to the house where he lived, I did not mention any name. I think it highly unlikely that P found out at the boarding house the name of the person whom I had visited, and I am rather inclined to suppose that the existence of such a person is completely unknown to him. But the probative force of this case is completely destroyed by chance. The person whom I had visited in the pension was not only called Freund, friend, but was a true friend, Freund, to all of us. He was the one who generously provided us with the necessary means to found our publishing house. His premature death and that of our Karl Abraham, a few years later, have been the two greatest misfortunes that have weighed on the development of psychoanalysis. Thus, on the occasion discussed, I could very well have said to P, I have been to the house where you live to see a friend, Freund, and this possibility deprives his second association of all occult interest. Also the impression of his third occurrence soon fades. Could P know that Jones had published a study on the nightmare, when it was his principle not to read analytical works? Yes, I could know. He owned books from our publishing house, and could have read the titles of new publications, advertised on the cover. It is not demonstrable, but it cannot be rejected at all either. Thus, we will not arrive at any conclusion along this path. I have to regret that my observation suffers from the same defect as so many other similar ones. It was written down too late, and thus was discussed when I no longer saw Mr. P and could not ask him new questions. Let us return, then, to the first event, which, even isolated, maintains the apparent fact of the transmission of thought. Could P know that Dr. Forsyth had been at my house a quarter of an hour before he arrived? Could he know, in general, his existence or his presence in Vienna? We must not give in to our inclination to outright deny both questions. For my part, I see a path that can lead us to a partial affirmation. I could very well have told P previously that I was expecting an English doctor, who, once the blockade of the World War had ended, came to initiate himself in the analytical technique, the first dove after the deluge. and I could have told him in the summer of 1914, since Dr. Forsyth had written to me at that time announcing his coming. It is even possible that he mentioned his name, although I don't think so, because given the meaning that said name had acquired for the two of us, we would have linked a conversation from which something would have remained in my memory. Still, it is not impossible that such a conversation actually took place and then I completely forgot about it, so that the emergence of Herr von Versicht in the analysis struck me as a miracle. When one is taken to be a skeptic, it is good to doubt his skepticism from time to time. Perhaps that secret inclination towards the marvelous also beats in me, which so favors the birth of occult facts. Thus freed from our path of a good part of the marvelous, we still have another part, and the most difficult. Assuming that P knew of the existence of a Mr. Forsyth and that he was expected in Vienna the following autumn, how is it to be explained that he thought of him precisely on the day of his arrival and immediately after his first visit? It can be put down to chance, which is tantamount to leaving it unexplained, but I have taken the trouble to examine and discuss the two other occurrences of P precisely to exclude the idea of chance, to show us that P was really jealous of the people who visited me or whom I visited, or it is also possible, in order not to neglect the most extreme possibility, I risk the hypothesis that P had noticed in me a special excitement, and had deduced his conclusions from it. Or that P, arriving at my house a quarter of an hour after the Englishman, had passed him on his way, had recognized him in his typically British appearance, and moved by his jealous expectation, had thought, we already have here to Dr. Forsyth, whose arrival comes to put an end to my analysis. And surely it comes from Professor Freud's house. I do not think it is possible to carry our assumptions further. Things are again in a non-liquet, but I must admit that, in my feel, the balance tips on this occasion also in favor of the transmission of thought. For the rest, I am surely not the only one who has been given to experience such hidden events in the analytic situation. Helene Deutsch, in 1926, has published similar observations, studying their conditionality with the transference relations between the patient and the analyst. I am sure that my attitude towards this problem, not completely convinced, and yet ready to convince me, will not satisfy you. Perhaps you say to yourselves, in the ordinary case that a man, who has worked honestly as a researcher of natural sciences all his life, when he reaches old age, mental weakness makes him pious and credulous. I know that many big names can be included in the series, but not just mine. At least I have not become pious, and I think not gullible either. Only when one has bowed all his life to avoid the painful clash with facts, the fold that makes him bow before new facts is also preserved in old age. You would surely prefer that I remain faithful to a moderate deism and show myself implacable in rejecting everything occult. But I am incapable of begging anyone's favor, and I have to invite you to welcome more favorably the possibility of thought transmission, and with it also that of telepathy. You must not forget that I have only dealt with these problems here insofar as it is possible to approach them from psychoanalysis. When, more than 10 years ago, they appeared for the first time in my visual field, I also felt the fear of a threat against our scientific conception of the universe, which, if the occultism were proven, would have to give way to spiritualism or to the mysticism. Today I already think otherwise. I think that it does not show great confidence in science not to believe it capable of accepting and elaborating what of the occultist affirmations can be demonstrated as true. And with regard to the transmission of thought in particular, it seems to favor precisely the extension of scientific thought his opponents say mechanistic to the spiritual, so difficult to grasp. The telepathic process would consist of a psychic act of one person stimulating the same psychic act in another. What exists between the two psychic acts may very well be a physical process, in which the psychic is transformed at one end, and that at the other end is transformed back into the psychic. The analogy with other transformations, such as phonation and hearing in telephone communication, would then be undeniable. And think what would happen if we were given to apprehend such a physical equivalent of the psychic act. I want to state that with the interpolation of the unconscious between the physical and what until then was called the psychic, Psychoanalysis has prepared us for the acceptance of processes such as telepathy. If we start by getting used to the idea of telepathy, we can build a lot on it, if only in fantasy for now. As is well known, it is unknown how the collective will is established in the states of insects. Possibly from a direct psychic transfer. We arrive at the suspicion that the archaic original medium of intelligence between individuals was not another medium that later, in the course of phylogenetic evolution, is displaced by the better method of communication with the help of signs received by the sense organs. By the primitive method it could be preserved in the last resort and become effective even under certain conditions, for example, in passionately agitated masses. All of this is still very insecure and full of unsolved puzzles, but it doesn't have to scare us. If telepathy exists as a real process, we can assume, despite its difficult demonstration, that it is a very frequent phenomenon. It would correspond to our hopes to be able to show it precisely in the mental life of the child. Let us remember the frequent fearful representation of children that their parents know all their thoughts without their having communicated them to them, perfect match and perhaps source of adult belief in God's omniscience. Not long ago, a woman, deserving of all credit, Dorothy Burlingame, has communicated in a study entitled The Child Analysis and the Mother, observations that, if verified, would dispel the doubts that still weigh on the reality of the transmission of thought. He took advantage of the situation, no longer unusual, of the mother and son being simultaneously subjected to analysis, and reported facts as singular as the following. One day, in the analysis session, the mother spoke of a gold coin that she had played in the scenes of his childhood life certain role. Immediately after, when he returns home, his son, a 10-year-old boy, enters his room and hands him a gold coin to keep. Amazed, she asks him where he got that coin from. They gave it to him, explains the boy, on his birthday. But since that day many months had passed, and now nothing had happened that could have reminded him precisely of the coin. The mother informed the analyst of the singular coincidence, asking her to investigate the reasons for that action in the child. But the child's analysis provided no explanation. The aforementioned act had embedded itself that day like a foreign body in the child's life. Weeks later, when the mother was engaged in recording the reference event in writing, as had been recommended in the analysis, the child interrupted her, asking her to return the coin, as he wanted to take it with her to show it in the analysis session. Without that it was not possible to find the motivation of such desire. And with this we will have returned to psychoanalysis, from which we started. Dissection of the psychic personality. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you surely know how important the starting point is for your particular relationships, both with people and with things. This has also been the case in psychoanalysis. For its development and for the reception that had to be given to it, it was not indifferent that it began its work in the symptom, that is, in what is more foreign to the self than to the whole soul. The symptom comes from the repressed and is like a representative of the repressed close to the ego, but what is repressed is a foreign domain for the self, an internal foreign domain, just as reality, if I may use an unusual expression, is an external foreign domain. Starting from the symptom, the analytical path led us to the unconscious, to instinctive life, to sexuality, this being the time when the psychoanalysis began to hear the witty objections that man was not exclusively a sexual creature, and knew nobler and higher impulses as well. It might have been added that, exalted by the awareness of such elevated impulses, he too often took the right to think nonsense and to disregard the facts. But you know very well how from the beginning analysis affirmed that man fell ill as a result of the conflict between the demands of instinctive life and the resistance that rises up in him against them, and you also know that we have never for a moment forgotten the existence of this repellent and repressive resistant instance, which we represented endowed with very particular forces, the instincts of the ego and which coincides precisely with the ego of psychology in use. Only, given the slow and laborious progress of scientific research, psychoanalysis has not been able to simultaneously study all sectors or pronounce on all problems at the same time. Finally we advanced enough to be able to divert our attention from what is repressed and focus it on what is repressed, and we place ourselves before such an I, which seemed so evident, with the second hope of finding something unexpected in its domains, but it was not easy to get a first access to it. And this is what I am going to talk about today. Beforehand I want to give way to my suspicion that this my exposition of the psychology of the ego will act on you very differently than the previous introduction into the abyssal psychic world. Why this is so I do not know for sure. At first I thought that you would judge that if up to now I had exposed concrete facts to you, I was now turning to pure speculation. But, well thought out, I have to affirm that the amount of mental elaboration of the material of the given fact in our psychology of the ego is not much higher than it was in the psychology of the neuroses. And just like this one, I have also had to reject other different foundations of my initial judgment. Now I think that that first impression depends in some way on the very character of the material and on our lack of habit of dealing with it. In any case, I won't be surprised if you show yourselves more reserved and cautious now in your judgment than up to now. The very situation in which we find ourselves at the beginning of our investigation will show us the way. We want the object of this investigation to be the self, our own self. But is such a thing possible? If the self is properly the subject, how can it become an object? And the fact is that, obviously, it can be so. The ego can take itself as an object, can treat itself as other objects, observe itself, criticize itself, etc. In all of this, a part of the self confronts the rest. The self is, then, dissociable, it dissociates during some of its functions, at least temporarily, and the fragments can then join again. All this is nothing new, but rather an unusual accentuation of generally known things. On the other hand, we already know that pathology, with its power of amplification and concretion, can show us normal circumstances that otherwise would have escaped our perspicacity. Where we are shown a fracture or a crack, there can normally be a joint. When we throw a piece of glass to the ground, it breaks, but not capriciously, it breaks, according to its fracture lines, into pieces whose delimitation, although invisible, was predetermined by the structure of the crystal. Also the sick minds are like structures, cracked and broken. We cannot deny them something of that respectful horror that the ancient peoples bear witness to madmen. They have withdrawn from external reality, but precisely because of this they know more about inner psychic reality, and can reveal things to us that would otherwise be inaccessible to us. We say of a group of these patients that they suffer from the delusion of being observed. They lament to us that they are constantly burdened, even in their most intimate activities, by the vigilant observation of unknown, probably personal powers, and they hallucinate that they hear such persons publish the results of their observation. Now he says such a thing, now she is dressing to go out, etc. This observation does not yet amount to a persecution, but it lacks very little. It supposes that the subject is distrusted, that it is expected to surprise him in the commission of something illegal, for which he will be punished. What would happen if these madmen were right, if in all of us there existed in the ego such a vigilant and threatening instance, which in the mentally ill would only have been frankly separated from the ego and mistakenly displaced into external reality? I don't know if what will happen to me will happen to you. From the moment when, under the intense impression of this pathological picture, I conceived the idea that the separation of an observing instance from the rest of the ego could be a regular feature of the structure of the ego, I have not been able to get rid of it, and it has prompted us to investigate the other characters and relations of the instance thus dissociated. The first step is easy. Already the content of the delusion of being observed makes us see that observation is only a preparation for judgment and punishment, and with this we guess that another of the functions of such an instance has to be what we call moral conscience. There is nothing in us that we so regularly separate from ourself and face it as our moral conscience. I feel inclined to do something that promises me pleasure, but I stop doing it on the grounds that my conscience does not allow it. or the magnitude of the expectation of pleasure has led me to do something against which the voice of my conscience spoke out, and after the act my conscience punishes me with painful reproaches, making me feel remorseful. I could simply say that the special instance that I am beginning to distinguish in the ego is moral conscience, but it is more prudent to leave this instance independent and assume that moral conscience is one of its functions, and self-observation another, indispensable as premise of the judging activity of this conscience. And since the recognition of an independent existence requires a proper name for what thus exists, we will henceforth give this instance, with independent existence in the ego, the name of superego. I will not be surprised to hear you mockingly ask me if our psychology of the self is reduced, in general, to taking current abstractions literally and amplifying them, turning them from concepts into things, with all of which little or nothing is gained. To this I will answer that it must be very difficult in the psychology of the ego to evade what is already generally known, and that the important thing will be to arrive at new arrangements and new conceptions rather than new discoveries. Keep, then, for now your respective critical attitude, waiting for new data. The facts of pathology provide our efforts with a background, which you will uselessly look for in ordinary psychology. I will continue my exposition. As soon as we become familiar with the idea of such a superego endowed with certain independence, pursuing its own intentions and possessing an energy independent of the ego, we remember a pathological picture, which clearly specifies the rigor and even the cruelty of this instance and the variance of its relationship with the self. I mean melancholy, or, more exactly, the melancholic access, of which you will have heard enough, even if you are not psychiatrists. The most singular feature of this ailment, of whose cause and whose mechanism we know very little, is the way in which the superego, or if you want, the moral conscience, treats the ego. While in times of health the melancholic can be, like any other individual, more or less rigorous with himself, in the melancholic access the superego becomes rigorous in the extreme. It scolds, humiliates, and mistreats the poor self. He makes him expect the worst punishments and reproaches him for very past acts, which at the time were leniently judged, as if in the interval he had accumulated the accusations, having only waited for their current strengthening to give them effect and base a sentence on them. The superego applies a very rigorous moral criterion to the self. Helpless at its mercy, it becomes a representative of morality and reveals to us that our feeling of moral guilt is an expression of the struggle between the ego and the superego. It is a unique experience to see morality, which is supposed to have been given to us by God, deeply rooted in us, turned into a periodic phenomenon. Well, after a certain number of months, the moral phantom vanishes, the criticism of the superego is silenced, and the ego is rehabilitated and once again enjoys all the rights of man until the next access. And even in certain forms of illness something antithetical occurs in the intervals. The self assumes itself in a blissful intoxication, it triumphs as if the superego had lost all its strength or had become confused with the ego, and this ego, liberated and manic, truly and without the slightest scruple indulges in all its whims. Processes abundant in unresolved enigmas. You will surely expect something more than a mere illustration when you hear me announce that we have found out several things about the formation of the superego, that is, about the genesis of moral conscience. The philosopher Kant said, as you know, that nothing so convincingly proved to him the greatness of God as the starry firmament and our moral conscience. The stars are certainly magnificent, but what does to the moral conscience? God has carried out an unequal and negligent work, since a great majority of the men has not received but very little, so little that they can hardly be said to have any. We are not unaware of the psychological truth involved in the statement that moral conscience is of divine origin, but it is true that it requires interpretation. If consciousness is something given in us, it is not, however, something originally given. It thus constitutes an antithesis of the sexual life, really given in us from the beginning of existence and not subsequently added. But, as is well known, the small child is abnormal, he does not possess any internal inhibition of his impulses for pleasure. The role that the superego then assumes is first played by an external power, by the authority of the parents. The influence of the parents governs the child with the granting of affection tests and the threat of punishments that indicate to the child a loss of love and are, moreover, fearsome in themselves. This real anguish is the antecedent of the subsequent anguish to the conscience. While he reigns, there is no reason to talk about superego or moral conscience. Only later is the secondary situation formed that we accept, too lightly, as normal, situation in which the external inhibition is internalized, the parental instance being replaced by the superego, which watches over, directs and threatens the ego exactly as the parents before the child. The superego, which in this way assumes the power, the function, and even the methods of the parental agency, is not only the legal event, but also the legitimate heir of the same. It arises directly from it, we will soon see by what process. But first we must stop at a disagreement that has arisen between the two. The superego seems to have carried out a unilateral selection, arrogating to itself only the hardness and rigor of the parents, their prohibitive and punitive function, while their loving care does not seem to find a welcome or continuation in it. When the parents have been rigorous, it seems easily understandable that a rigorous superego has also developed in the child, but contrary to what we expected, experience shows that the superego can acquire the same inflexible hardness even when the education has been benign and kind and has avoided threats and punishments as far as possible. We will return to this contradiction later when dealing with the transformations of the instincts in the formation of the superego. I cannot tell you as much about the transformation of the parental relationship into the superego as I would like, partly because it is such a complicated process that exposing it exceeds the limits of an initiation such as the one I propose to provide you with here, and in part, because we ourselves do not believe we have fully penetrated it. You will have to content yourself, then, with the following indications. The basis of such a process is what we call an identification, that is, the equating of one self to another alien self, an equating as a consequence of which the first self behaves, in certain aspects, like the other, imitates him and, in a certain way, welcomes him into himself. It is not without reason that identification has been compared to the cannibalistic oral incorporation of another person. Identification is a very important way of bonding to the other person. It is probably the most primitive and, of course, different from object choice. The difference can be expressed in the following way: when the child identifies with the father, he wants to be like the father; when he makes it the object of his choice, he wants to have it, to possess it. In the first case, his ego is modified according to the model constituted by the father; in the second, it is not necessary. Identification and object choice are largely independent of each other, but one can also identify with that same person whom, for example, one has chosen as a sexual object and transform oneself according to hers. It is said that this great influence of the sexual object on the self is particularly frequent in women and characteristic of femininity. I had already told you about the most instructive relationship between identification and object choice in my previous lectures. It is as easily observable in children as in adults, and in the normal as in the sick. When we have lost an object or have had to give it up, we often compensate ourselves by identifying with it, erecting it anew in our ego, so that, in this case, the choice of the object reverts to identification. I too am not entirely satisfied with these observations on identification, but I will be happy if you grant me that the establishment of the superego can be described as a fully successful case of identification with the parent agency. The decisive fact for this conception is that the new creation of a superior instance in the ego is closely linked to the destinies of the Oedipus complex, in such a way that the superego appears to us as the heir of this affective bond, so important for childhood. We understand that, when the Oedipus complex ceased, the child had to renounce the intense object charges that he had concentrated on his parents, and as compensation for this loss of object, the identifications with the parents are greatly intensified identifications that have probably existed since long before in his self. Such identifications, such as residue from abandoned item loads, will be repeated later very often in the life of the child, but the effective value of this first case fully corresponds to a transformation such that its result obtains a special position in the ego. A more penetrating investigation also teaches us that the superego loses energy and development when the overcoming of the Oedipus complex is only imperfectly achieved. In the course of development, the superego also welcomes the influences of those people who have taken the place of parents, that is, educators, teachers and ideal role models. Normally, it moves further and further away from the primitive parental individuals, becoming, as it were, more impersonal. We do not know how to forget either that at different ages the child estimates his parents differently. At the time when the Oedipus complex gives way to the superego, the parents are still something sublime, later they lose a lot. Identifications are then also formed that normally even provide important contributions to the formation of character, but then only affecting the ego, no longer influencing the superego, determined by the earliest parental imagos. I hope you have already experienced the impression that the institution of the superego really describes a structural circumstance and does not simply personify an abstraction, like that of moral conscience. We have yet to cite a very important function that we ascribe to the superego. It is also to the substratum of the ego ideal, with which the ego is compared, to which it aspires and whose ever-increasing demand for perfection it strives to satisfy. There is no doubt that this ideal of the self is the residue of the old representation of the parents, the expression of admiration for those perfections that the child attributed to him at that time. I know you have heard a lot about that feeling of inferiority that would precisely characterize neurotics. It has invaded, above all, literature. A writer who employs the inferiority complex believes that he has thereby satisfied all the requirements of psychoanalysis and has raised his exposition to a high psychological level. Actually, the term inferiority complex is rarely used in psychoanalysis. Nothing is simple for us, let alone elementary. Referring to the self-perception of organic insufficiencies, as the school of so-called individual psychologists does, it seems to me an error due to myopia. The feeling of inferiority has intensely erotic roots. The child feels inferior when he realizes that he is not loved, and so does the adult. The only organ that is really considered inferior is the atrophied penis of girls, that is, the clitoris. But most of the feeling of inferiority comes from the relationship between the ego and the superego, and is, like the feeling of guilt, the expression of a struggle between the two. The feeling of inferiority and the feeling of guilt are, in general, difficult to separate. Perhaps it would be right to see in the first the erotic complement of the feeling of moral inferiority. We have not yet devoted sufficient attention to this question of delimiting concepts in psychoanalysis. Precisely because of how popular the inferiority complex has become, I am going to allow myself, at this point, a small digression. A contemporary historical personality, who in life has still passed into the background today, suffers, due to an accident suffered at birth, the incomplete atrophy of one of its limbs. A very well-known current writer, who prefers to write biographies, has composed also that of such a personality. Now, when writing a biography, it must be very difficult to repress the need to delve into the psychology of the subject. And so, our author has risked the attempt to base the entire evolution of our hero's character on the feeling of inferiority that his physical defect would arouse in him. But in doing so he did not take into account a little apparent but very important fact. It is common for the mother to whom fate has given a sick or disadvantaged child in some way to try to compensate him for such an unjust decrease with an excess of affection. But in the case we are dealing with, the mother, who was overly proud, behaved very differently, since she denied her son all love because of his physical defect. When the boy became a powerful man, he unequivocally demonstrated with his actions that he did not forgive his mother's lack of love. If you remember the significance of maternal love for the child's mental life, you will not be able to help but mentally rectify the theory of inferiority supported by the biographer. Let us now return to the superego. We have attributed to it the functions of self-observation, moral conscience and ideal. From our observations on its genesis, it turns out that it has as its premises a very important biological fact and a decisive psychological fact for the destinies of the individual: the subject's prolonged dependence on the authority of his parents and the Oedipus complex. Facts that, in turn, they are closely linked to each other. The superego is for us the representation of all moral restrictions, the advocate of all aspirations for improvement, in short, that which of what we call the highest in the life of man has become psychologically apprehensible to us. Being itself derived from the influence of parents, educators, etc., the examination of these sources will enlighten us on their significance. As a rule, parents and authorities similar to them follow the prescriptions of their own superego in the education of the child. Whatever the relation of the ego to the superego in them may have been, in the education of the child they are severe and demanding. They have forgotten the difficulties of their own childhood and are satisfied that they can now fully identify with their own parents, who imposed such harsh restrictions on their time. In this way, the superego of the child is not built, in reality, according to the model of the parents themselves, but rather that of the parental superego. It receives the same content, becoming the substratum of the tradition of all the permanent evaluations that have been transmitted through the generations in such a way. You will easily guess what important aids for the understanding of the social behavior of men, and perhaps also what practical indications for education, result from the consideration of the superme. The materialist conception of history probably sins in not estimating this factor enough. He brushes it aside with the observation that men's ideologies are nothing more than the result and superstructure of their present economic circumstances. Which is true, but probably not the whole truth. Humanity never lives entirely in the present, in the ideologies of the superego. The past, the racial and national tradition survive, only very slowly yielding to the influences of the present. They play in the life of men, while acting through the superego, a very important role, independent of economic circumstances. In the year 1921 I tried to apply the differentiation of the ego and the superego to the study of collective psychology, and I arrived at the following formula: a psychological group is a gathering of individuals who have introduced the same person into their respective superegos, and because of this community they have identified with each other in their selves. Formula that, naturally, is only useful for those groups that have a boss. If we had more applications of this kind, the hypothesis of the superego would lose for us what it still has as singular, and we would feel completely free from that apprehension that, accustomed as we are to the abyssal atmosphere, assails us when we move in the most superficial strata of the mental apparatus. Naturally, with the differentiation of the superego we do not believe that we have said the last word regarding the psychology of the ego. Such differentiation is rather only a beginning, but in this case it is not only the principles that are difficult. Now we are faced with another task, and, so to speak, at the opposite end of the self. It arises from an observation that we make in the course of the analysis, an observation that is very old indeed. Only, as sometimes happens, it has taken a long time to give it due attention. As you know, all psychoanalytic theory is properly based on the perception of the resistance that the patient opposes to our attempt to make his unconscious conscious. The objective sign of resistance is the exhaustion of his spontaneous associations or his distancing from the subject matter. The patient himself can also subjectively recognize the resistance in the appearance in him of painful sensations when approaching the subject. But this last sign may be missing. We then communicate to the patient that his behavior reveals to us that he is in a state of resistance, to which he replies that he knows nothing about it, noting only the difficulty of producing new associations. And since our affirmation later proves to be correct, it turns out, then, that his resistance was also unconscious as the repressed thing that we were trying to bring to consciousness. We should have, then, asked ourselves the following question some time ago. From what part of your mental life does this unconscious resistance come? The beginner in psychoanalysis will answer you immediately, it is the very resistance of the unconscious. But this solution is as misleading as it is useless. If it means that the resistance emanates from the repressed, we will have to decisively refute it. What is repressed entails rather a very intense impulse to arise in consciousness. Resistance can only be a manifestation of the self, which carried out the repression in its day and now wants to maintain it. We have believed so from the beginning. And since we admit the existence in the ego of a special instance that represents the restrictive and prohibitive demands the superego we can say that the repression is the work of the superego, which carries it out by itself or by itself. Through the self, obedient to his commands. And if the resistance is not made conscious to the subject in the analysis, it means that the superego and the ego can act unconsciously in very important situations, or, something much more significant, that certain parts of the superego and the ego are unconscious. In both cases we have to recognize, despite our regret, that the super-ego and the conscious, on the one hand, and the repressed and the unconscious, on the other, do not coincide in any way. I now feel the need to take a break to catch my breath, a pause that I suppose will also be beneficial to you, and that I will also take advantage of to present to you, before continuing, my most sincere excuses. I want to give you here a compliment to an introduction to psychoanalysis that I began 15 years ago, and I have to conduct myself as if during that interval you had devoted yourself exclusively to psychoanalysis. I know what's up. Assumption is not exact, but I cannot behave otherwise. And this, mainly, because of how difficult it is, in general. It is to provide a vision of psychoanalysis to people completely alien to it. You may believe that it is not pleasant to appear as a mysterious sect dedicated to an esoteric science. And yet, we have had to recognize and proclaim that no one has the right to intervene in matters of psychoanalysis if they have not first gone through certain experiences that they can only achieve by undergoing analysis for themselves. When I delivered my initial lectures to you 15 years ago, I tried to spare you certain speculative bits of our theory. But the new conquests that I want to talk about today are linked precisely to them. Let's get back on topic. In doubt as to whether the ego and the superego are themselves unconscious or only develop unconscious effects, we have decided, not without good reasons, for the first possibility. Yeah, considerable parts of the ego and superego can and usually are unconscious. This means that the subject does not know anything about its contents, requiring an arduous task to make them aware. It is indeed true that the self and the conscious, the repressed and the unconscious do not coincide. We feel the need to fundamentally review our attitude towards the problem of the conscious and the unconscious. At first we are inclined to lower the value of the criterion of consciousness, since it has been shown to be so unreliable. But we would do wrong. It happens with him what with our life, it is not worth much, but it is all we have. Without the lights of consciousness, we would be lost in the darkness of abyssal psychology, but we can try a new orientation. What to call conscious need not be discussed, for it is beyond doubt. The oldest and best meaning of the word unconscious is descriptive. We call unconscious a psychic process whose existence we are obliged to suppose, inasmuch as we deduce from its effects, but of which we know nothing. We are then in the same relationship with it as with the psychic process of another person, with the only difference that it is in us where it develops. And if we want to be even more exact, we will say that we call a process unconscious when we have to suppose it to be active at present, even though at present we know nothing about it. This restriction makes us think that most conscious processes are only conscious for a short time. They will soon become dormant, but they can easily become conscious again. We could also say that they would have become unconscious if we were sure that in the latency state it was still something psychic. With this we will not have found out anything new, nor have we acquired the right to introduce the concept of an unconscious into psychology. But to this comes an observation that we can already make in failed acts. Indeed, for the explanation of an oral mistake we are forced to assume that the subject had formed the purpose of saying something determined. and we guess what that purpose was by the disturbance that the expression has suffered, but the purpose has not been fulfilled and was therefore unconscious. When we communicate it to the subject a posteriori, he can recognize it as his, and then it was only temporarily unconscious, and he can deny it as foreign to him, and then it was permanently unconscious. From this experience we retrospectively extract a right to also declare unconscious what we previously said latent. Consideration of these dynamic circumstances now enables us to distinguish two kinds of unconscious, an unconscious that readily and under frequently given becomes conscious, and another that only with great effort, or possibly never, allows such a transformation. In order to avoid any doubt as to whether we are talking about one or the other unconscious and whether we are using this term in a descriptive or dynamic sense, we resort to an expedient as lawful as it is simple. That unconscious that is only latent and becomes conscious very easily we call preconscious, and we keep the name unconscious for the other. We have, then, three terms, conscious, preconscious, and unconscious, with which we can use in the description of mental phenomena. Once again we will point out that, in a purely descriptive sense, the preconscious is also unconscious, but we do not designate it that way, except when greater precision is necessary or when we have to defend the existence of unconscious processes in general in the psychic life of anyone. I hope you will grant me that up to now I have not presented you with serious difficulties and that all of the above is easy to handle. Yeah, but, unfortunately, psychoanalytic work has been forced to use the word unconscious in a third sense, and this can already give rise to confusion. Under the new and intense impression that a large and important sector of psychic life is normally withdrawn from the knowledge of the ego, so that the processes that take place in this sector must be recognized as unconscious in the dynamic sense, we have understood also the term unconscious in a topical or systematic sense, and we have spoken of a system of the preconscious and of a system of the unconscious, of a conflict of the ego with the system inc., thus giving the word the character of designation of a psychic province rather than a quality of the soul. The really uncomfortable discovery that parts of the ego and superego are also dynamically unconscious brings us relief in this case, enabling us to overcome a complication. We warn that we do not have the right to call the mental sector alien to the self a system inc., since unconsciousness is not an exclusive character. Therefore, we will no longer use the term unconscious in a systematic sense, and we will give what we have so far called a better and already unequivocal name. Relying on the Nietzschean lexicon and following a suggestion by George Grodek, we will call it the it from now on. This impersonal pronoun seems particularly appropriate to express the capital character of such a province of the soul, that is, its quality as alien to the self. The superego, the ego and the ID are the three kingdoms, regions, or provinces into which we divide the mental apparatus of the person and whose reciprocal relationships we are going to deal with in what follows. But let us first make a small digression. I presume that you have not been satisfied to see that the three qualities of the characteristics of being conscious and the three provinces of the mental apparatus do not form three peaceful couples, and that you see in this something like a disturbance of our results. But for my part I think that we have no reason to regret it, having to tell ourselves that we had no right to expect such a simple ordination. Allow me a comparison. I know that comparisons do not solve anything, but they can make us feel less disoriented. I imagine a territory with a very varied configuration, mountains, plains, and lakes, and in which Germans, Magyars and Slovaks inhabit, dedicated to different activities. The distribution of such elements could be such that the Germans inhabited the mountains and dedicated themselves to cattle raising, the Magyars populated the plains and dedicated themselves to the cultivation of wheat and the vine, and the Slovaks lived on the shores of lakes and lived by fishing and making wicker work. If this distribution were precise and exact, it would constitute the joy of a Woodrow Wilson, and it would be extremely convenient for the teaching of geography. But the most probable thing is that the traveler who crossed such a region would find in it less order and more mixture. The Germans, the Magyars, and the Slovaks live confused among themselves. In the mountains there are also cultivated lands, and in the plains, pastures. However, Something is just as you expected, because in the mountains it is impossible to find fish, and in the water of the lakes the vine does not grow. It may even happen that your preconceived image of the territory is correct as a whole, differing only in some details, which you will accept without discontent. You will not expect that it can communicate great things to you. It is the dark and inaccessible part of our personality. The little that we know about it we have ascertained by studying the elaboration of dreams and the production of neurotic symptoms, and for the most part it is of a negative character, and can only be described as antithetical to the ego. We approach the ID by means of analogies, designating it as chaos or as a cauldron, full of boiling stimuli. We would draw it open at the end oriented towards the somatic, and welcoming there into itself the instinctive needs, which find their psychic expression in it, but we cannot say in what substratum. It is charged with energy emanating from instincts, but it lacks organization. It does not generate a joint will and only the aspiration to satisfy instinctive needs according to the rules of the pleasure principle. For the processes developed in the ID, the logical laws of thought are not valid, and least of all, the principle of contradiction. Contradictory impulses coexist in him, without mutually cancelling or subtracting from each other. The most they do is merge, under the dominant economic coercion, into transactional products for the diversion of energy. There is nothing equivalent to negation in the ID, and we also see in it with great surprise the exception of that philosophical principle according to which space and time are necessary forms of our psychic acts. There is nothing in the ID corresponding to the representation of time. There is no acknowledgement of a temporal course, a very singular fact, which awaits to be accepted in philosophical thought, nor modification of the psychic process by the course of time. The optional impulses, which have never exceeded the ID, and the impressions, which repression has sunk into the ID, are virtually immortal and behave, after whole decades, as if they had just been born. The optional impulses only come to be recognized as past and stripped of their charge of energy when the psychoanalytic work makes them conscious, on which rests mainly the therapeutic effect of the analytic treatment. I have the impression that I have not yet taken full advantage, for our theory, of this fact, exempt from any doubt, of the inalterability of what is repressed by time. Deep insights seem to open up for us here. Unfortunately, I have not gone down this path either. Obviously, the ID knows no value judgment, he knows neither good nor evil nor any morality. The economic or, if you like, quantitative factor, closely linked to the pleasure principle, governs all processes. In our judgment, all that the ID contains are charges of instinct that demand derivation. It even seems that the energy of these instinctive impulses is in a different state from that which is proper to the others. Psychic sectors, being more easily mobile and capable of discharge, for otherwise those displacements and those condensations which are characteristic of the ID and which so absolutely dispense with the quality of what they affect and what in the ego we would call an idea would not occur. What we wouldn't give to gain a deeper understanding of these things. But, all the same, you see that we are in a position to point out other qualities of the ID, besides being unconscious, and you will recognize the possibility that parts of the ego and of the superego are unconscious without possessing the same primitive and irrational characteristics. As we first manage to establish a characteristic of the ego itself, insofar as it is possible to differentiate it from the ID and the superego, it is by considering its relationship with the most external and superficial part of the psychic apparatus, to which we give the name of the perception system. Consciousness, PCC. This system is turned towards the external world, facilitates its perceptions and in it makes, during its function, the phenomenon of consciousness. It is the sensory organ of the entire apparatus, and its receptivity is not limited to stimuli coming from outside, but also extends to those coming from within the mental life. It is therefore hardly necessary to justify the hypothesis that the ego is that part of the ID that has been modified by proximity and the influence of the external world and arranged to receive stimuli and serve as protection against them, thus being comparable to the cortical layer that surrounds a nodule of living substance. The relationship with the outside world has been decisive for the ego, which has taken on the mission of representing it close to the ID, for its own good, since without taking care of such an enormous external power, and in its blind aspiration to satisfaction of the instincts, would not escape annihilation. In the performance of this function, the ego has to observe the external world, print a very faithful copy of it in the memory traces of its perceptions and keep at a distance, through reality testing, what in such an image of the external world it is addition from internal sources of stimuli. At the behest of the ID, the ego governs the accesses to motility, but has interpolated between the necessity and the act a postponement in the form of thought activity, during which it uses the mnemic residues of the experience. In this way he has dethroned the pleasure principle, which unlimitedly governs the course of processes in the ID, and replaced it with the reality principle, which promises greater security and better success. Also the relationship with time, so difficult to describe, is provided to the self by the system of perception. It is hardly doubtful that the way of working of this system generates the idea of time. But what especially distinguishes the ego and differentiates it from the ID is a tendency towards a synthesis of its contents, towards a combination and unification of its mental processes, which the ID absolutely lacks. When we deal later with the instincts of mental life, we shall, I hope, succeed in relating this essential character of the ego to its source. He only constitutes that high degree of organization that the self needs in its best performances. It develops from the perception of the instincts to the mastery of them, but the latter is only achieved when the representation of the instinct is ordered in a broader system. Using the current lexicon, we can say that the ego represents reason and reflection in mental life, while the ID represents the untamed passions. Hitherto we have allowed ourselves to be impressed by the advantages and faculties of the self. It is time to consider its reverse. The self is, in any case, no more than a part of the it suitably transformed by the proximity of the outside world, pregnant with dangers. In a dynamic sense it is weak, all its energies are lent to it by the ID, and we never fail to have a glimpse of the crack through which it withdraws new amounts of energy from the ID. Such a way is, for example, the identification with real or abandoned objects. Object charges emanate from the instinctual aspirations of the ID. The ego has, above all, to register them. But by identifying with the object, he recommends himself to the ID instead of the object. He wants to direct the libido of the ego towards himself. We have already seen that, in the course of life, the ego receives in itself a large number of such precipitates of old object charges. On the whole, the ego has to carry out the ID's intentions, and it accomplishes its mission when it discovers the circumstances in which such intentions can best be achieved. The relationship of the ego to the ID could be compared to that of the rider with his horse. The horse supplies the energy for locomotion, the rider has the privilege of setting the goal and directing the movements of the robust animal. But between the ego and the ID there frequently occurs the case, not ideal, that the rider has to guide the horse where it wants to go. The ego has been separated from a part of the ID by repressive resistances, but the repression does not continue in the ID. The repressed merges with the remaining ID. A proverb warns of the impossibility of serving two masters at the same time. The poor me finds himself in even more of a hurry. He serves three severe masters and struggles to reconcile their demands and their mandates. Such demands always differ, and sometimes seem irreconcilable. It is therefore not surprising that the ego so frequently fails in its task. Its three masters are the external world, the superego and the ID. If we consider the efforts of the ego to please them at the same time or, rather, to obey them simultaneously, we will no longer regret having personified and presented it as a separate being. He feels besieged from three sides and threatened by three dangers to which, in case of extreme pressure, he reacts by developing anxiety. Due to its origin from the experiences of the perception system, it is destined to represent the demands of the external world, but it also wants to be a faithful servant of the ID, to remain in harmony with it, to recommend itself to it as an object and to attract its libido to itself. In his effort to mediate between the ID and reality, he is often forced to cover the unconscious mandates of the ID with his preconscious rationalizations to disguise the conflicts of the ID with reality, to pretend, with diplomatic insincerity, attention to reality even in those cases in which the ID has remained rigid and inflexible. On the other hand, he is closely watched by the rigid superego, which imposes certain rules of conduct on him, without heeding the commands that trouble him from the ID and from the outside world, and punishes him in case of infraction with feelings of inferiority and guilt. In this way, driven by the ID, restricted by the superego and rejected by reality, the ego struggles to carry out its economic mission, that of establishing a harmony between the forces and influences that act in and on it. And we understand why, sometimes, we cannot help but exclaim, "How difficult is life!" When the ego has to admit its weakness, it is drowned in anguish, real anguish before the external world, moral anguish before the superego and neurotic anguish before the force of the passions in the ID. The following scheme illustrates the structural relationships of the psychic personality, as we have just explained it. As you can see, the superego submerges in the ID, as heir to the Oedipus complex, he has intimate relations with the ID, it is further removed than the ego from the system of perceptions. The ID does not deal with the outside world except through the ego, at least in the present scheme. It is certainly very difficult to decide today to what extent our drawing is exact. In one detail it is not, of course. The space occupied by the unconscious ID should be incomparably greater than that of the ego or the preconscious. I beg you, then, to mentally make such rectification. And now, to end this exposition, as laborious as it is perhaps obscure, a further warning. In this differentiation of the personality into ego, superego, and ID, you must not imagine precise borders such as those that have been artificially drawn in political geography. Linear contours do not correspond to the peculiar condition of the psychic, as in primitive drawing or painting, but rather smudges analogous to those of modern painting. After having effected the separation, we have to let the separated come together again. Do not judge too severely this first attempt to make visible the psychic, so difficult to grasp. It is very probable that the development of these differentiations presents great variations in different people, and also that in the course of the function they change and involute temporarily. This seems to happen especially in the recent and more tenuous differentiation from the phylogenetic point of view, that is, that of the ego and the superego. Undoubtedly, the disease also causes the same result. We can also imagine that certain mystical practices manage to subvert the normal relationships between the different psychic sectors, so that perception can capture events in the deep self and in the ID, circumstances that would otherwise be elusive. We can, of course, doubt that in this way we will come to apprehend that last truth from which all salvation is expected. But we have to concede that the therapeutic efforts of psychoanalysis have chosen an analogous point of attack. Its purpose is to strengthen the ego, to make it more independent of the superego, to broaden its field of perception, and to develop its organization so that it can appropriate new parts of the ID. Where it was, it must be me. It is a cultivation work like the drying up of the Z-Witter-Z. Anguish and the instinctive life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not be surprised to hear that I have to inform you of certain novelties in our conception of anxiety and of the fundamental instincts of mental life, nor that none of them pretends to be a definitive solution to the problems raised. I deliberately speak here of conception. These are the most difficult problems that confront us, but this difficulty does not depend on an insufficiency of observations, since it is precisely the most frequent and familiar phenomena that give rise to such enigmas, nor of the singularity of the speculations that they stimulate, since mental elaboration does not intervene greatly in this field. It is really about conceptions, that is, to introduce the proper abstract representations, whose application to the raw material of observation gives rise to order and transparency. We have already dedicated a conference in the previous series, the 25th, to anguish. We will extract its content here. We said that anguish is an affective state, that is, a union of certain sensations of the pleasure-displeasure series with the corresponding discharge innervations and their perception, but probably the residue of a certain important event incorporated by inheritance, comparable, by therefore, to individually acquired hysterical access. The event that would have left behind such an affective trace would be birth, to which the influences of anxiety on cardiac activity and respiration were appropriate. Thus, the first anguish would have been a toxic anguish. Then we start from the differentiation between real anguish and neurotic anguish, seeing in the first an apparently understandable reaction to danger, that is, to a feared harm coming from the outside, and in the second, something enigmatic and inappropriate. In an analysis of real anxiety we reduced it to a state of extreme sensory attention and motor tension, which we called anxiety disposition. From this the anxiety reaction would develop, from which two outcomes would be possible, either the development of anxiety, the repetition of the old traumatic experience, is limited to a signal, and then the remaining reaction can adapt to the new situation of anxiety. Danger, or, the old predominates, and the entire reaction is exhausted in the development of anguish, thus becoming paralyzing and inadequate to the present the affective state. Then we turned to neurotic anxiety and said that we observed it in three different circumstances. First, as a general, freely floating anxiety, willing to temporarily link itself to any emerging possibility, that is, as expectant anxiety, as, for example, in the typical anxiety neurosis. Second, firmly linked to certain representations in the so-called phobias, in which we can still recognize a relationship with an external danger, but we have to consider the anguish in front of it disproportionately exaggerated. Third, the anxiety typical of hysteria and other forms of severe neurosis, which accompanies the symptoms or arises independently as an attack or as a more lasting state, but always without a visible foundation in an external danger. At this point we ask ourselves two questions: what is feared in neurotic anxiety? And how to reconcile this with real anguish in the face of external dangers? Our investigations have not been in vain. We have come to important conclusions. With respect to the anxious expectation, clinical experience has shown us its regular relationship with the economy of libido in sexual life. The most common cause of anxiety neurosis is frustrated arousal. A libidinous excitation is provoked, but not satisfied, not used, and instead of this libido diverted from its use arises anxiety. I even thought justified in saying that this unsatisfied libido is directly transformed into anguish. This theory found support in certain quite regular childhood phobias. Many of these phobias are completely enigmatic to us, but others, such as the fear of loneliness and strangers, are capable of a safe explanation. Loneliness, as well as unknown faces, awaken the longing for the mother. The child cannot control or hold this libidinous excitement in suspension and transforms it into anxiety. This infantile anxiety must therefore not be ascribed to real anxiety, but to neurotic anxiety. Childhood phobias and the anxious expectation of anxiety neurosis provide us with two examples of one of the ways in which neurotic anxiety arises, by direct transformation of the libido. Soon we will know another mechanism and we will see that it is not very different from the first one. We hold the process of repression responsible for the anxiety in hysteria and other neuroses. We believe it possible to describe it more completely than before by keeping separate the fate of the idea that it is about repressing from that of the libido charge attached to it. It is the idea that experiences repression and is eventually distorted beyond recognition, but its amount of affection is regularly transformed into anguish, and certainly regardless of its nature, be it aggression or love. Now then, I do not distinguish the reason why an amount of libido has become unusable, due to infantile weakness of the ego, as in children's phobias, as a consequence of somatic processes of sexual life, as in anxiety neurosis, or, because of repression, as in hysteria. Therefore, the two mechanisms of the genesis of neurotic anxiety coincide in one. In the course of these investigations we have been made aware of a very important relationship between the development of anxiety and the production of symptoms, that they represent and replace each other. Thus, the patient with agoraphobia begins the story of his sufferings with an attack of anguish in the street. This access would be repeated every time he left the house again. Therefore, the subject creates the symptom of agoraphobia, which we can also designate as an inhibition, a functional limitation of the self, and thus avoids access to anxiety. We see the inverse when we interfere in the production of symptoms, as is possible for us, for example, in obsessive acts. If we prevent the patient from carrying out his cleansing ceremonial, he falls prey to an intolerable state of anguish, of which his symptom would have presented him. And it seems as if the development of anxiety were primary and the production of symptoms secondary, as if the symptoms were created to prevent the explosion of the state of anxiety. With which also harmonizes the fact that the first neuroses of childhood are phobias, states in which we clearly recognize how an initial development of anxiety is rescued by a later production of symptoms. We experience the impression that it is by starting from these relations that we will most easily find access to the understanding of neurotic anxiety. Simultaneously we have managed to answer the question of what is feared in neurotic anxiety, and thus establish the link between neurotic anxiety and real anxiety. What inspires fear is clearly the libido itself. The difference with the situation of real anxiety is in two extremes, in that the danger is an internal danger instead of an external one, and in that it is not consciously recognized. In phobias we clearly see how this internal danger is transformed into an external danger, that is, how neurotic anxiety is transformed into apparent real anxiety. Suppose, to simplify, a sometimes very complicated state of affairs, that the agoraphobic patient regularly fears the temptations that the people he meets on the street arouse in him. In his phobia he carries out a displacement, and what he fears in it is an external situation. The advantage that this represents for him is, obviously, his belief that it should be easier for him to protect himself that way. From an external danger one can save oneself by fleeing. On the other hand, the attempt to escape from an internal danger is a very difficult undertaking. At the end of our first lecture on anxiety we said that these various results of our investigations were not, of course, contradictory, but neither were they absolutely harmonious. Anxiety is, as an affective state, the reproduction of an old dangerous event. It is at the service of self-preservation and is a sign of a new danger. It is born from magnitudes of libido that have become, in some way, unusable, and also from the process of repression. It is replaced by the production of symptoms. We feel that something is missing, that which makes several fragments a unit. That dissociation of the psychic personality into a superego, an ego and an ID, of which I spoke to you in my last lecture, has forced us to take a new orientation in the problem of anxiety. With the thesis that the ego is the only seat of anxiety and that only the ego can produce and feel anxiety, we have occupied a new and firm position, from which various circumstances show different aspects. And, truly, we would not know what sense it could have to speak of an anxiety of the ID or to ascribe to the superego the faculty of suffering anxiety. Instead, we have embraced as a desired correspondence the fact that the three main kinds of anxiety, real, neurotic, and conscience anxiety, can be so accurately referred to the three ego dependencies, that is, to his dependence on the external world, the ID, and the superego. With this new interpretation, the function of anxiety as an announcing signal of a dangerous situation has also come to the fore. The interrogation of the matter of which anxiety is made has lost interest, and the relationships between real anxiety and real anxiety have been extraordinarily clarified and simplified. And neurotic anxiety. It is, moreover, noteworthy that we now understand the apparently complicated cases of anxiety genesis better than the ones we considered simple. Indeed, we have recently investigated how anxiety arises in certain phobias that we ascribe to anxiety hysteria, and we have chosen cases in which it was the typical repression of the optional impulses originating from the Oedipus complex. According to our hopes, we should have found that it is the libidinal charge of the child's maternal object that, as a result of repression, is transformed into anxiety and arises in symptomatic expression, as if linked to the father's substitute. It is not possible for me to explain to you in detail the progress of such an investigation. It will suffice to tell you that its surprising result was exactly the opposite of what we expected. Repression does not create anxiety. It exists before. And it is she who creates the repression. But what anguish can it be? Only anguish in the face of an external danger, that is, a real anguish. It is true that the child suffers anguish before a demand of his libido, in this case before the love for his mother, dealing, therefore, really, with a case of neurotic anguish. But this infatuation only. It seems to constitute an internal danger, which must be avoided by renouncing such an object, because it provokes a situation of external danger. And in every case we investigate we get the same result. We must confess that we did not expect the instinctive inner danger to show itself as a condition and a preparation for a situation of real and outer danger. But we have not yet said what is the real danger that the boy fears as a consequence of his falling in love with the mother. It is the punishment of castration, the loss of his member. Naturally, you will object that this is not a real danger. We do not castrate our children because in the Oedipus complex phase they are in love with their mother. But the thing is not that easy. First of all, it is not a question of whether castration is truly applied. What is decisive is that the danger is a danger that threatens from the outside and that the child believes in its effectiveness. He has some reason for this, since he is frequently threatened with cutting off his member during his phallic phase, at the time of his earliest onanism, and the signs of this punishment would regularly find a phylogenetic intensification in him. We suspect that in the primordial epochs of the human family the jealous and cruel father actually castrated his adolescent sons, and circumcision, which among primitives is so often an element of the coming of manhood ritual, is a residue easily recognizable of her. We know how far away we are with this from the general opinion, but we must firmly maintain that the fear of castration is one of the most frequent and energetic motors of repression and, with it, of the production of neuroses. Analysis of cases in which, if not castration, circumcision was practiced on infant subjects, as a therapeutic or punitive measure of masturbation, something more frequent than is supposed in Anglo-American society, has provided your conviction with definitive security. We would be tempted to get closer at this point to the study of the castration complex, but we do not want to deviate from our subject. The fear of castration is not, of course, the only reason for repression, since it no longer occurs in women, who can have a castration complex, but never have a fear of castration. In their place appears in them the fear of loss of love, which is visibly a continuation of the fear of the infant when he misses his mother. You already know what a real dangerous situation is heralded by such anguish. When the mother is absent or has withdrawn her affection from the child is no longer sure of the satisfaction of his needs and is eventually exposed to the most painful feelings of tension. Do not reject the idea that these conditions of anxiety basically repeat the situation of the original anxiety of birth, which also meant a separation from the mother. And, even, if you follow Ferenczi's reasoning, you can also add to the series the fear of castration, since the loss of the male member makes it impossible for a new union with the mother or for her to be replaced in the future. Sexual act. I will mention in passing the fantasy, so frequent, of the return to the maternal cloister as a substitute for this desire for cohabitation. I could explain to you many interesting things and many surprising relationships in this regard, but I cannot go beyond the limits of an introduction to psychoanalysis, and I will only have to point out how considerations of a psychological order lead us here to biological facts. Otto Rank, to whom psychoanalysis owes so many and such finished contributions, has also earned the merit of having intensely highlighted the importance of the act of birth and of separation from the mother, although we have all judged it impossible to accept the extreme consequences of this act. Factor has been deduced for analytic therapy. The core of his theory, the prototypical condition of the anguishing experience of birth for all subsequent situations of danger, was found already formulated. Without departing from it, we can say that, in reality, every period of development has a condition of anxiety attached to it as appropriate, that is, a certain dangerous situation. The danger of psychic helplessness fits with the stage of the immaturity of the ego, the danger of the loss of the object, or loss of love, fits with the lack of self-sufficiency of the first childhood years, the danger of castration adjusts with the phallic phase, and, finally, the fear of the superego adjusts with the period of latency. In the course of development, previous anxiety conditions should be abandoned, since the strengthening of the ego devalues the corresponding dangerous situations. But this only happens very incompletely. Many men do not manage to overcome the fear of losing love, they never become independent of the love of others and continue their childish behavior in this regard. The fear of the superego does not normally find an end, since, as anguish to the moral conscience, it is indispensable in social relations, and the individual can only in very rare cases become independent of human society. Some of the old dangerous situations also manage to pass into later times by suitably modifying their condition of anguish. Thus, for example, the fear of castration continues under the mask of the phobia of syphilis. The adult knows very well that castration is no longer used as a punishment for indulging in sexual pleasures, but, instead, he has gained the experience that such an instinctive release can lead to serious ailments. There is no doubt that those individuals, whom we call neurotics, remain infantile in their behavior in the face of danger and have not mastered already outmoded anxiety conditions. We will point out, then, this fact as an effective contribution to the characteristic of neurotics, why is not so easy to fix. I hope you have not lost track and still remember that we are in the process of investigating the relationship between anxiety and repression. In such work we have discovered two things, that anxiety produces repression and not, as we thought, inversely, and that a feared instinctive situation basically refers to a situation of external danger. The closest question would be the following: how do we now represent to ourselves the process of a repression under the influence of anxiety? In my opinion, in the following form, the ego warns that the satisfaction of an emerging instinctual demand would provoke one of the well-remembered dangerous situations. Therefore, said instinctive charge has to be suppressed, stopped, weakened in some way. We know that the ego achieves this when it is strong and has incorporated the corresponding instinctive impulse into its organization. But the case of repression is that in which the instinctive impulse still belongs to the ID and the ego feels weak. Then the ego resorts to a technique basically identical to that of normal thought. Thought is an experimental action with small magnitudes of energy, analogous to the movement of figures on the map before the general sets his troops in motion. The ego therefore anticipates the satisfaction of the suspicious instinctual impulse and allows it to reproduce the unpleasant sensations of the feared dangerous situation. With this the automatism of the pleasure-unpleasure principle comes into play, which then carries out the repression of the dangerous instinctual impulse. Hi! You will yell at me, on this road we can no longer follow him. You are right. Before I can seem acceptable to you I must add something else. First of all, the confession that I have tried to translate into the language of our normal thought what in reality must be a process, neither conscious nor preconscious, between magnitudes of energy in an unrepresentable substratum. But this objection is not at all decisive, since it is not possible to do otherwise. More important is that we clearly distinguish what happens in the ego and in the ID as a result of repression. What the I does we have just indicated. He uses a load of experimentation and awakens with the signal of anguish the automatic pleasure-displeasure. Several reactions or a mixture thereof in variable proportions are then possible. Either the attack of anxiety fully develops and the ego withdraws completely from the objectionable excitement, or instead of the charge of experimentation it opposes a contrary charge, which flows in with the energy of the repressed impulse for production of symptoms, or is incorporated into the ego as a reactive product, as an intensification of certain ego dispositions or as a permanent modification of the ego. The more the development of anxiety can be reduced to a mere signal, the more the ego makes use of the defensive reactions that reach the psychic connection with what is repressed, and the more the process also comes closer to a normal elaboration, although of course without reaching it. Let's stop here for a moment. Surely you have supposed that what is so difficult to define, what we call character, must be ascribed entirely to the self. Some of what creates this character we have already grasped. First of all, the incorporation of the primary parental instance as a superego, a process of the utmost importance, and then the subsequent identifications with the two elements of the parental couple and with other influential people, and similar identifications formed as residues of abandoned objects. We will now add, as constant contributions to the formation of character, the reactive products that the ego acquires, by more normal means, in its repressions first and then in the rejection of undesirable instinctive impulses. Let's go back now and come back to the ID. It is not so easy to guess what happens during the repression of the instinctive impulse that has been fought against. We are mainly interested in finding out what happens to the energy, to the libidinous charge of this excitation and how it is used. You will remember our previous hypothesis according to which this libidinous charge was precisely what repression transformed into anxiety. Now we no longer dare to say so and modestly limit ourselves to assuming that their fates are not always the same. There is probably a close correspondence between the process developed in the ego and that which the repressed impulse undergoes in the ID, a correspondence which should not be impossible for us to discover. Indeed, since we have made the principle of pleasure-unpleasure intervene, activated by the signal of anxiety, in repression we have obtained new insights. Such a principle follows the processes that take place in the ID to a limited extent. We can attribute to it the production of deep modifications in the instinctive impulse in question. And we are prepared to find that repression gives very different more or less considerable results. In some cases, the repressed instinctual drive may retain its libido charge and remain unchanged in the ID, although under the constant pressure of the self. In others it seems to happen that he experiences a complete annihilation, in which his libido is definitively directed in other ways. This was the case, in my opinion, in the normal solution of the Oedipus complex, which, in this desirable case, does not remain, therefore, simply repressed, but is destroyed in the ID. Clinical experience has further shown us that in many cases, instead of the usual result of repression, a reflux of the libido takes effect, a regression of the organization of the libido to an earlier stage. Which, naturally, can only happen in the ID, and when it happens it is under the influence of the same conflict, which is initiated by the signal of anxiety. The most notorious example of this order is obsessional neurosis, in which the regression of the libido and repression act together. I suspect that my exposition seems difficult to understand, and all the more so since you guess that it is not exhaustive at all. I'm sorry to have to provoke your displeasure. But I cannot set myself any other purpose than to give you a fair impression of the nature of our results and of the difficulties of their elaboration. The more we delve into the study of mental processes, the more its complications and richness of content become evident to us. More than one formula, which at first we thought was adequate, has later been shown to be insufficient. We do not tire, then, of modifying and perfecting them. In my lecture on the theory of dreams I introduced you to a field in which in 15 years we had hardly made any new discoveries. Instead now, when dealing with anguish, we find everything in the process of transformation. These new findings have not yet been fundamentally elaborated, and this is perhaps the reason why their exposition becomes so difficult. Have, I beg you, a little more patience. We will soon be able to abandon the subject of anguish, although I cannot assure you that this will be after a satisfactory solution. Let us hope, however, that it will not be without some progress on our arduous path. Thus, the study of anxiety allows us to add a new feature to our description of the self. We have said that the ego was weak against the ID, that it was its faithful servant, always striving to fulfill its mandates and satisfy its demands. It is far from us to withdraw this thesis. But on the other hand, Such an I is the part of the I that is best organized and oriented towards reality. We should not exaggerate the differentiation between the two, nor should we be surprised if it turned out that the ego itself exerted an influence on the ID processes. In my opinion, the ego exerts this influence as soon as it awakens, through the signal of anxiety, the activity of the almost omnipotent pleasure-on-pleasure principle. Although immediately afterwards he shows his weakness again, since with the act of repression he renounces a part of his organization and is forced to allow the repressed instinctive impulse to be severely removed from his influence. And now just one more point about the problem of anxiety. Neurotic anxiety has been transformed in our hands into real anxiety, into anxiety in the face of certain external danger situations. But things cannot stay that way, we have to take one more step, but one step back. We wonder what is really dangerous, what is feared in such a dangerous situation. Not, of course, the damage to the person, which has to be judged objectively, and may very well lack any psychological significance, but what such damage can cause in mental life. The birth, for example, our prototype of the state of anguish cannot hardly be considered in itself as damage, even if it entails danger from them. What is essential in birth, as in any dangerous situation, is that it causes a state of great excitement in the mental life, which is felt as displeasure and which the subject cannot control with his discharge. If we call such a state, in which the efforts of the pleasure principle fail, an instant traumatic, we will have arrived through the series neurotic anxiety, real anxiety, dangerous situation, to the following simple conclusion: what is feared, the object of anxiety, is each time the appearance of a traumatic moment that cannot be treated, according to the rules of the pleasure principle. We immediately understand that the gift of the pleasure principle does not insure us against objective damage, but only against certain damage to our psychic economy. From the pleasure principle to the self-preservation instinct there is still a long way to go. The two purposes involved in them do not coincide, far from it, from the beginning. But we also see something else, and this is, perhaps, the solution we seek. We see that in all this the problem is in the relative quantities. Only the magnitude of the amount of excitement makes an impression a traumatic instant, paralyzes the function of the pleasure principle and gives the dangerous situation its significance. And if this happens, if these enigmas are solved with such a sober explanation, why shouldn't it be possible that such traumatic moments arise in the mental life without any relation to the supposed traumatic situations, in which the anguish is not awakened, therefore, as a sign, but is it born based on an immediate foundation? Clinical experience tells us openly that this is indeed the case. Only secondary repressions show the mechanism that we described above, in which anxiety is aroused as a sign of a previous dangerous situation. The earliest and primary repressions are born directly from traumatic moments in the clash of the ego with a libidinous demand of the first magnitude and produce its anxiety by itself, although according to the prototype of birth. The same can be said of the development of anxiety in anxiety neurosis due to somatic damage to sexual function. We will no longer affirm that what is transformed into anxiety in this is the libido itself. But I do not see any objection against a double origin of the anguish, some, from the traumatic moment, and others, as a sign that the repetition of that moment threatens. You will be pleased to see me come to the end of my considerations on anxiety. But do not anticipate your joy, what will follow them is certainly not a less arduous thing. I propose to lead you today to the field of the theory of the libido or theory of the instincts, in which we must also find novelties. I do not want to say that we have made great progress in it that is worth any effort you have made to get to know it. No, this is a field in which we laboriously struggle to orient ourselves and achieve new glimpses. You will only have to witness our efforts. And also at the beginning of this topic I will have to repeat to you in synthesis something of what I already explained to you in my previous conferences. The theory of instincts is, so to speak, our mythology. Instincts are mythical beings, great in their indeterminacy. We cannot do without them for a single moment in our work, and with this we are not sure for a single moment that we see them clearly. You already know how popular knowledge deals with instincts. As many different instincts are assumed as are needed at the moment: imitation instincts, game instincts, sociability instincts, and so on. They are used for what is needed in each case and are abandoned again. We have always suspected that behind these multiple little instincts, cut to size, there was something serious and powerful that we should approach cautiously. Our first step was quite modest. We told ourselves that it was probably not a serious mistake to first distinguish two main instincts, two classes or groups of instincts, according to the two great needs, the hunger and love. No matter how zealously we defended the independence of psychology from all other sciences, at this specific point we were faced with the unshakable biological fact that living beings serve two purposes: self-preservation and that of the species, ends that seem to be independent of each other, that have not been the object, to our knowledge, of a common derivation, and whose interests often conflict in animal life. It was therefore necessary to do biological psychology properly and study the psychic phenomena, concomitant to biological processes. As representatives of this thesis, the ego instincts and the sexual instincts entered psychoanalysis. To the first we ascribe everything concerning the conservation, affirmation, and amplification of the person; to the latter we had to attribute the richness of content required by childish and perverse sexual life. Having made known to us in our investigation of the neuroses the ego as the restrictive and repressive power and the sexual tendencies as the restricted and repressed, we believed that we were touching with our hands not only the diversity, but also the conflict between the two sets of instincts. Object of our study were first only the sexual instincts, to whose energy we gave the name of libido. In them we tried to clarify our ideas of what an instinct was and what should be attached to it. This is the locus of the libido theory. Thus an instinct differs from a stimulus in that it comes from stimulus sources within the soma, that it acts as a constant force, and that the person cannot escape from it by flight, as when dealing with an external stimulus. In instinct we can distinguish a source, an object, and an end. The source is an excited state in the soma, the end, the cessation of this excitement, and on the way to the source, at last, the instinct achieves psychic action. We represent it as a certain amount of energy, which tends towards a certain direction. One speaks of active and passive instincts, but it would be more accurate to speak of active and passive instinctive ends. Also, for the achievement of a passive purpose an expense of activity is necessary. The end can be achieved in one's own body; as a rule an external object is interpolated, in which the instinct reaches its external end. Its interior goal is always somatic modification, felt as satisfaction. We still do not know for sure if the relationship with the somatic source gives instinct a specificity and what this is. On the other hand, it is an indubitable fact, according to the testimony of all analytic experience, that impulses proceeding from one source unite with others from different sources and share their further destinies, and that, in general, a satisfaction of an instinct can be replaced by other. Although we will have to confess that we do not quite understand them. Also, the relation of the instinct with the end and the object allow variance; both can be exchanged for others, although in any case the relation to the object is always the easiest to relax. To a certain class of modifications of the purpose and changes of the object, in which our social value comes into play, we give the name of sublimation. We also fairly distinguish instincts from the inhibited end, that is, instinctive impulses from known sources and with an unequivocal end, but which stop on the way to satisfaction, thus producing a lasting object charge and a permanent tendency of effect. Of this kind is, for example, the affectionate relationship, which undoubtedly proceeds from the sources of sexual need and regularly renounces its satisfaction. You already see how much of the qualities and destinations of the instincts still eludes our comprehension. At this point we must also remember a difference, which is shown between the sexual and self-preservation instincts, and which would be very important theoretically if it applied to the whole group. The sexual instincts surprise us by its plasticity, due to the ability to change goals, the ease with which one satisfaction allows itself to be replaced by another, and its ability to postpone, of which the instincts with an inhibited goal have just given us an excellent example. On the other hand, we would like to deny these qualities to the self-preservation instincts and define them as inflexible, urgent, quite otherwise imperative, and in a very different relationship, both with repression and with anxiety. But the most immediate reflection tells us that this exceptional situation does not correspond to all the instincts of the ego, but only to hunger and thirst, and that it is ostensibly based on a particularity of the sources of instinct. A good part of our first erroneous impression depends on not having previously examined separately what modifications the instinctual impulses originally belonging to the ID undergo under the influence of the organized ego. In the investigation of the way in which the instinctual life serves the sexual function, we are already on firmer ground. In this sector we have achieved decisive insights that are nothing new for you anymore. We know, then, that there is no single sexual instinct that is from the beginning the substratum of the tendency towards the end of the sexual function, the union of the two sexual cells. Quite the contrary, we find a large number of partial instincts coming from different places and regions of the soma, which tend to their satisfaction relatively independently of each other and find such satisfaction in something that we can call organic pleasure. The genitals are the most backward of these erogenous zones, and we can no longer deny the name of sexual pleasure to their organic pleasure. Not all these impulses tending to pleasure are received in the definitive organization of the sexual function. Some of them are set aside as useless by repression or otherwise, others are diverted from their purpose in the singular way described above and used to reinforce different impulses, others, finally, last in secondary offices, serving for the execution of introductory acts for the production of preliminary pleasure. You also know that in this prolonged evolution we can recognize various phases of a provisional organization, and likewise how this history of the sexual function explains its aberrations and insufficiencies. The first of these pregenital phases is, according to our terminology, the oral phase, since in harmony with the way in which the infant is fed, the oral erogenous zone dominates in it what we can consider as sexual activity of this period of life. In a second stage, the sadistic and anal impulses come to the fore, certainly in connection with the eruption of the teeth, the strengthening of the musculature and the acquisition of mastery over the sphincter function. It is precisely from this phase of evolution that we have found out many interesting details. Thirdly, the phallic phase appears, in which the male member achieves evident importance for both sexes and what corresponds to it in girls. Finally, we reserve the name genital phase for the definitive sexual organization, which is constituted after puberty, and in which the female genital already achieves the consideration that the male genital had to conquer long before. What precedes is nothing more than a pale synthesis of what has already been said in my previous lectures. But do not think that the unmentioned has now been discarded in the interval. I have not repeated more than what is strictly necessary to link to it information on the progress made in our knowledge of the matter. We can boast that precisely about the early organizations of the libido we have found out a lot of new, having grasped, moreover, more clearly the old. Here are some evidence of it. Abraham has shown in 1924 that in the sadistic anal phase two stages can be distinguished. In the first of them the destructive tendencies of annihilation and loss govern, and in the second, those of conservation and possession, friendly to the object. Thus, in the middle of this phase, the consideration of the object appears for the first time as a precursor of a subsequent charge of love. It is equally justified to attribute such a subdivision to the first oral phase. In the first of these subphases it is only about oral incorporation, lacking any ambivalence in the relationship with the object, constituted by the maternal womb. The second subphase, characterized by the appearance of the biting activity, can be classified as oral sadistic, shows for the first time the phenomena of ambivalence, which then, in the following sadistic anal phase, become all the more precise. The value of these new differentiations is shown especially when in certain neuroses, obsessive neurosis and melancholia, we look for the points of disposition in the evolution of the libido. Remember in this regard what we know about the connection of libido fixation, disposition, and regression. Our attitude towards the phases of the organization of the libido has changed, in general, a little. If before we emphasized, above all, how each one of them vanishes as the next one begins, now we pay more attention to the facts, which show us how much of each previous phase lasts alongside and behind the previous structures and achieves a permanent representation in the economy of the libido and in the character of the person. More important still have become studies that have taught us how frequently regressions to earlier stages develop under pathological conditions and how certain regressions are characteristic of certain forms of disease. But we cannot deal with this here, belongs to a special psychology of neuroses. Especially in anal eroticism, in the excitations coming from the sources of the anal erogenous zone, we have been able to study the transformations of the instincts and other similar processes, and we have been surprised to see how many applications these instinctive impulses are capable of. It is, perhaps, not at all easy to free oneself from the contempt that in the course of evolution has fallen precisely on this area. Let us, then, let Abraham remind us that the anus corresponds embryologically to the primordial mouth, which has been migrating to the end of the intestine. We find out then that with the devaluation of one's own excreta, of excrement, such instinctive interest, coming from anal sources, is transferred to objects that can be given as gifts. And this with good reason, since the excrement was the first gift that the infant was able to give, the first thing that it was possible to get rid of, out of love for its mother or nurse. Then, similar to what happens in the change of meaning through the evolution of language, this primary interest in excrement becomes the estimate of gold, and money, geld, and also seeks its contribution to effective cathexis. Of boy and penis. All children who remain faithful to the cloaca theory for a long time are convinced that children are delivered by the intestine, like a piece of excrement. Defecation is the prototype of the act of childbirth. But also the penis has its precursor in the fecal cylinder, which fills and excites the mucosa of the intestine. When the boy discovers, despite himself, that there are human beings who do not possess such a member, the penis seems to them something separable from the body and thus acquires an unquestionable analogy with excrement, which was the first piece of his body to which they had been exposed. To give up in this way, a considerable part of anal eroticism is converted into an effective load on the penis. But the interest in this part of the body has, in addition to the erotic anal root, an oral root, perhaps even more powerful, since when breastfeeding comes to an end, the penis becomes the heir to the mother's nipple. Without knowing these abyssal relationships, it is impossible to orient oneself in the fantasies of human beings, in their associations, influenced by the unconscious and in the symptomatic language. In such domains, the concepts faces money gift boy penis are treated as having identical meaning and are represented by common symbols. And do not forget that on all this I have only been able to provide you with insufficient data. I will add in passing that the much later interest in the vagina is also mainly of anal erotic origin. Which is not surprising, since the vagina itself, according to Lou Andrea Salome's apt phrase, is as if leased to the cecum. In the lives of homosexuals, who have not gone through a certain stage of sexual evolution like other men, the vagina is once again represented by said intestine. In dreams, a place that used to be a single apartment frequently appears, and is now divided in two by a partition, or inversely, which always alludes to the relationship between the vagina and the intestine. We can also trace without difficulty how normally in girls the desire, not feminine at all, to possess a penis is transformed into the desire of a boy, and then, into that of a man as substrate of the penis and dispenser of the boy. So that also in this case it becomes visible how a part of interest, originally erotic anal, manages to be received in the posterior genital organization. In the course of such studies of the pregenital phases of the libido we have also gained some new insights into character formation. Our attention has fallen upon a triad of qualities, which appear together with some regularity, orderliness, economy, and obstinacy, and from the analysis of such persons we have deduced that these qualities have arisen from the retention and other uses of their anal eroticism. We speak, then, of an anal character when we find such a conjunction and we oppose in a certain way the anal character to raw anal eroticism. A similar relationship, perhaps even stronger, we also find between ambition and urethral eroticism. A singular allusion to this connection was shown to us in that legend according to which Alexander the Great was born on the same night that a certain Erostratus, moved by the desire for glory, burned down the admired temple of Artemis in Ephesus. As if the ancients were not unaware of such a relationship. You already know the multiple connection of the act of urinating with fire and its extinction. Naturally, we expect that other character qualities will also appear to us as precipitates or reactive products of certain pregenital formations of the libido, but we cannot yet specify which ones. It is time for me to return to our subject, returning to the more general problems of the instinctual life. Our theory of the libido was first founded on the antithesis of ego instincts and sexual instincts. When we later began to study the same self and adopted the point of view of narcissism, that first differentiation lost all reason for being. In rare cases it can be recognized that the ego takes itself as an object and behaves as if it were in love with itself. Hence the name narcissism, taken from the Greek legend. But this is nothing more than an extreme intensification of a normal state of affairs. We learn to understand that the self is always the main reservoir of the libido, from which the libidinous charges of objects depart and to which they return, while the greater part of this libido remains permanently in the ego. There is, then, a continuous transformation of the libido of the ego into the libido of the object, and the libido of the object into the libido of the ego. And then they cannot be of a different nature from each other. There is no point in differentiating the energy of one from the energy of the other, and we can dispense with the special designation libido or use it as an equivalent to psychic energy in general. But we did not remain long on this point of view. The suspicion of an antithesis within the instinctual life at once procured another, more marked expression. But I would not like to deduce here before you this novelty of the theory of instinct. It, too, rests essentially on biological considerations. I will present it to you as a finished product. We assume that there are two essentially different kinds of instincts, the sexual instincts, understood in the broadest sense, eros, if you prefer that name, and the aggressive instincts, whose aim is destruction. Put like this, it will hardly seem new to you. It seems, in effect, an attempt to theoretically clarify the vulgar antithesis of love and hate, which perhaps coincides with that other polarity of attraction and repulsion that physics establishes for the inorganic world. But it is singular that this hypothesis has been felt by many as a novelty, and, moreover, as an undesirable novelty, which should be rejected as soon as possible. I suppose that this revulsion is moved by a strong affective factor. Why did we ourselves need so much time before we decided to recognize an instinct for aggression, and why did we not unhesitatingly use for our theory obvious facts known to all? The attribution of such an instinct to animals would probably have met with less resistance. But its admission into the human constitution seems sacrilege. It is in flagrant contradiction to many religious premises and many social conventions. No, man has to be by nature good, or at least kind. If at times he is brutal, violent, and cruel, it is due to temporary disorders in his emotional life, caused for the most part, and perhaps only consequences of the inadequate social orders that have been given up to now. Unfortunately, what history tells us and what we ourselves have lived do not testify in this sense, rather it justifies the judgment that belief in the goodness of human nature is one of those noxious illusions from which men expect a beautification and relief of their lives, when in reality it only brings them harm. But we do not need to carry out this polemic, because if we accept the hypothesis of a special instinct for aggression and destruction in man, it has not been based on the teachings of history and experience, but on the basis of considerations of general origin, to which led us to the study of the phenomena of sadism and masochism. As you know, we are talking about sadism when sexual satisfaction is linked to the condition that the sexual object suffers pain, abuse, and humiliation, and masochism, when the individual feels the need to be the abused object himself. You also know that the normal sexual relationship integrates a certain amount of these two tendencies, and that we consider them as perversions when they reject the other sexual ends in the background and substitute their own ends for them. Nor will it have escaped you that sadism maintains a more intimate relationship with virility and masochism with femininity, as if there were a secret affinity here, although I must tell you that we have not advanced further along this path. Both tendencies, sadism and masochism, are, for the theory of libido, highly enigmatic phenomena, above all, masochism, and it will not be at all strange that, as often happens, what for a theory has been a stone of scandal is the cornerstone of the one that replaces it. We objected, then, that in sadism and masochism we have before us two perfect examples of the mixture of both kinds of instincts, of eros with aggression, and we suppose that such a relationship is prototypical and that all the instinctive impulses that we can study are they compose of such mixtures or alloys of both kinds of instincts. Naturally, in the most diverse proportions. In all of this, the erotic instincts would introduce into the mix the diversity of their sexual ends, while the others would only contribute mitigations and attenuations of their monotonous tendency. With this hypothesis we open before us the perspective of investigations that one day may achieve maximum importance for the understanding of pathological processes, since the mixtures can also be decomposed into their elements, and to such diffusions or decompositions of mixtures of instincts we can attribute very serious consequences for the function. But these views are still too new, no one has yet attempted to use them in their work. Let us return to the special problem that masochism poses for us. If we disregard for the moment its erotic components, it will be testimony to the existence of a tendency that has the goal of self-destruction. If, as regards the destructive instinct, it is also true that the ego, or rather the ID, the complete personality, originally contains all the instincts, then masochism is older than sadism, which is not, it would be but the same instinct of destruction turned towards the outside, with which it would acquire the character of aggression. Some amount of the original destructive instinct would remain within. It seems as if our perception could only apprehend it in two circumstances: when it collides with erotic instincts to form masochism, or when it is oriented as aggression with more or less erotic mixture against the outside world. The possibility is now imposed on us that the aggression will not find satisfaction in the outside world because it encounters real obstacles. In this case, it will go back and increase the amount of internal self-destruction. We shall see later that this is indeed the case, and how important such a process is. Prevented aggression appears to constitute serious damage. It really seems as if we have to destroy other things and other beings in order not to destroy ourselves, in order to protect ourselves against the tendency to self-destruct. Sad discovery for moralists. But moralists will be able to console themselves for a long time with the implausibility of our speculations. Singular instinct this, which delights in the destruction of its own home. Poets do speak of something similar, but poets are irresponsible. They enjoy the privilege of poetic license. Although physiology also involves similar ideas, for example, that of the stomach mucosa, which digests itself. But we must recognize that our instinct for destruction requires broader support. Such a far-reaching hypothesis cannot be risky just because a few disturbed poor people link their sexual satisfaction to a strange condition. I believe that a deeper study of the instincts will provide us with what we need. The instincts govern not only the mental life, but also the vegetative life, and these organic instincts show a character that deserves special attention. Later we will be able to judge whether this is a general character of the instincts. They manifest themselves, in effect, as tendencies to restore a previous state. We can suppose that from the very moment that a state thus constituted is disturbed, a tendency to reconstitute it is born, a tendency that revokes phenomena that we can designate as an obsession of repetition. Thus, embryology is entirely a case of repetition obsession. Following the ascending scale in the animal series, a faculty extends to produce lost organs again, and the healing instinct, to which we owe, together with therapeutic aid, our cures, could be the residue of this faculty, so extraordinarily developed. In lower animals, fish migrations to spawn, perhaps those of birds and perhaps everything that we consider to be manifestations of instinct in animals develop under the mandate of the obsession of repetition, which reveals the conservative nature of instincts. Nor in the soul sector did it take us long to find manifestations of it. We have seen that the forgotten and repressed events of early childhood are reproduced during the analytic work in dreams and reactions, especially in the events in the transference, although their revival is contrary to the interests of the pleasure principle, and we have explained this to ourselves. Done by saying that in these cases the obsession of repetition prevails even over the pleasure principle. Also outside of analysis we can observe something analogous. There are men who always repeat throughout their lives, without correcting themselves and to their damage, the same reactions, or who seem to be persecuted by an implacable destiny, while a somewhat detailed investigation shows us that they are the ones who unknowingly prepare such fate. In these cases we attribute to the obsession of repetition a demonic character. But how can this conservative nature of instincts help us to understand our self-destruction? What previous state wants to restore such an instinct? The answer is not difficult and opens up wide perspectives. If it is true that once, at inconceivable times and in an unrepresentable way, life arose from inanimate matter, according to our hypothesis, then an instinct had to be born that wants to suppress life again and restore the inorganic state. If in this instinct we recognize the self-destruction assumed by us, we can already consider it as a manifestation of a death instinct that we do not fail to find in any vital process. And here the instincts we believe in are divided into two large groups: the erotic, which want to accumulate more and more living substance in larger and larger units, and the death instincts, which oppose this tendency and bring the living back to life. Inorganic state. From the collaboration and struggle of both instincts arise the phenomena of life to which death puts an end. You will say, perhaps, with a shrug, this is not natural science, it is philosophy. Schopenhauerian. And why couldn't a daring thinker have discovered what painstaking and detailed research would later confirm? Furthermore, everything has already been said once and for all, and before Schopenhauer there were many who held similar theses. And finally, what we say does not coincide at all with Schopenhauer's theories. We do not affirm that the only end of life is death, we do not stop seeing, together with death, life. We recognize two fundamental instincts and leave each to its own end. How both are mixed in the process of life and how the death instinct is brought to contribute to the purposes of Eros, especially in its return to the outside as aggression, are problems that remain posed for future research. We do not go beyond the point at which such a perspective opens before us. Also the question of whether the conservative character is not characteristic of all instincts, without no exception, and if perhaps the erotic instincts also want to restore a previous state when they have the synthesis of the animated in larger units, we must also leave this question unanswered. We've strayed a bit from our base. I want to tell you a posteriori what was the starting point of these reflections on the theory of instincts. The same one that led us to review the relationship between the ego and the unconscious, the impression experienced in the course of the analytic work that the patient who opposes resistance often knows nothing about it. But not only the fact of resistance is unconscious to him, but also the reason or reasons for it. We had to investigate such a motive or such motives and, to our surprise, we found him in an intense need for punishment that we could only ascribe to masochistic desires. The practical importance of this finding is no less than its theoretical importance, since this need for punishment is the worst enemy of our therapeutic efforts. It is satisfied by suffering linked to neurosis and clings, therefore, to the disease. It seems as if this factor, the unconscious need for punishment, plays a part in any neurotic disease. In this sense, those cases in which the neurotic ailment allows itself to be replaced by another of a different order bear convincing testimony. I will show you a case of this kind. I once succeeded in freeing a single woman from the symptom complex that for 15 years had condemned her to a tormented existence and excluded her from life. Feeling cured, the subject threw herself into an intense activity to develop her talent not lacking, and still achieve some esteem, pleasure, and success. But each of her attempts ended with the discovery, facilitated by others or made by herself, that she was too old to achieve anything in that sector. After such an outcome, the most immediate thing would have been a relapse in his illness, but this was not achieved. Instead, accidents, apparently fortuitous, happened to her every time, which prevented her from continuing her activity and made her suffer. He would fall and dislocate a foot or hurt a knee, he hurt his hands doing any handling. Warned of the large part she played in such apparently casual accidents, she changed, so to speak, her technique. Instead of the accidents, he began to suffer, on identical occasions, slight illnesses, colds, angina, flu-like states, rheumatic swellings, until, having decided to resign himself, these phantoms disappeared. There can be no doubt about the origin of this need for unconscious punishment, in our opinion. It behaves like a part of the moral conscience, like the continuation of our moral conscience in the unconscious. It will therefore have the same origin as moral conscience, corresponding, therefore, to an amount of aggression internalized and accepted by the superego. If the components of the term unconscious guilt were more harmonized, we could justifiably use them for all practical purposes. Theoretically, we doubt whether we should assume that all the aggression returned from the external world is linked by the superego and thus directed against the ego, or whether a part of it develops its silent and sinister action in the ego and in the id, as free instinct of destruction. This last distribution is the most probable, but we know nothing else about it. In the first establishment of the superego, that part of the aggression against the parents to which the child does not accept is undoubtedly used for the constitution of this instance. He was able to seek a diversion abroad because of his erotic fixation and external difficulties, and it depends on this that the rigor of the superego does not necessarily have to correspond to the severity of education. It is quite possible that, on subsequent occasions when the aggression is subdued, the instinct takes the same path that was open to it at that first decisive moment. Those people in whom this unconscious feeling of guilt entails a predominant intensity reveal it in this way in the analysis with the negative therapeutic reaction, of such an unpleasant prognosis. When we communicate to them the solution of a symptom, which should be followed by a disappearance, at least temporarily, of the corresponding symptom, we observe, on the contrary, in them an intensification of the symptom and of the ailment. Sometimes it is enough to praise his conduct in the cure or a hopeful word about the progress of the analysis to provoke a worsening of his illness. Non-analysts would say that such people lack the will to cure. Analysts see in this behavior a manifestation of the unconscious feeling of guilt, which is satisfied by the disease with its pains and feelings. The problems that the unconscious feeling of guilt has raised, its relations with morality, pedagogy, and criminology are currently the favorite topic of analysts. Where we least expected it, we have emerged, from the abyssal psychic world, into the open. I cannot guide you in these new domains, but I want to expose you, before finishing for today, a reasoning. We usually say that our culture has been established at the expense of sexual tendencies that, restricted by society and partly repressed, have also been partly used for other purposes. Despite the pride that our cultural conquests inspire us, we have confessed that it is not easy for us to satisfy the demands of this culture and feel comfortable in it, because the restrictions imposed on our instincts suppose a heavy psychic burden. Now, what we have thus recognized in the sexual instincts is applicable to the same or greater extent to the instincts of aggression. These instincts are, above all, those that hinder the common life of men and threaten their survival. The restraint of his aggressiveness is the first and perhaps harshest sacrifice that society demands of the individual. We have seen in what ingenious way this taming of the rebellious is carried out. The establishment of the superego, which attracts dangerous aggressive impulses to itself, also places a garrison in places inclined to rebellion. But, on the other hand, from a purely psychological point of view, we must recognize that the ego does not feel comfortable when it sees itself thus sacrificed to the needs of society, when it has to submit to the destructive tendencies of aggression, which he would have liked to develop with others. It is like a continuation in the psychic domains of that dilemma of eating or being eaten, which dominates the world of organic life. Fortunately, the aggressive instincts never appear isolated, but in combination with the erotic ones. The latter have much to mitigate and guard against in the conditions of man-made culture. The femininity. Ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for these conferences I have been constantly struggling with an interior difficulty. I just can't find, to my full satisfaction, its justification. It is true that psychoanalysis has been modified and enriched in the course of 15 years of work, but it is also true that our first introduction to psychoanalysis could survive, without modification or complement. I cannot get away from the idea that these conferences lack any reason for being. They say very little, and nothing new, to analysts, and to non-analysts, too much, and above all, things for which they are in no way prepared to understand. Consequently, I have constantly sought excuses and apologies, and have tried to justify each of these conferences with a different motive. The first, dedicated to the theory of dreams, was to place you in the analytical atmosphere and show you the firmness that our opinions had shown. The second, in which we scrutinized the paths that go from dreams to occultism, offered me the opportunity to speak to you freely about a field of investigation in which hopes free of prejudices fight today with passionate resistance, supposing that your judgment, educated in the tolerance for the example of psychoanalysis, I would not refuse your company on such an adventurous excursion. The third conference, dedicated to the dissection of the personality, subjected your goodwill to a severe test with the singularity of its content, but it was not possible for me to silence such a first sketch of a psychology of the self, and if 15 years ago it had already existed, I would have had no choice but to expose it to you then. In short, my last lecture, which you could have followed only with a great effort of attention, provided essential rectifications and new attempts to solve the most important problems, and my introduction would have been misleading if I had silenced it for you. So you see that as soon as one tries to apologize, it turns out that everything was inevitable, a rigorous fatality, before which one can only submit. This is how I do it, and I beg you to follow my example. Neither should today's lecture find acceptance in an introduction, but it can provide you with the sample of a detailed analytical work, and I have to say two things in support of it. It involves only observed facts, with almost no speculative aggregation, and it deals with a topic that deserves your interest like no other. Men have meditated on the problem of femininity at all times. Heads wearing tiaras decorated with hieroglyphics, heads with turbans and heads with black caps. Wigged heads, and 1,000 other poor, sweaty male heads. Heine, the North Sea. Neither you, those who listen to me, will have excluded yourselves from such musings. Men, well, women are yourselves such an enigma. Masculine or feminine is the first differentiation you make when facing another human being, and you are used to making such a differentiation with indubitable certainty. Anatomical science shares your confidence up to a point, but not beyond. Masculine are the male sexual product, the spermatozoon and its vehicle, female, the ovule and the organism that hosts them. In both sexes, organs exclusively assigned to the sexual function have been formed, and they have probably developed, starting from the same disposition, in two different structures. In both, the remaining organs also show the shapes of the body, and the tissues, an influence of sex, but this influence is inconstant and of variable magnitude, constituting the so-called secondary sexual characteristics. And then science tells you something contrary to what you expected and very appropriate to puzzle you. He warns you that certain elements of the male sexual apparatus are also, although atrophied, an integral part of the female body, and vice versa. Science sees in this circumstance the sign of bisexuality, as if the individual were not a man or a woman, but always both, only alternately one more than the other. You are then invited to familiarize yourself with the idea that the mixed portions of the masculine and the feminine in the individual are subject to great oscillations. But since in any case, except in very rare cases, a person integrates only one class of sexual products ova or spermatozoa you will already doubt the decisive significance of such elements, and you will conclude that what masculinity or femininity does is an unknown character that anatomy cannot apprehend. Could psychology do it? We are accustomed to using the concepts of masculine and feminine also as psychic qualities, and we have transferred the thesis of bisexuality to psychic life. We say, then, that a human being, whether male or female, behaves masculinely at one point and femininely at another. But you will soon realize that this is mere compliance with anatomy and convention. You cannot give the concepts of the masculine and the feminine any new content. The differentiation is not of a psychological order. When you say masculine, you regularly mean active, and when you say feminine, passive. And it is true that such a relationship exists. The male sex cell is actively mobile, it seeks the feminine, and this, the ovule, is immobile, passively expectant. This conduct of the elementary sexual organisms is even the prototype of the conduct of sexual individuals in the sexual trade. The male chases the female to perform sexual copulation, grabs her and penetrates her. But with this you reduce, for psychology, to the factor of aggression the character of the masculine. And you will doubt that you have found something decisive with it as soon as you reflect that in some animal species the females are stronger and more aggressive than the males, and the latter are only active in the single act of sexual copulation. This is the case, for example, with spiders. Nor are the functions of caring for offspring and training them, which seem so exclusively feminine to us, linked to the female sex among animals. In no inferior species it is observed that the two sexes share such functions, and it is even the male who devotes himself to them. Even in the domains of human sexual life, we immediately observe how insufficient it is to make masculine behavior coincide with activity, and feminine behavior with passivity. The mother is active in every way towards the child. And the more you move away from the narrow sexual sector, the more clearly you will see the error of such a coincidence. Women can display great activities in many different directions, and men cannot live with their peers if it is not displaying a considerable amount of passive adaptability. If you now say that such facts imply proof that both men and women are bisexual, in psychological sense, I will deduce that you have decided in your inner self to maintain the coincidence of the active with the masculine and the passive with the feminine. But I do not advise it, it seems to me inadequate, and does not give us any new knowledge. We could think of psychologically characterizing femininity by the preference of passive ends. This preference, naturally, is not equivalent to passivity, since a great deal of activity may be necessary to achieve a passive end. What perhaps happens is that in the woman, and emanating from her role in the sexual function, a certain preference for the passive attitude and passive ends extends to the rest of her life, more or less pervasively, depending on whether such prototypicality of the sexual life is restricted or amplified. But in this respect we must guard against underestimating the influence of social customs which force women into passive situations. All this remains still very dark. We do not want to neglect a particularly constant relationship about femininity and the instinctual life. The subjugation of their aggression, constitutionally prescribed and socially imposed on women, favors the development of intense masochistic impulses, which manage to erotically link the destructive tendencies directed towards the interior. Masochism is, then, thus, authentically feminine. But when, as often happens, we find masochism in masculine subjects, what can we say if not that such men integrate precise feminine traits? With all this, you will already assume that psychology will not solve the enigma of femininity either. Such a solution will have to come from elsewhere, and it cannot come before we have ascertained how the differentiation of animated beings into two sexes was born, in general. We know nothing of it, despite the fact that such a division into two sexes is such an evident character of organic life, and the one that differentiates it with all precision from inanimate nature. Meanwhile, those human individuals manifestly or predominantly characterized by the possession of female genitalia offer us sufficient material for study. The peculiarity of psychoanalysis corresponds then not to try to describe what the woman is, something that would be an almost impracticable task for our science but to investigate how the woman arises from the infantile bisexual disposition. In recent times we have been able to find out something about it thanks to several of our excellent female colleagues who have begun to deal analytically with this problem. The difference between the sexes has lent the discussion of the same a particular attraction, for whenever a comparison turned unfavorable to their sex, they were quick to voice their suspicions that we, their male colleagues, had not overcome deep-seated prejudices against femininity, prejudices that were biased to invalidate our investigations. On the other hand, for us, the thesis of bisexuality made it very easy for us to avoid all impoliteness, because when the case came, we got out of trouble by saying to our antagonists, "That does not go with you, you are an exception, because in this particular point you are more masculine than feminine." When we arrive at the investigation of female sexual evolution, we do so with two hopes. The first is that in this sector, too, the constitution will not adapt without resistance to function, and the second, that the decisive changes have been made or started already before puberty. Both are very soon confirmed. On the other hand, the comparison with what happens in the boy shows us that the evolution that transforms the girl into a normal woman is much more arduous and complicated, since it includes two more tasks, without a partner in the evolution of the man. We will follow the parallel from the beginning. Of course, the material is already different in the boy and in the girl. To fix it thus, psychoanalysis is not necessary. The difference in the formation of the genitals is accompanied by other somatic differences, too well known to need to mention them. Differences also appear in the disposition of the instincts, which allow us to suspect what the woman will later be. The girl is regularly less aggressive and stubborn, and less self-sufficient, seems to have more need for tenderness, and therefore to be more dependent and docile. The greater ease and rapidity with which he achieves mastery of his excretions is very probably only a consequence of such docility. Urine and feces are, as we know, the first gifts that the infant subject makes to his keepers, and their retention it is the first concession that the infantile instinctive life allows itself to be wrested away. We also experience the impression that the girl is more intelligent and lively than the boy of the same age. It opens more to the outside world, and carries out more intense object charges. I do not know whether or not this advance in evolution has been verified by precise observations. What is certain is that it cannot be said that the girl appears intellectually retarded. But these sexual differences do not weigh much, they can be compensated by individual variants. For our first purposes we may well do without them. The earliest phases of libido evolution seem to be common to both sexes. It might have been expected that the girl would already show a certain retardation of aggression in the sadistic anal phase, but this is not the case. The analysis of children's games has shown our fellow analysts that the aggressive impulses of girls leave nothing to be desired in terms of quantity and violence. With the entry into the phallic phase, the differences between the sexes are far below their coincidences. We must recognize that the little woman is a little man. This phase is characterized in the child, as is well known, by the fact that the infantile subject already knows how to extract pleasurable sensations from his small penis and relate the states of excitement of said organ with his ideas of sexual commerce. The girl does the same with her clitoris, even smaller. It seems that in her all onanistic acts are based on such an equivalent of the penis, and that the vagina, the properly feminine, is still ignored by the sexes. Some researchers also speak of early vaginal sensations, but we do not believe it is easy to distinguish them from anal or vestibular sensations. However it may be, they cannot play any important role. We can therefore maintain that in the girl's phallic phase the clitoris is the directive erogenous zone. But not with a permanent character, because, with the turn towards femininity, the clitoris must give up, totally or partially, its sensitivity and with it its significance to the vagina. This would be one of the two tasks proposed to the evolution of the woman, while the man, more fortunate, does not have to do more than continue in the period of sexual maturity what in the period of early sexual flowering he had already exercised. Later on we shall return to deal with the significance of the clitoris. We will now turn our attention to the second task posed to the evolution of the girl. The child's first love object is the mother. It continues to be so during the formation of the Oedipus complex and, basically, throughout life. Also for the girl the first object has to be the mother and the figures of the nurse or the nanny, fused with the mother dash. The first object charges are developed, in fact, on the basis of the satisfaction of the great and simple vital needs, and the care lavished on the infant subject is the same for both sexes. But in the Oedipus situation, the girl's love object is already the father, and we hope that, given the normal course of evolution, she will eventually find the path that leads from the paternal object to the final choice of object. Thus, in the course of time, the girl must change her erogenous zone and her object, while the boy keeps his. The question then arises of how such changes develop and particularly how the girl goes from bonding with her mother to bonding with her father, or in other words, how she goes from her masculine phase to the feminine phase that is biologically related to her. Determined. The solution would be ideally simple if we could assume that after a certain age the elementary influence of the reciprocal attraction of the sexes suffices to drive the little woman towards the man and that the same law allows the child to remain attached to the mother. We could even add that children follow with it the indications that the sexual preferences of their parents give them. But things are not so easy. We don't even know if we can seriously believe in that enigmatic power, resistant to analysis, that poets are so passionate about. Laborious investigations, in which the only easy thing has been the provision of the necessary material, have provided us with entirely different data. You must know that there are many women who remain erotically linked to the paternal object, and even to the real father, until very late times. Such women, with intense and prolonged paternal ties, have provided us with surprising discoveries. We knew, of course, that there had been a previous study of attachment to the mother in them, but not that it could be so abundant in content or so prolonged, nor that it could leave behind so many occasions for fixations and dispositions. During this time, the father is nothing more than an importunate rival. In some cases, the relationship with the mother goes beyond 4 years. Almost everything that we later find in the relationship with the father was already contained in it and has since been transferred to the father. Specifically, we come to the conviction that it is not possible to understand women if this phase of bonding with the mother, prior to the Oedipus complex, is not taken into account. We now ask ourselves what are the libidinous relations of the girl with the mother, and we find that they are very diverse. As it extends through the 3 phases of infantile sexuality, they also take on the characters of each of them and manifest themselves with oral, sadistic anal, and phallic desires. These desires represent both active and passive impulses. If we refer them to the differentiation of the sexes that will appear later, a reference that we should, if possible, avoid. We can describe them as masculine and feminine. They are also fully ambivalent, that is, both affectionate and hostile and aggressive in nature. These latter desires often become apparent after being transformed into distressing representations. It is not always easy to pinpoint the formulation of these early sexual desires. The one that is most clearly manifested is that of making a child for the mother or having it from her. Both belonging to the phallic phase and quite singular, but undoubtedly verified by analytical observation. The attraction of these investigations is in the surprising discoveries that they give us. Thus, we discover that the fear of being killed or poisoned, which can later constitute the nodule of a paranoid disease, already occurs in this period prior to the Oedipus complex, with the mother being the feared person. Another case. You will undoubtedly remember that interesting episode in the history of analytical research that brought me long hours of painful perplexity. At the time when our main interest was in the discovery of childhood sexual traumas, almost all of my patients claimed to have been seduced by their father. In the end, the conclusion forced itself upon me that such reports were false, and I thus learned to understand that hysterical symptoms derive from fantasies and not from actual events. Later I was able to recognize, in this fantasy of seduction by the father, the manifestation of the typical female Oedipus complex. And now we find the fantasy of seduction in prehistory, before the girl's Oedipus complex, with the variant that the sexual initiation was carried out regularly by the mother. But here the fantasy is already based on reality, since it is, in effect, the mother who, by submitting her daughters to the care of bodily hygiene, stimulates and perhaps awakens the first pleasurable sensations in their genitals. I suspect that this description of the richness and intensity of the girl's sexual relations with her mother must seem exaggerated to you. You know many girls, and you have never noticed anything like this in them. Such objection is invalid. Knowing how to observe children's life, we discover many things, but, in addition, it must be taken into account that childhood can only give preconscious expression, let alone communicate, to a minimal part of their sexual desires. We are only making use of a perfect right to study a posteriori the residues and consequences of this affective world in people in whom such processes of evolution reached a particularly visible or even exaggerated development. Pathology has always provided us with the service of revealing to us, isolating and complicating them, circumstances that, within normality, would have remained hidden. And since our investigations have not been carried out on severely abnormal subjects, I think we can give credence to their results. We will now direct our interest towards the dissolution of this powerful link between the girl and her mother. We know in advance that his destiny is to perish, leaving the post to the father's bond. And we stumble upon a fact that shows us the path we must follow. In this advance of evolution it is not a question of a new change of object. The withdrawal from the mother develops under the sign of hostility, the attachment to the mother is resolved in hate. This can become very evident and last throughout life, or it can then be carefully supercompensated, the most common being that one part of it is dominated, enduring another. These variants largely depend on what happens in later years. But here we will limit ourselves to studying him in the period of turning towards his father, investigating his motivations. We then hear a whole series of complaints and accusations against the mother, tending to justify the girl's hostile feelings, and whose value, which we will analyze carefully, varies greatly. Some are obvious rationalizations. We shall therefore have to investigate the true sources of the hostility. I hope you will be interested in following me this time through all the details of a psychoanalytic investigation. Of the reproaches that the subject directs at her mother, the one that goes back the longest is that of having raised her for a short time at her breasts, which the subject considers a lack of affection. Now, this reproach does not fail to entail, in the current circumstances, a certain justification. Many mothers today do not have enough milk to raise their children and are content to nurse them for a few months, 6 or 9 at the most. Between the towns. Primitive, the children are nursed for 2 and 3 years. The figure of the nurse, replacing the mother, is fused with hers. When the substitution has taken effect from the beginning, the aforementioned reproach becomes that of having dismissed the wet nurse too soon, who so complacently fed the girl. But whatever the actual circumstances, it is impossible for the girl's reproach to be justified as frequently as we find it. It seems rather that the girl's desire for her first food is, in general, inexhaustible, and that the pain caused by the loss of the maternal womb never subsides. I would not be surprised if the analysis of a primitive, nursed up to a time when he already knew how to talk and run around, would bring the same reproach to light. The fear of being poisoned is probably also related to weaning. The poison is a food that makes you sick. Perhaps the child's subject refers to the deprivation of the maternal womb, his first illnesses. A good deal of intellectual preparation is already required to believe in chance, the primitive, the man without enlightenment, and, surely, also the child, know how to give a reason to everything that happens. It was probably originally an explanation according to the animistic conception. Even today, in some popular strata, any death is blamed on someone, generally the doctor. and the regular neurotic reaction to the death of a loved one is also the self-accusation of having been the cause of his death. Another accusation against the mother arises when a new baby appears in the nursery. When circumstances make it possible, the girl associates such an event with the deprivation of the maternal breast. The mother did not want or could not continue to breastfeed because she needed to nurse the new infant. When the two births are so close that lactation is interrupted by the second pregnancy, this reproach acquires a real foundation, giving the singular case that, even when there is only a difference of 11 months between the two offspring, the first realizes of what happened, despite his young age. But it is not only the deprivation of the maternal womb that prepares the girl against the new intruder and her rival, but all the other care that the mother lavishes on her. She feels dethroned, dispossessed, harmed in her right. He develops hatred and jealousy against the new infant and a grudge against the unfaithful mother, all of which frequently manifests itself in an unpleasant transformation of his behavior. It becomes bad, excitable, disobedient, and abandons the progress made in mastery over its excreta. All this has been known for a long time and accepted as a natural thing, but we seldom have an exact idea of the strength of such hostile impulses, of the tenacity of their adherents, and of the magnitude of their influence on subsequent evolution. Above all, when this jealousy is fed again, over and over again during the following childhood years, the shock being renewed with each new birth of the mother. The fact that the eldest son continues to be the mother's favorite does not change the situation very much. The demand for affection of the infantile subject is excessive, demands exclusivity and does not tolerate sharing. The infantile sexual desires, different in each phase of the libido, and which, for the most part, cannot be satisfied, constitute a copious source of hostility against the mother. The most intense of these privations appears in the phallic age, when the mother forbids her offspring, sometimes with serious threats and expressing intense disgust, the pleasurable playing with her genital organs, which she herself had to induce before, upon discovering him, in their bodily hygiene care, the erogenous quality of said organs. We could suppose that these were already sufficient reasons to justify the separation. What does the girl feel towards her mother? We would then judge that such withdrawal was an inevitable consequence of the nature of infantile sexuality, of the immoderation of the demands for affection and the impossibility of satisfying sexual desires. We would even think that this first love affair of the girl is destined to fail, precisely because it is the first, since these precocious object charges are always ambivalent to a very high degree. Along with intense love there is always an intense tendency to aggression, and the more passionately the child loves his object, the more sensitive he becomes to the disappointments and privations that he inflicts on him. Ultimately, love perforce succumbs to accumulated aggression. Or we can also reject such original ambivalence of erotic charges and point out that what leads, with equal inevitable fatality, to the disturbance of infant love is the special nature of the relationship between mother and child, because all education, no matter how benign, has to exercise coercion and impose limitations, and any attack of this order to his freedom has to awaken in the infantile subject, as a reaction, the tendency to aggression and rebellion. The discussion of these possibilities could be very interesting, but an objection that suddenly arises in our path directs our intention in a different direction. All these factors, snubs, love disappointments, jealousy and seduction followed by prohibition, also occur in the child's relationship with the mother and are not, however, enough to separate him from her. If we do not find something that is specific to the girl, something that does not appear in the boy or appears in him differently, we will not have clarified the outcome of the girl's attachment to the mother. I for one believe that we have found such a specific factor, and precisely where we expected to find it, albeit in a surprising way. In the expected place, I say, because that place is the castration complex. The anatomical difference had to manifest itself in psychic consequences. On the other hand, we were surprised to discover, through the analysis, that the girl holds her mother responsible for her lack of a penis and does not forgive her for such a handicap. As you can see, we also ascribe a castration complex to women. Fundamentally, of course, but such a complex cannot contain the same content as that of the child. In the latter, the castration complex is formed after the vision of female genitalia has revealed to him that the member that he esteems so much is not, as he supposed, inseparable from every human body. He then remembers the threats that his fiddling with the member earned him, he begins to give them credit, and is, from that moment on, under the influence of the fear of castration, which becomes the most important engine of his further development. The girl's castration complex is also initiated by the vision of the genitalia of the other sex. The girl immediately notices the difference and, it must be confessed, also its significance. She feels in a serious situation of inferiority, frequently manifests that she too would like to have a little thing like that, and succumbs to penis envy, which will leave lasting traces in her evolution and in the formation of her character, and that even in the most favorable cases it will not be mastered without serious psychic effort. The fact that the girl recognizes her lack of a penis does not mean that she accepts it willingly. On the contrary, he maintains the desire to have a little thing like that for a long time. He believes in the possibility of achieving it until an age in which such a belief is already implausible, and even in times when knowledge of reality has made it impossible. And abandoning such a wish as unrealizable, analysis can show that it persists in the unconscious and has retained a considerable charge of energy. The desire to finally get the long-awaited penis can still provoke its contribution to the motives that drive the adult woman to be tested and what she can reasonably expect from the test. For example, the ability to exercise an intellectual profession often proves to be a sublimated variant of said repressed desire. Of the importance of penis envy there can be no doubt. The assertion that envy and jealousy play a greater role in a woman's mental life than in a man's is generally regarded as an example of masculine injustice. And it is not that these characteristics are lacking in men or have no other root in women than penis envy, but we are inclined to ascribe the feminine surplus to this last influence. Now, some analysts have been inclined to minimize the importance of that first awakening of penis envy in the phallic phase. They believe that this feminine attitude is, mainly, a secondary formation born, on the occasion of later conflicts, by regression to that infantile impulse. This is a general problem that enters fully into abyssal psychology. In many pathological, or simply unusual, instinctive attitudes, for example, in all sexual perversions we have to ask ourselves what part of their energy corresponds to childhood fixations and what other to the influence of later experiences and evolutions. These are almost always complementary series, such as those we have assumed in the study of the etiology of neuroses. Both factors participate in different magnitudes in the causation, complementing each other. The infantile gives, in all cases, the pattern and is frequently, although not always, decisive. Precisely in the case of penis envy, in my opinion, the infantile factor predominates. The discovery of her castration constitutes a crucial point in the girl's evolution. 3 paths of evolution start from it: one leads to sexual inhibition or neurosis, another, to the transformation of character in the sense of a masculinity complex, and the other, finally, to normal femininity. About the 3 of us we have found out many things, although not all. The essential content of the first is that the girl, who until then had lived masculinely, knew how to seek pleasure by arousing the clitoris and related such activity to her frequently active sexual desires directed towards her mother, allows the influence of penis envy to affect her. Spoil the enjoyment of phallic sexuality. Offended in her self-respect by the comparison with the child, better phallic endowed, she renounces the masturbatory satisfaction of the clitoris, rejects her love for her mother and thereby represses, in many cases, a good part of her sexual impulses. The separation from the mother does not have an effect all at once, for the girl initially regards her castration as an individual misfortune, and only gradually extends it to other female creatures and, finally, to the mother as well. The object of his love was the phallic mother. With the discovery that the mother is castrated, it becomes possible for him to abandon her as a love object, and then the motives of hostility, accumulated for so long, win out all along the line. Thus, with the discovery of the lack of a penis, the woman is devalued for the girl, the same as for the boy and perhaps later for the man. You all know what supreme etiological importance our neurotics attach to their masturbation, hold it responsible for all their ailments, and it is very difficult for us to make them admit their mistake. Actually, we had to agree with them, since masturbation is the special activity of infantile sexuality, on whose failed evolution their suffering truly depends. But it is that neurotics blame masturbation. Of the period of puberty, having forgotten, instead, generally that of early childhood, which is the one that really matters. One day I would like to have the opportunity to explain to you in detail how important all the actual details of early masturbation are for later neurosis or for the character of each individual, whether it was discovered or not, whether the parents fought it or consented to it, and whether the individual he himself managed to subdue her. All this has left lasting traces in its evolution. But on second thought, I'm glad I don't have to develop such an explanation. It would be as arduous as it would be prolonged work, and at the end you would surely put me in a bind asking me for practical advice on the conduct that parents and educators should adopt in the face of child masturbation. In the evolution of the girl as I am exposing it, you have an example of how the infantile subject spontaneously strives to free himself from masturbation. But it doesn't always succeed. In cases where penis envy has aroused a strong impulse against clitoral masturbation and it refuses to go away, a violent liberation struggle develops, in which the girl takes over the role of the mother, already dethroned, and manifests her disgust at the phallic inferiority of her clitoris with her resistance against the satisfaction available through her arousal. Still many years later, when masturbatory satisfaction has long since been defeated, it remains as a defense against a still feared temptation. Such interest is manifested in the birth of sympathy towards people who are supposed to be in the same conflict and can decide the choice of husband or lover. It is certainly not an easy or indifferent thing to solve the sequelae of child masturbation. With the abandonment of clitoral masturbation, the subject gives up a lot of activity. Passivity becomes dominant, and the turn towards the father is accomplished with the help, above all, of passive instinctual impulses. You will have to recognize that such an advance of evolution, which puts an end to phallic activity, paves the way to femininity. If the losses caused by the repression are not too considerable, such femininity can be normal. The desire with which the girl turns to her father is perhaps, originally, to get from him the penis that the mother has denied her. But the female situation is constituted later, when the desire to have a penis is replaced by the desire to have a child, thus substituting the child for the penis, according to the old symbolic equivalence. We do not forget that even earlier, in the undisturbed phallic age, the girl also wanted a boy, such was the meaning of her play with dolls. But this game was not really the manifestation of her femininity, it favored identification with the mother with the intention of replacing passivity with activity. The girl was playing at being the mother, and the doll was herself. In this way she could do with the doll what the mother used to do with her. It is only when the desire to have a penis is awakened that the doll becomes a son of the father and becomes, henceforth, the most intense female optional end. Happiness is great when the childhood desire to have a child finds its real satisfaction later, especially when the child is a boy who brings with him the longed-for penis. In the desire to have a child from the father, the accent often falls entirely on the first of its elements, leaving the second without any relief. The old masculine desire for possession of a penis is thus still revealed through the most complete femininity. But perhaps we should recognize such a desire for the penis as feminine par excellence. With the transfer of the boy penis desire to the father, the girl enters the situation of the Oedipus complex. The hostility against the mother, already pre-existing, intensifies now, since the mother becomes the rival who receives from the father everything that the girl craves from him. The girl's Oedipus complex has hidden from us for a long time her previous attachment to her mother, which is so important, however, and which leaves behind such enduring fixations. For the girl, the Oedipus situation is the outcome of a long and difficult evolution, a kind of preliminary solution, a resting position, which the subject is slow to abandon, all the more so since the beginning of the latency period is not far off. And now we notice, as regards the relationship between the Oedipus complex and the castration complex, a very important difference between both sexes. The child's Oedipus complex, in which he desires his mother and would like to push his father away, seeing him as a rival, develops naturally from the phase of his phallic sexuality. But the threat of castration forces him to abandon such an attitude. Under the impression of the danger of losing the penis, the Oedipus complex is abandoned, repressed and, in the most normal case, fundamentally destroyed, a rigorous superego being installed as its heir. In the girl almost the opposite happens. The castration complex prepares the Oedipus complex instead of destroying it. The influence of penis envy separates the girl from her bond with her mother and makes her enter the situation of the Oedipus complex as a haven of salvation. With the disappearance of the fear of castration, the main motive that had driven the boy to overcome the Oedipus complex vanishes. The girl remains in it indefinitely, and only later and incompletely overcomes it. In these circumstances, the formation of the superego necessarily has to suffer. It cannot achieve the robustness and independence that its cultural value confers on it. Feminists listen with disgust when we point out the results of this factor for the average female character. Going back a bit, we indicated before, as another of the possible reactions to the discovery of female castration, the development of a strong masculinity complex. By this we mean that the girl refuses to admit the unpleasant reality, exaggerates, with obstinate rebellion, her hitherto masculinity, maintains her clitoral activity and seeks refuge in an identification with the phallic mother or father. What decides this outcome? It can only be a constitutional factor, a greater magnitude of activity, characteristic of the male. The main thing about the process is that in this place of evolution the increase in passivity that initiates the turn towards femininity is avoided. The maximum yield of this masculinity complex seems to us to be its influence on the choice of an object in the sense of a manifest homosexuality. Analytic experience teaches us that female homosexuality never follows or only rarely in a direct line infantile masculinity. This seems to be confirmed by the fact that such girls also take the father as an object for some time and enter the Oedipus situation. But then the inevitable disappointments that the father inflicts on them propel them into a regression to their former masculinity complex. However, we must not exaggerate the importance of such disappointments, since even girls destined for normal femininity experience them, without the result being fatal. The arrogance of the constitutional factor seems indisputable, but the two factors in the evolution of female homosexuality are fully reflected in the practices of homosexuals, who play at being mother and daughter as well as husband and wife. What precedes constitutes, so to speak, the prehistory of women. It is the result of our most recent research and may have interested you as a sample of detailed analytical work. As the subject of such work is exclusively women, I will allow myself to name those of our colleagues to whom this research owes important contributions. Dr. Ruth Mack Brunswick 1928 was the first to describe a case of neurosis attributable to a fixation in the state prior to the Oedipus complex and in which the subject did not even reach the situation of such a complex. The case took the form of jealousy paranoia and proved amenable to therapy. Dr. Jean Lampedegrode 1927 has verified with safe observations the phallic activity of the girl with respect to the mother, so incredible at first sight. Finally, Dr. Helene Deutsch 1932 has shown that the erotic acts of homosexual women reproduce the relationships between mother and child. It is not within my purpose to pursue the later behavior of femininity, through puberty, to maturity. Our knowledge is still insufficient for this. I will limit myself, then, to giving you some indications. Taking prehistory as a starting point, we will point out that the development of femininity is exposed to disturbances by the residual phenomena of the prehistoric period of masculinity. Regressions to the fixations of those phases prior to the Oedipus complex are frequent. In some histories we find an alternating repetition of periods in which masculinity or femininity predominates. part of what we men call the enigma of women derives, perhaps, from this manifestation of bisexuality in female life. But in the course of these investigations another problem has become more transparent to us. We have given the name libido to the driving force of sexual life. This sexual life is governed by the polarization of the masculine and the feminine. We shall therefore have to examine the relation of the libido to such an antithesis. We will not be surprised to find that each sexuality corresponded to its particular libido, so that one kind of libido would pursue the ends of masculine sexuality and another, those of the feminine. But none of this happens. There is only one libido that is placed at the service of both the masculine and the feminine function. And we cannot attribute a sex to it, if, abandoning ourselves to the conventional equating of activity and masculinity, we want to call it masculine, we must not forget that it also represents tendencies of passive ends. And what will never be justified will be to speak of a female libido. We experience the impression that the libido has been the object of greater coercion when it appears placed at the service of the feminine function, and also that in this case teleologically speaking nature takes less careful account of its demands than in the case of masculinity. And this, teleologically thought, may be due to the fact that the achievement of the biological end has been entrusted to the man's aggression and made independent, in a certain way, of the woman's consent. The sexual frigidity of women, whose frequency seems to confirm the previous hypothesis, is a phenomenon that is still insufficiently understood. Sometimes psychogenic, and then accessible to analytical influence, it imposes, in other cases, the hypothesis of constitutional conditionality and even the intervention of an anatomical factor. I have promised to indicate to you some of the psychic peculiarities of mature femininity, just as they appear to us in analytic observation. We do not ascribe absolute validity to these statements, and it is not always easy to distinguish what corresponds to the influence of the sexual function and what has to be attributed to the social educational process. Thus, we ascribe to femininity a high amount of narcissism, which even influences her choice of object, so that, for women, it is a more pressing need to be loved than to love. In the vanity that her physique inspires in a woman, the action of penis envy still participates, since the woman esteems its attractions all the more as she considers them as a later compensation for her original sexual inferiority. To modesty, in which a feminine quality par excellence is seen, but which is something much more conventional than is believed, we ascribe the primary intention of concealing the defectiveness of the genitals. Although we forget that later modesty has taken over other functions. It is believed that women have not contributed, but very little, to the discoveries and inventions of the history of civilization, but perhaps they have discovered at least one technique, that of weaving and spinning. If so, indeed, we could indicate the unconscious reason for such performance. Nature itself would have provided women with the model for such imitation, making the subject grow the hairy vegetation that hides their genitals when the subject reaches sexual maturity. The immediate step would have consisted of adhering to each other those strands that came out isolated from the skin. It is clear that if you deem this idea fantastic and suppose that the influence of the lack of a penis on the conformation of femininity is a fixed idea of mine, I will be able to adduce nothing in my defense. The conditions of a woman's choice of object are frequently covered up by social circumstances. When such a choice can be free, it develops, many times, according to the narcissistic ideal of the man that the girl has remained attached to the father, that is, in the Oedipus complex, she will choose according to the type of the father. Since in the turn from mother to father the hostility of the ambivalent relationship becomes linked to the mother, such a choice should guarantee a happy marriage. But very often an outcome occurs that jeopardizes such a favorable solution to the conflict of ambivalence. The hostility that has lagged behind pursues the positive attachment and attacks the new object. The husband, who had inherited the father first, now inherits the mother. Thus it easily happens that the second half of a woman's life appears devoted to the struggle against her husband, as the first, briefest, to the rebellion against his mother. Once this relationship has been thoroughly lived, a second marriage can be much more satisfying. Another transformation of the wife, unexpected for the husband, can begin with the birth of the firstborn son. Under the impression of one's own motherhood, an identification with the mother, against whom the woman had defended herself up to her marriage, can be revived and attract to herself all the available libido, so that the obsession of repetition reproduces an unhappy marriage of the kind. Parents. The different reaction of the mother to the birth of a son or a daughter shows that the old factor of the lack of a penis has not yet lost its force. Only the relationship with the child gives the mother unlimited satisfaction. It is, in general, the most complete and free of ambivalence of all human relationships. The mother can transfer the ambition that she had to repress onto her son and expect from him the satisfaction of all that remains of her masculinity complex. The marriage itself is not guaranteed until the woman has succeeded in making her husband her child and acting with him as a mother. The woman's identification with her mother shows two layers: one, prior to the Oedipus complex, which rests on the loving bond with the mother and takes her for model, and another, later, based on the Oedipus complex, which wants to separate the mother and replace her with the father. Much remains for the future of both, being able to say that neither is sufficiently surpassed in the course of evolution. But the phase of love bonding, prior to the Oedipus complex, is decisive for the future of the woman. In it the acquisition of those qualities with which he will later attend to his role in the sexual function and fulfill his invaluable social functions is prepared. In this identification, she will also acquire the attraction for the man who turns his Oedipal attachment to his mother into passion. Only, many times, it is the son who receives what the lover aspired to. We experience the impression that the love of a man and that of a woman separate in a difference of psychological phases. The fact that we have to attribute to women a scant sense of justice depends, perhaps, on the predominance of envy in her mental life, since the demand for justice is an elaboration of envy and provides the condition under which it is possible give him free rein. We also say of women that their social interests are weaker and their ability to sublimate instincts is less than those of men. The first derives, perhaps, from the proper disocial character, undoubtedly, of all sexual relations. Lovers suffice for each other, and even the family resists being integrated into larger unions. The sublimation capacity is subject to maximum individual oscillations. On the other hand, I cannot help mentioning an impression that we continually experience in analytic activity. A man around the age of 30 seems to us to be a young individual, still unfinished, who we hope will energetically take advantage of the possibilities of development that the analysis offers him. On the other hand, a woman of the same age often frightens us because of her inflexibility of psychic immutability. His libido has occupied definitive positions and seems incapable of changing them for others. We do not find paths leading to further development. It is as if the process had already been completed completely and was removed from all influence, as if the arduous evolution towards femininity had exhausted people's possibilities. As therapists, we regret this state of affairs even on those occasions in which we manage to put an end to the condition with the solution of the neurotic conflict. This is all I had to tell you about femininity. It is, of course, incomplete and fragmentary, and not always pleasant. Now, you must not forget that we have only described the woman insofar as her being is determined by her sexual function. This influence goes, of course, very far, but it must be taken into account that women also integrate what is generally human. If you want to know more about femininity, you can consult your own experience of life, or ask the poets, or wait until science can provide you with deeper and more coherent information. Clarifications, applications, and observations. Ladies and gentlemen, to rest a bit from the aridity of the previous conferences, you are going to allow me to talk to you today about things of very little theoretical scope, but that, as adepts of psychoanalysis, they will not cease to interest you. Suppose, for example, that in your spare time you pick up a novel, American or English, in which you hope to find a description of contemporary men and circumstances. After a few pages you come across a first statement on psychoanalysis, and then, with others, although the matter does not seem to make them precise. Not for this reason should you believe that it is an application of abyssal psychology, aimed at a better understanding of the characters in the text or their events, although there are also, of course, some literary works in which it has really and seriously make such an attempt. But, in general, such mentions of psychoanalysis are limited to mocking remarks, with which the author of the novel wants to demonstrate his culture or his intellectual superiority. And in most cases you experience the impression that the author does not know at all what he so boldly judges. Or suppose also that instead of consecrating your free time to reading you go to a meeting. Shortly after being in it, the conversation falls on psychoanalysis and you hear how the most different people speak about it, and almost always with a tone of absolute security. Such judgments are generally derogatory if not offensive, and at best mocking. But if you are so imprudent that you reveal that you know something about the matter, everyone around you will immediately overwhelm you, asking you for information and clarification, and they will immediately convince you that their severe judgments were prior to all information, and that hardly a single one of those opponents of psychoanalysis, he has never opened an analytic book, or if he has left it as soon as he has run into some difficulty, inevitable in the first encounter with all new material. Perhaps you also expect from an introduction to psychoanalysis that it will indicate the arguments that you can use to rectify the manifest errors in the judgment of the analysis, the books that you should recommend, with a view to better information, and even the examples of your readings or your experiences. That you must adduce in the discussion to change the attitude of your interlocutors. Please don't do any of this. It would be useless. The best you can do is hide your knowledge. And when this is not possible for you, limit yourself to saying that, from what you know, psychoanalysis is a special branch of knowledge, very difficult to understand and judge, and that it deals with very serious things, therefore not proceeding take it as a joke or as a topic for pleasant and light talk. And of course, do not participate in attempts at interpretation when someone imprudent relates his dreams, nor give in to the temptation of favoring the analytical cause with stories of cures. But you may wonder why these people, both those who write books and those who make frivolous conversation about psychoanalysis, behave so incorrectly, and you will be inclined to suppose that it depends not only on them, but also on psychoanalysis. Such is also my opinion. What you find in literature and in society as a prejudice is the effect of a previous judgment, of the judgment that the representatives of official science placed on psychoanalysis at its dawn. I have already lamented this once in a historical exposition of our discipline, and I will not do it again. Perhaps that one time was too much but, truly, scientific adversaries of psychoanalysis allowed themselves at that time to act not only against all logic, but against all decorum and all good taste. It was a situation like the one that really occurred in the Middle Ages when a criminal, or just a political adversary, was exposed in the pillory and left to the humiliation of the mob. And you do not know how far plebeianity reaches in our society, nor what things men allow themselves when they feel part of a mass and exempt from personal responsibility. At that time I was almost alone, and it didn't take me long to see that it was useless to argue, as useless as suing or resorting to other higher mills, since there was no instance before which to present the complaint. So I took another path. I carried out the first application of psychoanalysis, explaining to myself the behavior of the crowd as a phenomenon of the same resistance that each of my patients had to combat. I refrained from all controversy and influenced my followers, as they came to me, in the same way. This procedure gave good results. The proscription that weighed on psychoanalysis has since been lifted, but just as an extinct faith survives as a superstition and as a popular opinion a theory abandoned by science, that first proscription of psychoanalysis by scientific circles subsists today in the mocking contempt of the profane who write books or hold conversation. Which will no longer surprise us. But do not wait for the good news that the fight around the analysis has come to an end, as well as its recognition as a science and its admission to the university. The fight continues, albeit in more painful ways. In addition, a kind of buffer between analysis and its adversaries has formed in scientific society, made up of people who accept something of psychoanalysis, albeit under very joyous conditions, and clamorously reject other things, making it extremely difficult to guess on what they base such a selection. Probably in personal sympathies. Some reject the function of sexuality, others, the existence of the unconscious. Symbolism, above all, arouses intense contradiction. These eclectics seem not to realize that the edifice of psychoanalysis, although still unfinished, already today constitutes a unit from which it is not possible to subtract isolated elements on a whim. None of these half-followers or quarters of followers has been able to give me the impression that their partial rejections were based on a careful examination of our discipline. Outstanding men also belong to them. They certainly have in their excuse that both their time and their attention are taken up by those other subjects in which they have excelled. But, being so, would they not proceed better by reserving judgment rather than taking sides so decidedly? With one of these great men it was given to me to achieve a quick conversion. He was a world-renowned critic who had followed the spiritual currents of our time with benevolent understanding and keen prophetic vision. I met him when he was over 80 years old, but his conversation was still charming. You'll guess who it is. It was not me, but him, who led the dialogue towards psychoanalysis. And he did it with delicate modesty. I am only a writer, he said, while you are a researcher and a discoverer. But I have to affirm that I have never harbored feelings of a sexual order towards my mother. It's just that you don't have to have noticed, was my reply. These are unconscious processes for the adult. That's something else, he replied, relieved, and squeezed my hand. Then we continued chatting in the best harmony for several hours. Later I heard that, in the brief space that still he was allowed to live, he expressed benevolent judgments on psychoanalysis several times, liking to use the word repression, new to him. A well-known proverb warns us that we must learn from our enemies. I confess that, for my part, I have never succeeded, but at first I thought it would be very instructive for you to present to you a quick review of the reproaches and objections that the opponents of psychoanalysis have raised against it and then point out its injustice and its easily evident lack of logic. However, on second thoughts, I have told myself that such a task would not be as interesting as tiring and thankless, taking me, moreover, to a terrain carefully avoided through many years. You will forgive me, then, for not following this path and silencing the judgments of our so-called scientific adversaries. Furthermore, it is always about people whose only degree of capacity is the innocence in which they have been preserved, keeping away from all the experiences of psychoanalysis. But I know that in other cases you will not let me get away with it so easily. You will allege, in effect, that there are many people to whom my previous observation cannot be explained, since they have not evaded the analytic experience, they have analyzed patients, they have submitted to analysis themselves, they have even been my collaborators for many years, and despite all this, they have reached opinions and theories different from mine, consequently separating from me and founding psychoanalytic schools. Independent. And you will ask me to explain the possibility and importance of these dissociations so frequent in the history of psychoanalysis. I am going to try it like this, but very briefly, since such an explanation contributes less to the understanding of psychoanalysis than you might expect. I know that you think above all of Adler's individual psychology, which in America, for example, is regarded as a fully justified deviation from our psychoanalysis and is always cited alongside it. Actually, it has very little to do with him, but because of some historical circumstance he lives a kind of parasitic life at his expense. The conditions that we previously assumed for the adversaries of this group do not coincide in their founders except to a very little extent. The name itself is inappropriate and seems created to get by. We cannot discuss it as antithesis of group psychology, but also what we do is, first and foremost, psychology of human individuals. Today I will not go into an objective critique of Adler's individual psychology, since, apart from going beyond the plan of this introduction, I have already tried it on another occasion, and there is not much to rectify in it. But I do want to illustrate the impression it produces with the account of an event that occurred in the pre-analytic years. In the vicinity of the small Moravian town, where I was born and left at the age of 3, there is a modest spa, situated in a laughing countryside. During my school years I spent summer vacations there several times, and then, after 20 years, the illness of a close relative gave me the opportunity to return to its surroundings. In a conversation with the doctor at the spa, who had treated my relative, I asked him about his relations with the Slovak peasants, who during the winter constituted his only clientele. The doctor told me that during that period his professional activity was carried out as follows. At the time of the consultation, the patients would go to his office, sit in a row and get up and approach him successively to tell him their symptoms. The doctor recognized them, orientated himself, and communicated his diagnosis, which was always the same: what you have is that you have been bewitched. Astonished, I asked him if the peasants did not mistrust him when they saw him apply the same diagnosis to all of them. Not at all, he replied. They leave so satisfied, because it is precisely what they expected, and when they hear it, they look happy at those who are waiting their turn and wink at them, as if to say, it is clear that he is a man who understands it. I did not suspect at the time under what circumstances I would find a similar situation again. Whether he is a homosexual or a necrophiliac, an anguished hysteric, an obsessive neurotic or a furious madman, the individual psychologist of the Adler school will indicate as the main reason for his state the desire to assert himself, to overcompensate for his inferiority, to stay on top, to go from the feminine line to the masculine. Something very similar was already heard by the students of my time when a case of hysteria was presented in the clinic. Hysterics produce their symptoms to make themselves interesting, to attract attention to them. How the old ideas return again and again. But this bit of psychology no longer seemed to us to fully clarify the enigma of hysteria. It left, completely, unexplained why the patients did not use other means to achieve their intention. Something of the theory of the individual psychologists must, of course, be exact, an intimate particle in the vast whole. The self-preservation instinct will try to take advantage of any given situation, the ego will also want to transform illness into an advantage. This is what in psychoanalysis we call secondary advantage of the disease. Although if we think about the facts of masochism, the unconscious need for punishment, and the neurotic mistreatment inflicted on oneself, which inclines us to suppose the existence of instincts contrary to self-preservation, we will also doubt the general validity of that statement. Trivial truth on which the doctrinal edifice of Adlerian psychology stands. But for the majority, a theory that does not recognize complications or introduce any new concept that is difficult to grasp or knows nothing of the unconscious, decisively sets aside the problem of sexuality that weighs on all humans and limits itself to the discovery of a few, must be well received. Tricks to make life more comfortable. Well, the majority is comfortable, they are content with a single explanatory reason, they do not thank science for their efforts, they want to obtain simple solutions and know that the problems are solved. When we consider how well individual psychology meets such requirements, we cannot help but recall a phrase from Wallenstein: when the idea is not blissfully ingenious indeed, I would rather call it stupid. Criticism from scientific circles, so implacable against psychoanalysis, has generally treated individual psychology with the utmost benevolence. However, one of America's leading psychiatrists has published an article entitled Enough v. Adler, in which he has strongly expressed his disgust at the repeat compulsion of individual psychologists. And if others have behaved more kindly, it has been largely because of their animosity against psychoanalysis. About other ramified schools of our psychoanalysis, I only have very little to say. Its existence does not testify either for or against the truth of our discipline. Think of the intense affective factors that make it so difficult for many to adapt or subordinate themselves, and also of that greater difficulty that the phrase quod capita tot sensus rightly accentuates. When divergences of opinion cross certain limits, it is better to separate and follow different paths from now on, especially when the theoretical differences lead to a transformation of practice. Suppose, for example, that an analyst considers the influence of the individual past insignificant and seeks the cure of neuroses exclusively on present motives and future-oriented hopes. He will then have to dispense with the analysis of childhood and will, in general, have to employ a technique different from ours, compensating for the lack of results of the analysis of childhood with an intensification of its instructive influence and with a direct indication of certain life goals. But for us all this could be a new school of wisdom, never psychoanalysis. Or suppose another analyst came to the conclusion that the distressing event of birth would constitute the germ of all subsequent neurotic disturbances, then it will seem appropriate to limit the analysis to the effects of this single impression and promise a good therapeutic result with only 3 or 4 months of treatment. You will notice that I have chosen 2 examples that start from diametrically opposed assumptions. It is a general character of these secessionist movements that each of them seizes a part of the rich heritage of psychoanalysis themes: the instinct of power, the ethical conflict, the mother, genitality, etc., and, once seized of it, it raises an independent flag. If it seems to you that such secessions are more frequent today in the history of psychoanalysis than in other intellectual movements, I don't know if I should agree with you. If so, the responsibility lies with the intimate relationships that exist in psychoanalysis between theoretical opinions and therapeutic practice. Mere differences of opinion could be borne longer. Psychoanalytics are often accused of intolerance. The only manifestation of such a reprehensible defect has been his separation from those who thought otherwise. But they have done nothing more against them, who have also obtained the best part, since by separating they have generally freed themselves from some of the burdens that weigh us down, hatred against infantile sexuality or mockery against symbolism, and the surrounding world considers them almost in good faith, which is not always granted to the rest of us. And it must also be stated that with one notable exception they have been the ones who have excluded themselves from our community. What other arguments can you formulate based on tolerance? That if someone formulates an opinion considered completely wrong by us, we should say, "Thank you for having expressed this contradiction. You are warning us against the risk of complacency and giving us the opportunity to reveal to Americans that we are truly broad-minded as they always wish to be. Surely we don't believe a word you're saying, but that doesn't change things. You are probably within your rights as we are. After all, who can say for sure which one is right?" Despite our antagonism, he begs us to allow him to express his views in our publications. Our hope is that you will be so generous as to reciprocate our ideas that you reject. In the future, when Einstein's beaten relativity becomes fully recognized, we will obviously reach a regular habit in scientific affairs. At present, in truth, we have not gone that far. We restrict ourselves to the old way, advancing only our own convictions. In this way we expose ourselves to errors, since we do not guard against it and we reject what is contradictory to us. We have made too much use in psychoanalysis of the right to change our opinions if we think we have found something better. One of the first applications of psychoanalysis was the one that taught us to understand the animosity that the surrounding world showed us because we practiced psychoanalysis. Other applications of an objective nature may aspire to a more general interest. Our first intention was to come to understand the disturbances of human psychic life, since a unique experience had shown us that understanding coincides with healing in such a field and that there is a path that leads from one to the other. But later, when we recognized the intimate relations, or even the inner identity, between the pathological and the so-called normal processes, psychoanalysis became abyssal psychology, and since nothing that men create or do is understandable without the aid of psychology, the applications of psychoanalysis to numerous scientific sectors arose spontaneously, especially to the spiritual sciences, and posed new tasks. Unfortunately, such tasks ran into obstacles depending on the given situation and that still today have not been completely removed. Such an application requires specialized knowledge that the analyst does not possess, while the corresponding specialists are unaware of the analysis and sometimes do not want to know anything about it either. It turns out that analysts, as mere amateurs with more or less preparation, sometimes improvised in a short time, have undertaken incursions into domains such as mythology, the history of civilization, ethnography, the science of religions, etc. Investigators based in such domains received them as true interlopers, and their methods and results were at first despised or rejected, but these circumstances are improving day by day, and in all sectors more and more people are studying psychoanalysis to apply it to your specialty. We hope, then, that our efforts will be rewarded with a rich harvest of new insights. The applications of psychoanalysis are, moreover, always confirmations of its doctrines. Where scientific work is further removed from practical activity, the inevitable conflict of opinions will also be less bitter. I am very tempted to lead you, through all the applications of psychoanalysis, to the spiritual sciences. They are interesting for every intellectual, and it would also be a well-deserved rest for all of us to separate ourselves for a while from the abnormal and the pathological. But I have to renounce it, because it would exceed the limits of these conferences, and, it must be confessed, also my capacities. Although in some of these sectors I was the one who took the first steps, the progress made in them since then has accumulated a wealth of knowledge of which I no longer have a precise and joint vision, for which reason I would need a lengthy work of recapitulation. Those of you who are deceived by my denunciation can refer to the collection of our magazine Imago, dedicated to the non-medical applications of psychoanalysis. Only one subject is more difficult for me to silence, although not because I dominate it especially or have worked intensely in its domains. On the contrary, I have hardly taken care of him. But it is of such extraordinary importance and is so full of development possibilities that it can be considered as the capital activity of analysis. I refer to the application of psychoanalysis to pedagogy, to the education of future generations. I can at least state with satisfaction that my daughter, Anna Freud, has made this work the mission of his life, thus compensating for my negligence. The path that has led us to such an application is not difficult to follow. When, in the treatment of an adult neurotic, we investigated the determination of his symptoms, we always found it necessary to go back to his early childhood. The knowledge of the subsequent etiologies is never enough neither for the understanding of the case nor for the therapeutic action. In this way we found ourselves compelled to become familiar with the psychic particularities of childhood, and we found out many things that only analysis could reveal, making it possible for us to rectify many of the generally accepted opinions about childhood. We discovered that the first years of childhood, up to the fifth, more or less, carry, for various reasons, a very special significance. In the first place, because they contain the first flower of sexuality, which leaves behind decisive stimuli for the sexual life of maturity. And secondly, because the impressions of this time fall on an immature and weak self, on which they act as traumas. The ego can only defend itself from the storms of affections that such traumas unleash with repression, and thus acquires in childhood all the dispositions to diseases and later functional disorders. We have understood that the difficulty of childhood resides in the fact that the child has to assimilate, in a short period of time, the results of a cultural development that spans entire millennia. Only a part of this transformation can be accomplished by the child through his own development, the rest has to be imposed on him by education. It will not surprise us, then, that in many cases the child carries out such a task only very imperfectly. Many children go through states in these early periods that we can equate to neuroses. Of course, all those who later become manifestly ill. In some children the neurotic disease does not wait for the period of maturity, it appears already in childhood and gives parents and doctors something to do. We have not hesitated to apply psychoanalytic therapy to those children who showed unmistakable neurotic symptoms or appeared to be in the process of undesirable character development. The concern that the analysis harmed the child, expressed by opponents of psychoanalysis, has been shown to be unfounded. Our advantage in these undertakings has been to have been able to confirm in the living object what in the adult we had deduced, so to speak, from historical documents. But also the benefit of the child has been very satisfactory. It has indeed turned out that the child is a very favorable object for analytic therapy. The results are fundamental and permanent. It is clear that it has been necessary to modify the technique created for the analysis of adults. The child is psychologically different from the adult, does not yet have a superego. In his analysis, the method of free association turns out to be insufficient, and the transference plays an entirely different role, since the real father and mother still exist next to the subject. The internal resistances that we fight in the adult are replaced in the child by external difficulties. When parents become substrates of resistance, they often endanger the analysis and even its development, which is why it is sometimes necessary to link to the analysis of the child a certain analytical influence of the parents. On the other hand, the inevitable divergences between the analysis of children and adults are diminished by the fact that some of our adult patients retain so many infantile character traits that the analyst, once again adapting himself to his subject, cannot but use with them certain techniques of child analysis. It has automatically happened that the analysis of children has become the domain of female analysts, and this will undoubtedly continue to be so. The discovery that most children go through a neurotic phase in their development has brought with it the germ of a hygienic requirement. In fact, the question may arise as to whether it would not be convenient to help the child with an analysis, even when he does not show signs of disturbance, as a precautionary measure in favor of his health, just as today children are vaccinated against diphtheria, without waiting for them to contract it. The discussion of this problem has today only an academic interest. Before you I can allow myself to expose it. But for most of our contemporaries, the mere project of submitting a child to analysis is sacrilege, and given the attitude of parents towards analysis, we must, for now, give up all hope of generalization. A prophylaxis against neurosis, surely very effective, also presupposes a different constitution of society. The application of psychoanalysis to education must, therefore, be very different for today. Let us see clearly what constitutes the primary mission of education. The child must learn to master his instincts. It is impossible to leave him free to follow his impulses without any restriction. This would constitute a very instructive experiment for psychologists, but it would make life miserable for the parents, and would cause serious prejudice to the children themselves, as would show partly immediately, and partly in later years. Thus, education necessarily has to inhibit, prohibit, and subdue, and it has done so extensively at all times. But analysis has shown us that precisely the subjugation of the instincts carries with it the danger of neurotic disease. You will remember how carefully we have investigated the ways by which this happens. Consequently, education has to find its way between the pitfall of letting go and the pitfall of prohibition. And if the problem is not insoluble, it will be possible to find for education an optimal path, following which it can procure the maximum benefit to the child while causing the minimum harm. It will be a question, then, of deciding how much can be prohibited, at what times and with what means. And then it must be taken into account that the objects of the educational influence involve very diverse constitutional provisions, so that the same method cannot be equally good for all children. The most immediate reflection shows that up to now education has fulfilled its mission only very imperfectly and has caused serious damage to children. If he finds the optimal path and manages to carry out his mission in an ideal way, he can hope to extinguish one of the factors in the etiology of the disease, the influence of accidental childhood traumas. The other, the power of an insubordinate constitution of the instincts, will never be able to suppress it. If we think of the difficult problems that the educator is faced with, discovering the constitutional peculiarity of the child, guessing, guided by barely perceptible signs, what is taking place in his mental life, grant him the right measure of affection and preserve, however, effective authority. If we think about all these difficult problems, we will have to recognize that the only adequate preparation for the profession of the educator is a fundamental psychoanalytic preparation, which must include the analysis of the subject himself, since without experience in the person himself it is not possible to assimilate psychoanalysis. The analysis of teachers and educators seems to be an even more effective prophylactic measure than that of children, and less difficult to put into practice. We will mention, in passing, an indirect promotion of education by means of analysis, which may one day reach maximum influence. Parents who have undergone analysis and owe many things to it, including the knowledge of the defects of their own education, they will manage their children much more comprehensively and save them a lot of damage that was not spared them. Parallel to the efforts of analysts to influence education, other investigations are being developed on the genesis and prevention of child delinquency and criminality. Also in this sector I will limit myself to opening the door and showing you the rooms that extend behind it, but I will not introduce you to them. I know that if our interest remains true to psychoanalysis, you will have opportunities to hear much new and valuable information about these things. But I don't want to leave the subject of education without mentioning a certain point of view. It has been said, and rightly so, that all education is partial, since it tends to incorporate the child into the existing social order without taking into account its value or its permanence. Now, if we are convinced of the defects of our current social institutions, it will in no way be justified to also put education at their service, oriented in a psychoanalytic sense. Its end must be another and higher, already freed from the dominant social demands. But, in my judgment, such an argument is out of place here. Nor does the doctor called to treat a pneumonia patient have to worry about whether the patient is an honest man, a suicide, or a criminal, or whether he deserves to continue living or should be wished for death. Nor should that other end that one wants to point to psychoanalysis be partial, nor is it the analyst's mission to decide between the parties in conflict. Not to mention that psychoanalysis will be denied any possibility of influencing education as soon as it confesses intentions that are irreconcilable with the current social order. Psychoanalytic education would take upon itself an unnecessary responsibility by proposing to make its trainee a rebel. His mission is limited to making him a healthy and efficient man. It already contains in itself sufficient revolutionary factors to guarantee that its student will not later side with the enemies of progress. But, in addition, I believe it is absolutely undesirable for childhood to be revolutionary. I still intend to say a few words about psychoanalysis as therapy. I already had to formulate the corresponding theoretical part in my conferences 15 years ago, and today I have nothing to rectify. I will limit myself, therefore, to letting you know the experience accumulated in the interval. You know that psychoanalysis was, originally, a therapeutic procedure, then it has exceeded such quality, but it has not abandoned its native land for this reason, and its development, both in breadth and depth, continues to be linked to the treatment of patients. The stock of impressions from which we draw our theories cannot be accumulated in any other way. The failures that we suffer as therapists present us with new problems again and again, and the demands of real life are an effective protection against excessive speculation, which we cannot do without in our work either. Already in our first lectures we examined the means by which psychoanalysis helps the sick, when it helps them, and the paths it follows. Today we will examine how far its effectiveness goes. Perhaps you know that I have never been a fan of therapy. It is not, therefore, to be feared that I will take advantage of this conference to unleash myself in praise. I'd rather stay short than go over. At the time when I was still the only analyst, I used to hear from people who wanted to join my cause, "This is all very clever and very nice, but show me a case cured by you with the help of psychoanalysis." This has been one of the formulas that in the course of time have been replaced in the function of throwing out. One side is the uncomfortable novelty of our theory. Today it already appears as outdated as many others, since the analyst's files are also overflowing with letters of gratitude from cured patients. But this is not the only analogy. Psychoanalysis is really a therapy like the others admitted. It has its triumphs and its setbacks, its difficulties, its limitations, and its indications. For a certain time it was said that psychoanalysis could not be taken seriously as a therapy and that it did not even venture to publish statistics on its results. Subsequently, the Berlin Psychoanalytic Institute, founded by Dr. Max Eitingen, has published an extensive report on its activity in the first 10 years of operation. Positive results are nothing to brag about or be ashamed of. But such statistics are not at all instructive, since the material to which they refer is so heterogeneous that only very high figures will allow firm conclusions to be drawn. It is much better to resort to one's own individual experience. Doing so, I can say that, of course, I don't think our successes can compete with those of Lourdes. There are many more men who believe in the miracles of the Virgin than those who believe in the existence of the unconscious. Turning now to earthly competition, let us compare psychoanalytic therapy with the other psychotherapeutic methods. Today it is hardly necessary to mention the physical organic treatments of neurotic states. As a psychotherapeutic method, the analysis is not opposed to the other methods of this medical specialty, it does not devalue or exclude them. In theory, it is perfectly reconcilable for a doctor who aspires to call himself a psychotherapist to use analysis with his patients along with other healing methods, depending on the peculiarity of the case and external favorable or unfavorable circumstances. In reality, it is the technique that imposes the specialization of medical activity. This is how surgery and orthopedics have had to be dissociated. Psychoanalytic activity is very arduous and exact, and it cannot be used like glasses that we put on to read and take off to go for a walk. Usually, psychoanalysis monopolizes the doctor entirely or leaves him out of its scope. The psychotherapists who also deal occasionally with analysis do not have, as far as I know, a firm analytical background. They have not accepted the whole analysis, but have watered it down or even light-hearted and cannot be counted among the analysts. Which is unfortunate, I think. Therefore, the medical collaboration of an analyst with a psychotherapist who limited himself to the other methods of the specialty would be very convenient. Compared to the other methods of psychotherapy, psychoanalysis is undoubtedly the most powerful. Which is fair, since it is also the most painful and prolonged and should not be used in mild cases. With it has become possible, in appropriate cases, to suppress disorders and bring about changes in ways not even dreamed of before. But it also has very sensitive limits. The therapeutic ambition of some of my followers has led them to strive to overcome such barriers in order to ensure that the therapeutic action of psychoanalysis extends to all neurotic disturbances. They have tried to carry out the analytic work in a shorter time, to intensify the transference, so as to overcome all resistances, and to mix other kinds of influence with it to force healing. These efforts are, of course, plausible, but, in my judgment, also futile. They also bring with them the danger of pushing the doctor out of analysis and leading him to an unlimited experiment. The hope of being able to cure all neurotic phenomena inspires me with the suspicion of being a derivation of that profane belief according to which neuroses are something completely superfluous that have no reason to exist. And, on the contrary, they are serious conditions, constitutionally fixed, that are rarely limited to some explosions, the most common being that they last for long periods, if not for a lifetime. Analytical experience, according to which it is possible to strongly influence them when we manage to seize the historical reasons for the illness and the accidental auxiliary factors, has made us neglect the constitutional factor in therapeutic practice. The radical inaccessibility of psychoses for analytic therapy tells us that we must limit their field of action to neuroses. The therapeutic efficacy of psychoanalysis is limited by a whole series of factors as important as they are unassailable. In the child, in whom we could count great successes, such factors are the external difficulties of the parental situation, although such difficulties are after all a necessary part of being a child. In the adult they appear represented by the magnitude of the psychic petrification and the form of the disease with all the deeper determinations that it conceals. The first of these factors is not usually given without reason all the importance that it really entails. As great as the plasticity of mental life and the possibility of reanimating old states, not everything can be reanimated. Some modifications seem final, they correspond to scars from finished processes. Other times we experience the impression of a general rigidity of mental life. The psychic processes, capable of being directed by other paths, seem incapable of abandoning the old ones. Although this is equivalent to the above, only seen in a different way. Very often we think we notice that the only thing missing from therapy is sufficient energy to cause the change. A certain dependency relationship, a certain instinctive component, is too strong compared to the opposing forces that we can mobilize. This is always the case in psychosis. We understand it enough to know where we should insert the levers, but we also know that they couldn't move the load. To this point is linked the hope that in the future the knowledge of the action of hormones will provide us with means of effectively fighting against the quantitative factors of diseases, but for today we are still very far from such a possibility. I understand that the insecurity of all these circumstances originates a constant impulse to perfect the technique of analysis and, especially, the transference. Above all, the beginner in psychoanalysis, faced with a therapeutic failure, will doubt whether to attribute it to the conditions of the case or to his defective handling of methods. But I already said before that I did not believe that the efforts directed in this direction would produce much fruit. The second limitation of analytical success depends on the form of the disease. You already know that the field of application of analytic therapy is made up of transference neuroses, phobias, hysteria, obsessional neuroses, and those character abnormalities that have developed instead of such illnesses. Everything else, the narcissistic and psychotic states, falls more or less out of reach. It would therefore be entirely legitimate to prevent failures by carefully excluding such cases. The statistics of the analysis would improve considerably with such precaution. Of course, but there is a con. Our diagnoses are often formed only after the fact. They are like that test to which, according to Victor Hugo, a king of Scotland subjected women suspected of witchcraft. She cooked them in a large cauldron of boiling water, tasted the broth, and from the taste she could tell if the victim was a witch or not. Something like this also happens in our case, with the only difference that we are the ones affected. Only after having studied it analytically for a few weeks, or even months, we can judge the patient undergoing treatment or the analyst candidate. The patient brings with him indeterminate, general disorders, which do not allow a diagnosis to be established. This trial period may reveal that it is an unsuitable case. Then we dismiss the candidate and keep the patient for a short time, in case it allows us to see him in a clearer light. The patient then takes revenge, adding to the list of our failures, and the rejected candidate, when he is paranoid, writing psychoanalytic books. You see that our precautions are of little use to us. I am afraid these details no longer hold your interest, but I would be even more sorry if you believed that I am trying to lower your estimate of psychoanalysis as a therapy. Perhaps I have acted clumsily, since what I proposed was precisely the opposite. Excuse the therapeutic limitations of the analysis, making us see that they are inevitable. With the same intention I will now touch another point, the reproach that psychoanalytic treatment requires too much time. It must be taken into account that the psychic modifications only take place very slowly. When it comes on quickly it is a very bad sign. It is true that the treatment of a severe neurosis easily lasts for years, but, in case of success, we can ask ourselves how long the disease would have lasted otherwise. Surely a decade for each year of treatment, or what is the same, the entire life of the subject, as we often see in untreated cases. In some cases we have to resume analysis after many years. Life has developed in the interval, to new reasons, new pathological reactions, but meanwhile the patient has enjoyed good health. The first analysis failed to reveal all the pathological dispositions, and it was natural that the successful analysis ended. There are also seriously damaged men who must be kept under analytical supervision all their lives, resuming their analysis from time to time, but these subjects could not live otherwise, and we must be satisfied to be able to keep them on their feet by means of this fractional and recurrent treatment. Also, the analysis of the disturbances of the character demands a prolonged treatment, but that is often successful. But do you know of any therapy with which to even attempt such work? The therapeutic ambition may be dissatisfied with these circumstances, but the example of tuberculosis and lupus have already shown us that success is only possible when therapy is adapted to the characteristics of the disease. I have told you that psychoanalysis began with a therapy, but it is not as a therapy that I wanted to recommend it to your interest, but because of its truth content, due to the discoveries it provides us about what interests man the most about his own being, and because of the relationships it points out between his most diverse activities. As therapy it is one among many, even if it is primus inter pares. If it did not have a therapeutic value, it would not have been found in the treatment of the sick, nor would it have developed over 30 years. The problem of the conception of the universe. Weltanschauung. Ladies and gentlemen, at our last meeting we took care of small daily cares, as if we wanted to put our modest household affairs in order. Today we are going to take a bold step and risk answering a question that has been repeatedly posed to us from outside. That of whether psychoanalysis leads to a certain Weltanschauung, conception of the universe, and to which one. The Weltanschauung concept is a specifically German concept, difficult to translate into other languages. So I will try to define it, although I am sure that my definition will seem awkward to you. For me, a Weltanschauung is an intellectual construction that unitarily resolves, on the basis of a superior hypothesis, all the problems of our being, and in which, therefore, no question remains open and everything that requires our interest. It is therefore understandable that the possession of such a Weltanschauung is one of the optional ideals of men. Having faith in it, one can feel secure in life, know what one should aspire to and how one can better direct their affections and interests. If such were really the character of a conception of the universe, it would not be difficult to establish the position of psychoanalysis with respect to it. Being a special science, a branch of psychology, abyssal psychology, or psychology of the unconscious, will be absolutely inadequate to develop a particular conception of the universe and will have to accept that of science. But the scientific conception of the universe already departs notably from our definition. It also accepts, of course, the unity of the explanation of the universe, but only as a program whose realization is displaced in the future. Apart from this, it is distinguished by negative characteristics, by the limitation to what is knowable in the present and by the rejection of certain elements alien to it. It affirms that the only source of knowledge of the universe is the intellectual elaboration of carefully verified observations, that is, what we call research, and it denies any possibility of knowledge by revelation, intuition, or divination. It seems that during the last century this view came to be almost generally recognized. It was reserved for our current century to oppose the objection that such a conception is as poor as it is discouraging and neglects both the intellectual aspirations of man and the needs of his mind. Such an objection must be rejected with the utmost energy. It lacks any foundation, since the intellect and the mind are the object of scientific investigation, exactly in the same way as any other things alien to man. Psychoanalysis has a very particular right to intervene here in favor of the scientific conception of the universe, since it cannot be reproached for having neglected the psychic in the framework of the universe. His contribution to science consists precisely in the extension of research to the psychic field. Without such a psychology, science would certainly be very incomplete. But this incorporation of the investigation of the intellectual and emotional functions of men, and animals, into science in no way changes its general position, since it does not bring with it new sources of knowledge or new methods of investigation. Intuition and divination would be such if they existed, but we can easily count them among the illusions, among the illusory satisfactions of optional impulses. Nor is it difficult at all to verify that the approach of similar demands to a conception of the universe have only an effective foundation. Science notes that the human soul life creates such demands and is ready to investigate their sources, but has no reason to recognize them as justified. Quite the contrary, it is constrained to carefully separate from knowledge everything that is illusion and consequence of that affective aspiration. Which means disdainfully dismissing such desires or underestimating their value in the life of man. Science is willing to investigate what satisfactions these desires have achieved in the performance of art and in religious and philosophical systems, but it cannot fail to see that it would be unfair and highly inconvenient to admit the transfer of such aspirations to the field of knowledge. For with this the paths that lead to the domains of psychosis are opened, be it individual psychosis or collective psychosis, and valuable energies are withdrawn from such tendencies that are oriented towards reality to satisfy in it, within what is possible, wants and needs. From the point of view of science, one cannot avoid exercising one's own critical faculty and start here with rejections of resignations. It is inadmissible to say that science is a single sector of the activity of the human spirit and religion and philosophy others, equivalent at least, in which science does not have to intervene, that all equally aspire to the truth, and that each man can freely choose where to draw his convictions and where to put his faith. Such a conception happens to be very distinguished, tolerant, comprehensive and free of narrow prejudices. Unfortunately, it is not sustainable, participates in all the harmfulness of a completely unscientific conception of the universe and is practically equivalent to it. The truth is that the truth cannot be tolerant, that it does not allow for compromises or restrictions, and that research considers all sectors of human activity to be its domain and has to be implacably critical when another power wants to appropriate part of them. Of the three powers that can dispute its terrain with science, the only serious enemy is religion. Art is almost always harmless and beneficial, it does not want to be but illusion. Except for a few people who, according to the saying, are possessed by art, it does not risk incursions into the realm of reality. Philosophy is not contrary to science, it behaves itself like a science, he works partly with the same methods, but it distances itself from it insofar as it sustains the illusion of being able to procure a complete and coherent image of the universe, when the truth is that such an image is necessarily broken with each new progress of our knowledge. Methodologically, it errs in that it overestimates the epistemological value of our logical operations and recognizes other different sources of knowledge, such as intuition. And it often seems that the poet's mocking comment is not entirely unjustified when he refers to the philosopher in the following terms. With his nightcap and the tatters of his nightgown he patches the gaps in the structure of the universe. Hein. But philosophy lacks immediate influence on the great majority of men, it interests only a minority within the upper stratum, already a minority, of the intellectuals, and for the rest it is almost elusive. Instead, religion is a great power that disposes of the most intense human emotions. It is known that in ancient times it encompassed everything that was spirituality in human life, that it took the place of science when science hardly existed, and that it has created an incomparably logical and concrete conception of the universe, which, although already cracked, subsists even today. If we want to realize exactly the power of religion, we must make ourselves aware of everything that it tries to procure for men. He explains the origin and genesis of the universe, assures them protection and happiness in the vicissitudes of life, and guides their opinions and actions with prescriptions that he supports with all his authority. It fulfills, then, three functions. With the first he satisfies the desire for knowledge of men, it does the same thing that science tries with its means and thus enters into rivalry with it. It is perhaps to his second function that he owes most of his influence. Insofar as it mitigates men's fear of the dangers and vicissitudes of life, it assures them a happy outcome and comforts them in misfortune, science cannot compete with it. Science teaches, of course, how it is possible to avoid certain dangers and successfully combat certain illnesses. It would be unfair to deny that it powerfully helps men, but in many situations he has to abandon us to his troubles and only knows how to advise resignation. In its third function, When it formulates prescriptions, prohibitions, and restrictions, it is in which religion is further removed from science. For it is content to investigate and establish facts. Although rules and advice for conduct in life are certainly derived from its applications. Sometimes, the same ones prescribed by religion, but then with different grounds. The coincidence of these three contents of religion is not completely transparent. What can the explanation of the genesis of the world have to do with the imposition of certain ethical precepts? Assurances of protection and happiness appear more closely linked to ethical requirements. They are the prize for the fulfillment of such commandments. Only those who submit to them can count on such benefits. The disobedient are punished. In science, too, we find something analogous. For her, those who despise their applications expose themselves to serious damage. To better understand this singular coincidence of instruction, comfort, and demand in religion, it is enough to submit it to a genetic analysis, which must start from the most impressive point of the whole of the explanation of the genesis of the universe, because why does every religious system have to integrate a cosmogony? The general doctrine is that the world has been created by a being similar to man, but amplified in everything, power, wisdom, and intensity of passions, by an idealized Superman. The attribution of the creation of the world to an animal indicates the influence of totemism, to which we will later dedicate some observations. It is interesting to verify that such a creator is always only one, even in those religions that admit a plurality of gods. And also that it is almost always a man, although there are no shortage of cases of feminine divinities, and some mythologies precisely make the creation of the world begin with the death of a feminine divinity reduced to the category of monster, at the hands of a masculine divinity. Very interesting detailed problems are linked to this point, but we cannot dwell on them. The rest of the path becomes easily visible to us as soon as we verify that said Creator God is considered the Father of men. Psychoanalysis deduces that it is really the Father with all the magnificence as he seemed to the child in other times. The religious man represents the creation of the world in the manner of his own genesis. Now it is easily explained how the consoling assurances and the severe ethical demands concur with the cosmogony. For the very person to whom the child owes its existence, the father, or more exactly, the parental agency made up of the father and the mother, has protected and watched over the child, weak and defenseless, exposed to all the lurking dangers in the exterior world. Under his guard he felt safe. As an adult, man knows how to possess greater strength, but his awareness of the dangers of life has also increased, and he rightly deduces that, deep down, he continues as defenseless and exposed as in childhood. He knows that in front of the world he is still a child. Therefore, he does not want to give up the protection he enjoyed in his childhood either. But he has recognized some time ago that his father is a being of very limited power and in which not all the excellences concur. Consequently, he resorts to the mnemonic image of the father, so overestimated by him, from his childhood, elevates it to the category of divinity and places it in the present and in reality. The effective energy of this memory image and the persistence of the need for protection jointly support his faith in God. Also, the third capital point of the religious program, the ethical requirement, adapts without violence to the situation of childhood. In a famous phrase, the philosopher Kant invokes the existence of the starry firmament and that of the moral law in our hearts as the strongest testimonies of the greatness of God. As singular as such a juxtaposition may seem, for what can the stars have to do with the question of whether a man loves another or murders him, it borders on a great psychological truth. The same father, the parental instance, who has given life to the child and has protected him from the dangers of it, taught him what he should do and what he should not, indicated the need to submit to certain restrictions of his instinctive desires, and made him know what considerations he had to keep to parents and siblings if he wanted to become a tolerated and well-regarded member of the family circle and then of wider circles. Through a system of loving rewards and punishments, the child is educated in the knowledge of his social duties and is taught that the security of his life depends on his parents, and later others, loving him and being able to believe in his love towards them. All these circumstances are then integrated by man, without modification, in religion. The prohibitions and demands of the parents survive as a moral conscience in their internal forum. With the help of the same system of reward and punishment, God governs the world of humans. What measure of protection and happiness is granted to the individual depends on compliance with ethical requirements. The security with which the individual armors himself against the dangers that threaten him from the outside world and from his fellow human beings is based on the love of God and the awareness of being loved by Him. Finally, the individual has ensured, through prayer, a direct influence on the divine will and, with it, a participation in divine omnipotence. I know that while you were listening to me, multiple questions have arisen in you, to which you would like to have an answer. Today and here it is not possible for me to carry out such work, but I am sure that none of such detailed investigations would destroy our thesis that the religious conception of the universe has its determination in the situation of our childhood. Thus being all the more singular that, despite its childish character, it has a precedent. There was undoubtedly a time without religion and without gods. That of what we call animism. The world was also infested at that time with man-like spiritual beings, demons we call them, and all the objects of the outer world were their seat or perhaps identical with them, but there was no higher power that had created them all, and continued to dominate them, and from which to invoke protection and help. The demons of animism were, for the most part, hostile to man, but it seems that man trusted his own forces more than later. He suffered, certainly, under a constant fear of such evil spirits, but he defended himself against them with certain acts, to which he attributed the power to drive them away. Nor did he consider himself exempt from all power. When he wanted something from nature, for example, when he wanted it to rain, he did not pray to the god of rain, but he practiced a spell from which he expected a direct influence on nature. It did, by itself, something like rain. In the fight against the powers of the surrounding world, their first weapon was magic, the first forerunner of our current technology. We assume that confidence in magic derives from an overestimation of one's own intellectual operations, from a belief in the omnipotence of thought, which, incidentally, we find again in our obsessional neurotics. We can imagine that the men of those times were especially proud of their conquests in spoken language, conquests that would have greatly facilitated thought. Thus, they attributed magic power to the word. This trait was later taken over by religion, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Furthermore, the fact of magical acts shows that the animistic man did not rely simply on the force of his desires. Rather, he expected the success of the execution of an act that would promote imitation of nature. When he wanted rain, he himself spread water on the earth, and when he wanted to stimulate fertility in the soil, he gave it the spectacle of a sexual union in the open air. You already know how difficult it is to perish what has come to be created psychic expression. You will not be surprised, then, to hear that many manifestations of animism have survived to this day, for the most part, as superstitions, alongside religion, and behind it. Even more, you can hardly reject the judgment that our philosophy has preserved essential features of animistic thought, such as the overestimation of the power of words and the belief that the real processes of the world follow the paths that our thought wants to show them. It would, of course, be an animism without magical acts. On the other hand, we must expect that already in those times there was some kind of ethics, a series of precepts for the treatment of men among themselves, but nothing proves that they were more closely linked to the animist belief. They were probably the direct manifestation of the relative power of men or of their practical needs. It would be highly desirable to know what motivated the transition from animism to religion, but you will already suppose how dense darkness still covers these primordial epochs in the history of the evolution of the human spirit. It seems a fact that the first expressive form of religion was the most singular totemism, the cult of certain animals, consecutively to which the first commandments arose, the taboos. In my book Totem and Taboo 1912-3 I have developed a hypothesis that refers this process to a revolution of the circumstances of the human family. The capital performance of religion, compared to animism, lies in the psychic connection of fear with demons. But the evil spirit has achieved, as a residue of the primordial age, a place in the system of religion. Exposed thus, in broad strokes, the prehistory of the religious conception of the universe, we will now look at what has happened since then and is still happening before our eyes today. The scientific spirit, strengthened by the observation of natural processes, has begun to consider religion as a human affair and to submit it to a critical examination that religion has not been able to resist. It was first his stories of miracles that aroused astonishment and incredulity, because they contradicted everything that serene observation had taught and clearly betrayed the influence of human imagination. Then they had to find rejection of their explanatory doctrines of the existing world, since they testified to an ignorance that bore the stamp of ancient times and to which man knew himself superior thanks to his greater familiarity with natural laws. The doctrine that the world would have been born from acts of copulation or creators, analogous to the genesis of the human individual, no longer seemed to be the most immediate and obvious hypothesis, once the differentiation between living and animated beings and an inanimate nature was imposed on thought. Differentiation incompatible with the maintenance of the original animism. Nor should the influence of the comparative study of the various religious systems and the impression of their mutual exclusion and intolerance be lost sight of. Strengthened by these previous exercises, the scientific spirit finally found sufficient courage to risk examining the most important and effectively most valuable elements of the religious conception of the universe. It had always been possible to see, but only very soon he took the risk, that even the religious affirmations that promise man protection and happiness, as long as he complies with certain ethical commandments, proved implausible. It does not seem to be true that there is a power in the universe that watches over the well-being of the individual with paternal care and directs them towards a happy ending when it concerns them. It seems rather that the destinies of man are not reconcilable with the hypothesis of a universal goodness or with that of a universal justice which, in part, would contradict that one. Earthquakes, tidal waves, and fires make no difference between the pious and good man and the wicked or unbeliever. Nor where inanimate nature does not intervene and the destiny of the individual thus depends on his relations with other men, is it a general rule that virtue finds its reward and the wicked its punishment, since it is frequent that the violent, cunning, and inconsiderate man seize the envied earthly goods and leave the honest and pious empty-handed. Dark, insensitive, and alien powers of all love determine the destiny of men. The system of rewards and punishments, to which religion has attached the regime of the world, does not seem to exist. Here is one more reason to get a few more drops of animistic theory that has been incorporated into religion since animism. Psychoanalysis has made the last contribution to the criticism of the religious conception of the universe, attributing the origin of religion to the need to protect the defenseless and weak child and deriving its contents from the desires and needs of childhood, continued in adult life. Which is not precisely a refutation of religion, but it constitutes a necessary refinement of our knowledge of it and, at least on one point, a contradiction, since religion claims to be of divine origin. In which he does not err, as long as our interpretation of God is accepted. The synthetic judgment of science on the religious conception of the universe is, then, the following: while the different religions discuss which of them possesses the truth, we believe that precisely the truth content of religion is what matters least. Religion is an attempt to dominate the sensory world, in which we are situated, through the world of desires that we have developed in ourselves as a result of biological and psychological needs. But he does not get it. Its doctrines bear the stamp of the times in which they arose, the stamp of humanity's ignorant childhood. His consolations are not to be trusted. Experience teaches us that the world is not a nursery. Ethical demands, to which religion wants to support, rather demand a different foundation, since they are indispensable to human society and it is dangerous to link their fulfillment to religious belief. If we try to incorporate religion into the evolutionary march of humanity, it appears not as a lasting acquisition, but as a counterpart to the neurosis that the civilized individual goes through on his way from childhood to maturity. You can, of course, submit this exposition of mine to your criticism. I myself will facilitate your work. What I have just told you about the gradual fragmentation of the religious conception of the universe has been, due to space and time imperatives, very incomplete. We have not followed with absolute exactness the succession of the different processes nor the joint action of diverse forces in the awakening of the scientific spirit. Neither have we attended to the modifications that the same religious conception of the universe has undergone during the time of his undisputed reign, and then under the influence of emerging criticism. Finally, I have limited the discussion to a single religious system, that of the Western peoples. I have created for myself, so to speak, an anatomical model, for the purposes of a fast-paced discussion and as impressive as possible. Let's put aside the question of whether my knowledge would have been enough to make something better and more complete. I know that what I have told you can be found, and better, in other places. None of it is new. Let me state my conviction that the most careful elaboration of the matter of the problem of religion would not spoil our results. You know that the fight of the scientific spirit against the religious conception of the universe has not yet reached its end and continues to develop before our eyes. Although psychoanalysis does not like to use the weapon of controversy, this time we do not want to deprive ourselves of taking part in the struggle, because this will perhaps provide us with a greater clarification in our position before the other conceptions of the universe. You will see how easy it is to reject some of the arguments that the adherents of religion put forward, although, of course, several others remain standing. The first objection that is usually heard is that, on the part of science, it is audacity to make religion the object of its investigations, since religion is something sublime, superior to all human intellectual activity, which should not be reached by science. Criticism. Or put another way, that science is not qualified to prosecute religion. It is, moreover, as useful as it is valuable insofar as it is confined to its domains, but religion falls entirely outside of them. But if we do not allow ourselves to be intimidated by such a determined revulsion and continue to question what is the basis of such a claim to a place of exception among all human affairs, we will be answered, if we are answered, that religion cannot be estimated by any human measure. Since it is of divine origin and has been given to us by revelation of a spirit that the human spirit is incapable of understanding. This argument is easily rejected, since it manifestly entails a petitio principii begging the question. In effect, the question arises as to whether there is a divine spirit and a revelation coming from it, an insoluble question from the moment in which any right to raise it is denied, since divinity cannot be questioned. It happens here what sometimes in psychoanalysis. When an otherwise reasonable patient rejects a certain hypothesis with singularly stupid arguments, such logical weakness testifies to the existence of a particularly strong motive for contradiction, which can only be an emotional bond of an affective nature. We can also obtain another answer in which such motive is frankly admitted. Religion should not be submitted to a critical examination, because it is the highest, most valuable, and magnificent thing that the human spirit has produced, because it gives expression to the deepest feelings and is what makes the world tolerable and man's life dignified. To which we need not reply by discussing such an appreciation of religion, but by directing attention to another state of affairs, that is, making it clear that it is not an intrusion of the scientific spirit in the field of religion, but, on the contrary, an intrusion of religion in the sphere of scientific thought. Whatever the value and importance of religion, it has no right to limit thought in any way, and therefore no right to exclude itself from the application of thought. Scientific thought is not, in its essence, different from the normal intellectual activity that we all, believers and unbelievers, use in the dispatch of our affairs in life. Only in some traits has he specialized. He is also interested in things that do not imply an immediate and concrete application, strives to keep individual factors and effective influences at bay. He severely examines the warrant of the sensory perceptions on which he bases his conclusions. He procures new insights impossible to achieve with everyday means, and isolates the conditions of these new experiences in intentionally varied experiments. His aspiration is to achieve coincidence with reality, that is, with what exists outside and independently of us, and that, according to what experience has shown us, it is decisive for the fulfillment or failure of our desires. This coincidence with the real external world is what we call truth. She is the goal of scientific work, even when we disregard its practical value. Thus, if religion claims that it can replace science and that, because it is beneficial and uplifting, it must also be true, this constitutes an intrusion that must be rejected in the name of the general interest. The man who has learned to conduct his ordinary affairs according to the norms of the experience and taking reality into account, it is impertinent to demand that you entrust the care of your most intimate interests to an instance that claims, as its privilege, the liberation of all the precepts of rational thought. And as for the protection that religion promises to its believers, I believe that none of us would risk getting into a car whose driver declared that he was moving without paying attention to the rules of the road, following only the impulses of his lofty imagination. The prohibition of thinking that religion decrees in the service of its own preservation also entails serious dangers, both for the individual and for the human community. Analytical experience has taught us that such a prohibition, although originally limited to a certain sector, integrates a tendency to spread, thus becoming the cause of serious inhibitions in individual life. This consequence can also be observed in the female sex as an effect of the prohibition to deal with their sexuality, even if only with thought. In the lives of almost all outstanding individuals of past times, the damage attributable to this religious inhibition of thought can be pointed out. On the other hand, the intellect, or, giving it the name that is more familiar to us, the reason, belongs to those powers from which we can most justifiably expect a binding influence on men, which it is so difficult to hold together and, therefore, rule. Let's imagine how impossible human society would become if each individual also had his particular multiplication table and his special system of weights and measures. Our best hope is that the intellect, the scientific spirit, reason, will one day achieve dictatorship over the psychic life of man. The very essence of reason guarantees that it will never cease to give due place to the effective impulses of man and to what is determined by them. But the common coercion of such a reign of reason will be the strongest bond of union between men and will seek other harmonies. That which, like the religious prohibition to think, opposes such an evolution is a danger for the future of humanity. We can now ask why religion does not put an end to this struggle, so hopeless for it, by declaring frankly and spontaneously, "It is true that I cannot give you what is generally called the truth, for this you must stick to science. But what I can procure for you is much more beautiful, consoling and elevated than everything you can receive from science. And that is why I tell you that it is also true in a different and higher sense." The answer is easy: religion cannot make such a confession, because with it it would lose all influence over the masses. The common man does not know more than one truth in the common sense of the word. What may be a higher or supreme truth cannot be represented. The truth seems to him as incapable of overcoming as death, and he cannot make the leap from the beautiful to the true either. Perhaps you think with me that he does very well in all this. So the fight is not over. The adherents of the religious conception of the universe act according to the ancient precept that the best defense is to attack. They ask, what is the science that dares to devalue our religion, that has granted salvation and consolation to millions of men for thousands of years? What have you done on your part? And what can we expect from her? He confesses that he is incapable of seeking comfort and elevation. Let us dispense with it, even though resignation is not an easy thing. But what about their doctrines? Can you tell us what has been the origin of the world and what are its destinations to be? Can it even give us a coherent picture of the world and show us the condition of the unexplained phenomena of life and how spiritual forces act on inert matter? If you could, we would not deny you our consideration. But there is none of that. It has not yet solved any problem of this order. It gives us fragments of a pretense of knowledge, unconnected and isolated, without knowing how to form a coherent whole with them. He gathers observations of regularities in the course of events, to which he gives the name of laws and submits them to his risky interpretations. and what minimal degree of security he attributes to his results. Everything it teaches is only provisional. What today is extolled as maximum wisdom is rejected tomorrow and replaced by another provisionality. The last error is then the truth. And to this truth we are meant to sacrifice our highest good. I dare to believe that, insofar as you share the scientific conception of the universe, thus attacked, you will not have been much impressed by such criticisms. In the old imperial Austria something happened that, at this point, I want to remind you. The old sovereign, upset with the actions of a political party that made him uncomfortable, expressed himself one day in the following terms. That is no longer an ordinary opposition, it is a factious opposition. Similarly, you will undoubtedly find the reproaches that are thus made against science unfair and hideously exaggerated, for not having yet solved the enigma of the universe. He has really had too little time for such a great undertaking. Science is very young, it is a very late developed human activity. Consider, choosing just a few dates, that only 300 years have passed since Kepler discovered the laws of planetary motion, that the life of Newton, who decomposed light into its colors and formulated the law of gravity, ended in 1727, that is, a little over 200 years ago, and that it was a few years before the French Revolution when Lavoisier discovered oxygen. A human existence is very short compared to the duration of human evolution. I am certainly very old, but I was already in this world when Carlos Darwin published his work on the origin of species. In the same year, 1859, Pierre Curie, the discoverer of radium, was born, and if we go back further, to the beginnings of the exact natural sciences, to Archimedes and Aristarchus of Samos, 250 years before J.C., the forerunner of Copernicus, or even to the first principles of astronomy, in Babylon, we will not fill with it but a very small space of time that anthropology attributes to the evolution of man from his simian primordial form, a time that covers more than 100,000 years. And let us not forget that the last century has brought with it such a wealth of new discoveries and such an acceleration of scientific progress, that we have firm grounds for confidence in the future of science. To the other objections we have to give the reason in a certain way. The path of science is indeed slow, painful, and hesitant. It cannot be denied or avoided. And so it is no wonder that it displeases the lords on the other side, to whom revelation has given everything done. The progress of scientific labor is accomplished much the same as in analysis. We go to work with certain hopes, but soon have to abandon them. Observation reveals something new to us here and there, without for the time being possible for us to unite such fragments into a whole. We then risk hypotheses and build auxiliary constructions, which later, if not confirmed, we remove. We expend ample patience, we openly welcome all possibilities, and we renounce previous convictions so as not to neglect new unexpected factors under their coercion, and in the end all our efforts find their reward. Scattered discoveries fit each other, we have achieved the vision of a whole part of the psychic happening, and we have carried out our work to a good port and we are free to undertake another. However, in the analysis we lack the help provided by research through experimentation. In the previously exposed critique of science there is also a good deal of exaggeration. It is not true that she goes blindly from one experiment to another, that she exchanges one error for another. He usually works like a sculptor with clay when he tirelessly changes his lines until he achieves a satisfactory resemblance to the object seen or represented. And besides, at least in the most mature sciences, there is already a solid central nucleus that is already only modified and perfected, but not changed. Not all are, then, difficulties in scientific activity. And finally, what is it intended to achieve with such impassioned attacks on science? Despite its current incompleteness and its inherent difficulties, it is indispensable to us and nothing can replace it. It is susceptible to unsuspected improvements, which is not the case with the religious conception of the universe. The latter is already finished in all its parts. If it was a mistake, it will always remain so. No belittling of science can in any way change the fact that it tries to accommodate our dependence on the real world, while religion is illusion and draws its strength from its adaptation to our instinctive urges. I am also obliged to think of other conceptions of the universe, equally opposed to the scientific one, but I do not gladly, because I know that I lack the competence to prosecute them. Do not forget, therefore, this confession of mine in the course of the observations that follow, and if they manage to arouse your interest, look elsewhere for someone who can better instruct you. In the first place, we would have to cite here the different philosophical systems that have ventured to trace the image of the world as it was reflected in the mind of the thinker who turned his back on reality. But I have already tried before to outline a characteristic of philosophy and its methods, and for the discussion of the different systems I am less qualified than anyone. Return, then, with me to the other phenomena, which precisely in our days it is impossible to ignore. One of these conceptions of the universe is like a counterpart of political anarchism, maybe an irradiation of him. Of course there have been such intellectual nihilists before, but today it seems that the theory of relativity of modern physics has gone to their heads. They start, of course, from science, but they manage to drive her to her own annulment, to suicide, entrusting her with the mission of suppressing herself, renouncing her aspirations. Sometimes we experience the impression that such nihilism is only a provisional attitude until such an end is achieved. And once science is suppressed, a mysticism can flourish in the space left free. Any or perhaps knew the ancient religious conception of the universe. According to the anarchist doctrine there is, in general, no truth or certain knowledge of the outside world. What we present as scientific truth is nothing more than the product of our own needs, as it has to manifest itself under variable external circumstances, or again illusions. In the end, we only find what we need, nor do we see more than what we want to see. We cannot do anything else. And since the criterion of truth is missing, the coincidence with the outside world, it is indifferent what our opinions are. They are all equally true and equally false. And no one has the right to accuse others of error. For a nosologically oriented spirit it could be a temptation to investigate by what ways and by what fallacies the anarchist manages to extract such final results from science. You would surely come across situations analogous to those derived from the well-known example, a Cretan says that all Cretans are liars, etc. But I don't want to nor can I go down this road. I can only say that the anarchist doctrine seems so extraordinarily superior only as it relates to opinions about abstract things, failing instead at the first step in practical life. Now then, the acts of men are directed by their opinions and their knowledge, and it is the same scientific spirit that speculates on the structure of the atom of the origin of man, and it is the same that projects the construction of a bridge. If it really were indifferent what we think, if there were no knowledge, which is characterized among our opinions by its coincidence with reality, we could build cardboard bridges as well as stone, inject a patient with 1 decigram of morphine, instead of 1 centigram, and use tear gas for anesthesia instead of ether. But also intellectual anarchists would strongly reject such practical applications of their theory. The other opposition is much more serious, and as I prepare to examine it I regret more than ever the insufficiency of my orientation. I suppose that you know more than I do about this question and that you have already made your decision for or against Marxism a long time ago. Carlos Marx's research on the economic structure of society and the influence of the different forms of economy on all sectors of human life have achieved unquestionable authority in our time. Naturally, I cannot know to what extent they are right and to what extent they are wrong, and I have heard that this is not an easy thing for the best informed either. Some theses of the Marxist theory have caused me profound astonishment, such as those that the evolution of social forms would be a natural process, and that the changes that occur in social stratification arise from each other in the trajectory of a dialectical process. I am not very sure that I have understood exactly these statements, which, moreover, do not seem like anything materialists, but rather a residue of that obscure Hegelian philosophy, through whose school Marx also passed. I don't know how to free myself from my profane opinion, accustomed to refer the structure of social classes to the struggles that since the beginning of history take place between human hordes, separated by minimal differences. I thought that social differences were originally differences between clans or race. Psychological factors such as the excess of the constitutional aggressive tendency, or also the coherence of the organization within the horde, and material factors such as the possession of better weapons would have decided victory. In coexistence on the same soil, the winners became the masters and the losers became slaves. In all this we discover nothing of natural laws or of the dialectical evolution of concepts. On the other hand, we are made aware of the influence that the progressive dominance of natural forces exerts on men's social relations insofar as they always place the new means of power they have conquered at the service of their aggression and use them against each other. The introduction of metal, bronze, and iron put an end to entire epochs of culture and its social institutions. I truly believe that gunpowder and firearms broke the hegemony of the nobility, and that Russian despotism was doomed to disappear before the Great War, since no mixture of blood within the sovereign families of Europe could have bred a dynasty of tsars invulnerable to dynamite. I even believe that perhaps with the current economic crisis, after the Great War, we are only paying the ransom for our last great victory over nature, the conquest of the air. Indeed, England's policy was based on the security that the sea guaranteed around it. At the moment when Blériot crossed the English Channel in an airplane, the protective isolation was broken, and on that night, when still in peacetime and on a purely experimental trip, a German Zeppelin flew over London, the war against Germany, it was decided. And the threat of submarines should not be forgotten either. It almost embarrasses me to dismiss such an important and complicated topic with so few and insufficient observations, and I also know that I have not told you anything new with them. But my purpose was only to make you aware that the relationship of men with the domain of nature, to which they take their weapons for the fight with their fellow men, must necessarily influence their economic institutions. It seems that we have moved a long way from the problems of the conception of the universe, but we will soon return to them. The strength of Marxism manifestly does not lie in its interpretation of history or in the prediction of the future that it bases on it, but in the most insightful demonstration of the coercive influence that men's economic circumstances exert on their intellectual, ethical, and artistic dispositions. With this, a whole series of relationships and dependencies totally ignored until then was discovered. But it cannot be admitted that economic reasons are the only ones that determine the behavior of men in society. Already the undoubted fact that different races, peoples, and persons behave differently in the same economic circumstances excludes the sole dominance of economic factors. In general, it is not understood how it is possible to dispense with psychological factors when it comes to the reactions of living human beings, since it is not only that they already had to participate in the establishment of those economic circumstances, but also not under their control. Regime men can do nothing but put into play their instinctive impulses for self-preservation, their aggressiveness, their need for love, and their tendency to conquer pleasure and avoid displeasure. In a previous investigation we have exposed the very important function of the superego, which represents the tradition and the ideals of the past and which will always oppose a period of resistance to the impulses of a new economic situation. Finally, we must not forget that on the human mass, subjected to economic needs, the process of the evolution of culture also takes place. Civilization, say others which is, of course, influenced by the other factors, but surely independent of them in its origin, being comparable to an organic process and very capable of influencing the other factors as well. It displaces instinctive goals and makes men rebel against what until then seemed tolerable. Also, the progressive strengthening of the scientific spirit seems to be an essential part of it. If someone could indicate in detail how these different factors, the instinctive disposition, generally human, its racial variance and its cultural transformations, inhibit or promote under the conditions of social ordering, professional activity, and purchasing possibilities, if someone could do so, he would complete Marxism, making it a true social science. Well, neither can sociology, which deals with man's behavior in society, be anything other than applied psychology. Strictly speaking, there are only two sciences: psychology, pure and applied, and natural history. With the new insight into the broad significance of economic circumstances arose the temptation not to abandon their transformation to historical evolution, but to impose it by means of revolution. With its realization in Russian Bolshevism, theoretical Marxism has conquered the energy, concreteness, and exclusivity of a conception of the universe, but also, at the same time, a sinister resemblance to the very thing it fights. Originally being itself a fragment of science and founding its realization in science and technology, it has nevertheless created a prohibition on thinking as implacable as that of religion in its time. It has prohibited all critical investigation of Marxist theory, and doubts about its accuracy are punished as in times of heresy by the Catholic Church. Marx's works have taken the place of the Bible and the Quran as a source of revelation, although they are no more free of contradictions and obscurities than those of the oldest sacred books. And although practical Marxism has mercilessly done away with all idealistic systems and all previous illusions, it has also developed new illusions no less doubtful and unprovable than the previous ones. He hopes to transform human nature in the course of a few generations, in such a way that men will come to live together without any friction in the new social order and even dedicate themselves to work without the need for any coercion. Meanwhile, it displaces the restrictions of the instincts, inevitable in society, to another sector, and directs outwards the aggressive tendencies that threaten all human society. It relies on the hostility of the poor against the rich and of the defenseless against the poor. Powerful former. But such a mutation of human nature is highly improbable. The enthusiasm with which the masses are currently following the Bolshevik stimulus, while the new order remains unfinished and threatened from without, does not give any assurance of a future in which it will become solidly established and free from danger. Like religion, Bolshevism has to compensate its believers for the sufferings and privations of the present life with the promise of a better hereafter in which there will be no unsatisfied need. Although such a paradise will be established on earth and will open in the near future. But let us remember that the Jews too, whose religion knows nothing of an afterlife, have waited for the coming of the Messiah, and that the Christian Middle Ages repeatedly believed that the kingdom of God was near. It is not in doubt what the answer of Bolshevism to these objections will be. Surely the following: as long as men are not transformed in their nature, it is essential to use the means that act on them today. It cannot be done without coercion in their upbringing, without prohibition to think, and violence to the point of bloodshed, and if those illusions were not awakened in them, they would not be moved to conform to such a compulsion. If there is anyone who knows another means, you can try. With this we would be defeated. At least I wouldn't know what to reply to. I would confess that they would have prevented me from undertaking it, but not everyone thinks like me. There are also men of action, immovable in their conditions, inaccessible to doubt, insensitive to the pain of others, when they obstruct their path. It is to such men that we owe the fact that Russia has really carried out, today, the attempt to establish a new order. At a time when great nations proclaim that only by maintaining Christian piety do they expect their salvation, the Soviet Revolution appears to us, despite all its unpleasant details, as the message of a better future. Unfortunately, neither our doubts nor the fanatical faith of others gave any indication of the outcome of the experiment. The future will tell and show, perhaps, that the experiment was started prematurely and that a major modification of the social order is unlikely to succeed, as long as new discoveries have not intensified our mastery of natural forces and thereby facilitated the satisfaction of our needs. Only then will it be possible for a new social order not only to exclude the material misery of the masses, but also to embrace the cultural aspirations of the individual. And even so, with the many difficulties that the indomitable nature of human nature raises in every social community, we will have to fight for a long time. To finish, you will allow me to summarize in a few words what I wanted to tell you about the relationship between psychoanalysis and the problem of the conception of the universe. Psychoanalysis is, in my opinion, incapable of creating a conception of the universe peculiar to it. He does not need it, it is a piece of science and can be added to the scientific conception of the universe. But it hardly deserves such a pompous name, since it does not conceive everything, it is too unfinished and it does not aspire to concretion or to the formation of systems. Scientific thought is still too young among men and has not yet been able to master many of the great problems. Apart from emphasizing the real external world, a conception of the universe founded on science has essentially negative features, such as submission to the truth and rejection of illusions. Those of our fellow men who are not satisfied with this state of affairs, and demand something more for their momentary satisfaction, may procure it wherever they can find it. We won't take it the wrong way. But neither can we help them, nor think of their gift in any other way. End. New Introductory Lessons to Psychoanalysis. Sigmund Freud.